Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day number 2 of the Labor Day MARRS Challenge presented by Radial Tire Company here from beautiful 2-mile, 10-turn Summit Point Raceway. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. We've got Spencer Gaynor here pushing all the buttons and giving you all the great camera views that you're going to see here today. We've got Dominic Mandil in the booth, and we're going to have some other folks joining us up here as well in just a few moments. First off, good morning. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning there, Greg. How's everybody doing this morning?
Very good. Good morning, Dominic.
Good morning, Greg. How are you this morning?
Very, very good. All right, so we've got just a few moments before our very first race of the day. That is our small bore race, our production car classes, GT Pinto, GT Light, Spec RX-7, STL, and T4, where we had some very exciting racing happen yesterday. But before we have cars head out for the pace lap and we run down the starting grid, let's go and take a look at what we have on the docket, what we've got on the schedule today, Sunday. We've already gone through these warm-ups for closed and open wheel, and what we're going to do, we're going to give you 16 different MARRS, or I guess 14 MARRS races, 2 bracket races today, starting off with some very short sprint races, 7 laps or 14 minutes for each of our 8 groups today, our 7 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series groups, and then our Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series as well. We're then going to take lunch for about an hour today, probably around noontime, thereabouts, and then we're going to wrap things up today with more racing, 10 laps or 20 minutes, whichever comes first, again, for each of our 8 different race groups.
I got to say, for me, that's a good thing, because obviously I lose talent after 7 laps. So I'm good for the first 7 laps. I can't do anything after lap 8. So I got to work on that 8, from that 8 to 10 here.
That's right. So Brian, once again, is going to be racing in our largest group of the day, SSM. Brian, as we've got our pace car, beautiful pace car, the McLeod's MGA sitting up on the top of the pit lane, getting ready to bring our first group around for their pace lap. Let's run down the starting order.
All right, starting 31st in the number 90 from Durwood, Maryland, Carolyn Bayer Brewing. Starting in 30th from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, the 86 of Paul Bayofist. Starting in the 29th position from Avon, Connecticut, that's the 03 of Jay Creel. Starting in the 28th position from Ferrum, Virginia, the number 45 of Joe Manowski. Starting in the 27th position from Bristow, Virginia, the 24 of Alex Cumming. Starting in the 26th position from Bloomfield, New Jersey, that's the 12 of Carl Ricker. Starting in the 25th position from Catonsville, Maryland, the 116 of Evan Webb. Starting in the 24th position from Highland, Maryland, that's the 68 of Charles Gutdow. Starting in the 23rd position from Middletown, Maryland, that's the 111 of Carlos Schooler. Starting in the 22nd position in the 29 from University Park, Maryland, that is Michael McQueen. Starting in the 21st position from Elliston, Virginia, the 16 of Drew Erie. Starting in the 20th position from Pottstown, Pennsylvania, the 62 of Dave Miller. Starting in the 19th position from Westminster, Maryland, the 14 of Kevin Conlon. Starting in the 18th position from Henrico, Virginia, the 35 of Al Seam. Starting in the 17th position from Gurnee, Illinois, that's the 82 of Robert Cahall. Starting in the 16th position from right here in Charlestown, West Virginia, the number 11 of Bruce Shelton. Starting in the 15th position from Thurmont, Maryland, the 127 of Jeff Liller. Starting in the 14th position, another Durwood, Maryland, the number 50 of Chuck Allard. Starting in the 13th position from Ashby, Massachusetts, the 76 of Alex Hollenbeck. Starting in the 12th position from Morgantown, West Virginia, the 18 of James Lindenthal. Starting in the 11th position from Mooresville, North Carolina, the 189 of Steve Wickersham. Starting in the 10th position from Bristow, Virginia, that's the 32 of Deacon Greenfield. Starting in the 9th position in the number 3 from Millersville, Maryland, that's Brett Simonson. Starting in the 8th position from Oakland, New Jersey, the 89 of Michael LaMena. Starting in the 7th position from Christiansburg, Virginia, the 182 of Ted Cahall. Starting in the 6th position from Darnestown, Maryland, the 69 of Jeremy Butts. Starting in the 5th position from Summit Point, West Virginia, the 22 of Graham Fuller. Starting in the 4th position from Highland, Maryland, the 48 of Paul Marcones. Starting in the 3rd position from Boyd's, Maryland, the number 4 of Thomas Beverly. And starting on the front row and starting in the second position from Purcellville, Virginia, the number 7 of Chris Childs. And on the pole from Winginia, Virginia, that's a nice new name, Winginia, Virginia, then a 65 of Minor Wilcox.
All right, there you go. Our starting grid for today's race as the field is now making their way down the hill, down through the chute, and into turn number 5. And Brian, I think for the second day in a row, as we take a look at the field, our pole sitter for this race,
Minor Wilcox.
Minor Wilcox leading the field. Then Childs and Beverly, who had an amazing race yesterday in STL. Beverly had actually started off on the outside of the front row and led the first number of laps. And Chris Childs and his Mazda Miata was able to work his way back around and for the win. But I think the race of the day yesterday was in Touring 4. Between we had 3 racers, Jeremy Butts, Mike LaMena, and Brent Simonson,
yes,
that were practically nose to tail for the entire race. Simonson, who is looking to get his RX-8 ready for the runoffs, I was talking to him a little bit last night, and he thinks the motor in that RX-8 might be a little on the soft side. And we saw that yesterday, that he just wasn't able to stay in the draft of the 2 T4 cars, the 2 MX-5s going down the front straight. And that's a car that typically has much more top-end speed than the MX-5s.
Yes.
We've got the pace car on the pit lane now, and Minor Wilcox and Chris Childs leading the field around turn 10. Our starter for race number 1 is going to be John Burkhardt, and green flag is in the air. And once again, we see Beverly in that green Civic get a great start behind Minor Wilcox. Now, we saw yesterday where Wilcox kept the car pinned all the way to the right-hand side going into turn number 1, and he was, after the first couple corners, he kind of fell back a little bit as we thought maybe he was trying to get some heat in the tires, Brian, but it looks like a much different start today as the field is all starting to filter through turns 1 and turn 2.
Yeah, Chris Childs getting a really slow start there. Thomas Beverly, Minor Wilcox, they're starting to open up a little bit over this entire field. Now, looks like Chris Childs is going to come back on the rear bumper there of Thomas Beverly as they head down the hill into turn 5. A little further back, Graham Fuller got another good start. Went up side by side going into 1 the last time by right here on the start. But Minor Wilcox had that problem yesterday, fell back, worked his way back up. He's going to stay out in front right now.
And Brian, it looks like Chris Childs, even though he got that slow start, he gets around Thomas Beverly as they go down into turn number 5. So put yesterday's winner in ST Light, Super Touring Light, back into the lead as the field now coming through the carousel here at Summit Point, or what we call the talent section of the course, and one of the new cameras that we have up and running here for the MARRS Labor Day Spectacular. Now, also we had a couple of classes. We talked about that great race in T4 yesterday. We also had a very nice battle going on in Spec RX-7 between Alex Cumming and Joe Manowski. Manowski, though, on the very last lap, spins the car at turn 1 and gives the win to Alex Cumming, but looking for another great battle there today as well.
Yeah, that should be a good battle all the way down through the end here. Talk about that T4 battle here. You've got a couple cars in between Jeremy Butts and Michael LaMena in that 69 and that 89 machine. So as this race starts to go, remember, just as you say, Greg, these are sprint races, 7 laps. You got to get it in. You got to get it done really quickly. So, Jeremy Butts is going to have a little bit of a comfort right now. He's got Graham Fuller right on his back. Graham's not really trying to push the issue as they head up over the hill and down into turn 5. You'll see that in your camera in a minute. But Michael LaMena under a lot of pressure from James Lindenthal.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. That's our open wheel and prototype group. Please head to the grid. Race group number 2, please head to the grid now. And looks like we may have had a car go off over on the outside of turn 1 that Spencer has been talking to about, and we can't see it on camera because, well, we've got our ticker in front of it. I'm trying to get the car number right now.
That's going to be Al Seam in the number 35.
Scirocco.
Yep.
Yeah, the number 35 H Production Scirocco. Now, Al came in second in yesterday's H Production race to Chuck Allard, and looks like an early end to his day today.
Go back just a little bit more as I was talking right before we made that call, Greg. Get James Lindenthal now putting a lot of pressure on Michael Omena, in that T4 machine. Again, that's an E production for Lindenthal and a T4 machine for LaMena. But I tell you what, Lindenthal moved all the way to driver's right just past the start-finish line as they headed down into turn one, not able to make that stick. Now LaMena is going to pull up. Then you've got Jeremy Butts a little bit further. That is a T4 battle with Graham Fuller in that GT Light. GT Light now has gone around that, and then James Lindenthal was able to make the pass going into turn three, Greg.
All right, and so, Brian, a couple of quick notes here. Paul Marcones in the bright yellow E-Production Acura Integra, he was scheduled to start fourth today. Yesterday, he retired early. Today, he started from the back row next to Taylor Hyatt, who did not race yesterday.
And we did see him out for the warm-up this session this morning, too. Did a couple laps, came in. So, again, still probably having some problems with that Acura. So, better to start in the back and try to get it worked out. But I think you'll see him move up here a little bit. Look for him later this afternoon. He'll get those bugs worked out.
All right, and he's got another race today, and of course a race tomorrow as well. And the way that we set the grids for all these races, Brian, is based on the fastest lap time throughout the weekend. So even if you finish and you win your class or you win a race overall, it doesn't mean you're going to start on pole the next race. The goal is actually to get faster.
To get faster as you go along. Weekend.
All right, so if we go and we look at things here and break down by class, as we are currently working lap number 3 in E-Production. It is currently Minor Wilcox, your leader, who just set fast lap of the race. James Lindenthal in his Mazda RX-7 second. Alex Hollenbach third. In H-Production for the second day in a row, Chuck Allard is your leader, and he's already got about a 15-second advantage over Mike McQueen's MG Midget, the little green number 29 machine that admittedly had some brake issues yesterday morning, and that might be affecting his pace. Carlos Schooler now has worked his way up to third. Carolyn Bear-Broring, who DNF'd yesterday. She retired early after some continued problems with the car. We can see her now. She's only, as they come into turn 3 right now. Great battle in H-Production. That is Mike McQueen running in second, Carlos Schooler in the orange MR2, and then Carolyn Bear-Broring in her Volkswagen Rabbit. All three of them, and they should be coming down the hill into turn number 5 now. Again, as Chuck Allard has kind of left them all behind, but a great little fight right there for second in H-Production.
Tell you what, another H production, and she didn't get to race yesterday. We were talking about this earlier with Taylor Hyatt. Her and Alex Cumming went by the start-finish line. Taylor Hyatt made a great pass going into turn 1, coming out of turn 2, able to make that stick. Kind of had to stay really far driver's right. Alex was not giving her enough room there to get by, trying to keep her back behind him, but she was able to power through out of turn 2 and make that pass at turn 3, Greg. A really good run out of that corner.
Yeah, and I'm sure Alex Cumming had a reason for that, probably trying to keep her between he and Joe Manowski, who's only running about 2.5 seconds back in that gold and white striped Mazda RX-7. As we are now working, I believe we are now working lap number 5 here of, actually working lap, for most of these racers, I think we are actually working now lap number 5, so 3 laps remaining.
Greg, I'm going to drop back just a little bit further. You were just talking about this with Michael McQueen in that second place for H production, Carlos Schooler, and then Carolyn Bear-Broring. I tell you what, they are gaining on McQueen. I'm seeing a little bit of smoke out of the rear end of Michael McQueen. Remember, he had a problem yesterday where he ended up pulling in the crossroads here coming out of turn 2 right before turn 3. So it could be that something is going on with that. But Carlos Schooler and the 90 of Carolyn Bear-Broring, they're starting to reel him in.
Yeah, and so Schooler again came away with the bronze yesterday in H production just ahead of Mike McQueen. So we'll see how that plays out. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 2. That's small, open wheel and prototype racers. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 2, open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. And again, remember, with these very short 7-lap races, as soon as we have cars roll off the grid for one race, you need to start bringing your car up for the next. All right, and so we have 2 laps remaining, and Brian, as we're watching, again, Mike McQueen trying to determine whether or not that is smoke coming from the exhaust of his car or if that is some tire rub, and it is definitely coming out of the tailpipe of that machine. So lots of white smoke as they now come down into turn number 1.
Yeah, with the laps running out. Greg, I'm going to take a look at this T4 battle because Michael Lamena has now passed Jeremy Butts. So evidently Jeremy had a problem going down into 1. Dom and I were sitting here looking at it. Jeremy Butts has really dropped back as our overall leader, Minor Wilcox. He's got the 1 to go here right now. So this is the last lap for everyone. You've got to get it done right now if you want to make that pass.
Yeah, and so great move there by Lamena to get by Butts here and start their last lap. And Brent Simonson now is he's got an E-production car. I think he's got Hollenbeck sitting between he and the 2 MX-5s directly ahead. Again, he's had some issues with pace this weekend.
Well, Jeremy Butts just now going by the start-finish line. Michael Lamena now coming out of turn 2. So evidently Butts really must have had a spin or something down in turn 1 last time by, but they were able to get by Jeremy Butts, and he has dropped all the way back a great deal in that T4 battle there, Greg.
Yeah, and so that now will move Simonson up into second position in Touring 4, and Butts now loses, I think, 6 positions overall, now sitting down in lucky 13th overall as our overall leader. Minor Wilcox now coming underneath the bridge for the very last time. Question is whether or not he's going to lap Taylor Hyatt onto the front straight. I don't believe he is, so that is going to give an additional lap to Taylor as she goes by. Minor Wilcox crosses the stripe. He is your E-production and overall winner here today for race number 2 for this small bore group. Chris Childs, for the second day in a row, he is going to take the win in Super Touring Light. And Graham Fuller, who's our sole GT Light driver, he's going to cross the stripe 3rd overall. Tom Beverly will finish 2nd in STL, finishes 4th. James Lindenthal crosses the stripe. He is going to finish 5th overall, 2nd in E-production. And then the 182 car of Ted Cahall running in Super Touring Light. He and Mike Lamena drag race to the checkered flag. Yeah. Not in the same class, but Ted Cahall will take the win, come home 3rd in STL. Mike Lamena will take the win in Touring 4. And then we've got Alex Hollenbeck. He finishes 8th overall, finishing 3rd in E-production. And then Paul Marcones, who started at the tail end of the field, at the tail end of this 30-plus car field. He works his way up to finish 9th overall, 4th in E-production. Brent Simonson comes home 2nd in T4, finishes 10th overall.
Greg, I also wanted to make mention on that final lap, we had the 68 of Charles Guto had been hounding Drew Erie for 2nd place, and GT Pinto was able to make that move on the final lap, and they had gone side by side the lap previous coming out of turn 2, but Guto able to get the better of Drew Erie for our sprint race here this morning.
That's right, and so we're showing a margin there of 1.4 seconds separating them. So in GT Pinto, Bruce Shelton, then Guto, then Erie. In Spec RX-7, Alex Cumming with the win over Joe Manowski. Carl Ricker finishing in 3rd. And then finally, let's talk about H-Production, where Chuck Allard, for the 2nd day in a row, a commanding win over 25 seconds over Mike McQueen. Carlos Schooler finishes in 3rd. Carolyn Bear Brewing finishes just off the podium in 4th. And a great run for Taylor Hyatt. She finishes 5th after starting at the rear of the field. All right, so that is our first race. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, tension in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2. That is our open wheel and prototype group. If you could please come to the grid, race group number 2, your race scheduled to start in just a moment. All right, so gentlemen, let's take a quick little break here. And as we do, we are going to tell you a little bit about our title sponsor this weekend, Radial Tire Company.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740. Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession. Along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway for the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company. It's day number 2 here at the Point. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati with Spencer Gaynor, and Dominic Mandale's just run down because he's in the next race. He's got to go and get
He's
himself
group
ready.
4. He's group 4, so he's got an extra race in between.
That's true.
It's hot, and Dominic does like to run, so he has to run down there.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we're getting ready now for our second race. This is going to be all of our open wheel and prototype racers here as the pace car is bringing the field out on course. Let's run down the starting order quickly here. Starting 12th, driving the number 70 P2 AMAC, assuming he can get that car up and running. He had issues on the very opening lap yesterday. It's Ken Van Horn. Rick Shields driving the number 77 VDF Formula V, starting in 11th. Sam Iyer driving the number 98 Zinc Club Ford, starting 10th. Then starting 9th, Derek Holmes, and the number 14, Van Diemen. He's out of Millersville, Maryland, driving in Formula F. Then we've got another Club Ford. It's Wayne Nicolette driving the number 2, Lola T340. Steve Rue starting 7th. He is your pole sitter in Formula F. He's driving the number 16, Wyvern SR1. Starting 6th, driving the number 04 Club Ford. That's a Royale, not a Royale with cheese. It's orange, not yellow. But Jake King will be starting 6th. Leslie Walker will be starting 5th today, driving the number 43 Van Diemen RF99 Formula Continental. And your pole sitter in Continental starts 4th, driving the number 45 Crossley. It is Chuck Moran. And your front row today, Deacon, probably not your front row, starting 3rd today, driving the number 10 Formula Enterprises 2 machine out of Bristow, Virginia. It's Deacon Greenfield. And your front row, it's the 2 Huffmans. Justin Huffman will start 2nd on the outside of the front row, driving the number 11 car. And his son, Jameson, is your pole sitter for the 2nd race in a row, driving the number 89 Formula Enterprises 2 machine with a qualifying time of 112.249.
Looks like Ken Van Horn was out there. Go ahead, Greg. I'll let you do it first.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for our bracket racers. Race group number 3, please start heading to the grid. Bracket racers, group 3, please head to the grid now.
Tell you what, Ken Van Horn did come back out, and Leslie Walker looks like they're going to start from the back of the field. Looks like they were late getting up to the grid as the rest of the cars started to roll out. So as they went out, looks like that driver is going to be back there with Ken Van Horn. So somebody dropping to the back there in that Formula Continental.
All right, so we've got the pace car now on the pit lane. We saw coming up the hill that the field was still pretty strung out, but as they come through turn 10, with the exception of Ken Van Horn in his prototype car, quite a bit behind the rest of the field, we are ready to go, and green flag is in the air, and for the 2nd race in a row here, Jameson Huffman gets a bit of an advantage on Dad. We've got Deacon Greenfield right on the gearbox of Jameson Huffman going down the inside in the 1, and it's going to be Jameson Huffman, Justin Huffman, Deacon Greenfield, all 3 of them going into turn number 1, all in a row. And then we've got the 45 machine of Chuck Moran, who's trying to make a run on Deacon Greenfield a little bit further back from there. Leslie, you mentioned Leslie Walker starting from the back. Jake King and Steve Rue had some mechanical issues yesterday.
Yep, and Rick Shields did not take the green flag for this race in that Formula V. So may have been having some problems yesterday, or going to save it till the 10-lap race. It takes a little bit of while to get them wound up. So, not sure if he had any problems. So
we talked yesterday. We saw Deacon Greenfield pit in at the end of lap number 1 that we thought he had some mechanical issues, came back out a lap down in his Formula Enterprises 2 machine. We thought it might have had something to do with the work that had been done on the car after the test day where there were some mechanical issues. Turns out the collar that goes around and protects the head on those cars on either side was actually flopping around on the left-hand side, and Deacon was worried that it was going to blow out of the car, and so he brought the car in, pitted in, and was able to get that fixed up himself and head back out. So no major mechanical issues other than that with that FE2 machine. As those 3 racers now make their way out of turn number 2, heading over towards turn number 3 now, and Greenfield about 4 car lengths back from the 2 Huffmans.
Yeah, a little bit further back, and then you got Leslie Walker, who started, basically shotgun on the field here after coming out later to the grid, worked his way all the way back up into the 6th position now, just up behind Jacob King in that Club Ford, trying to catch Chuck Moran in that Formula Continental as well. That's going to be the battle there. I think once Walker gets by King, I think you're going to see there could be a little bit battle. Walker was a little bit faster than, actually he was a little bit slower, but on the start, but we'll see what happens in the second lap.
Yeah, and we'll see here because in qualifying, Moran and Walker were very, very close, within, I think, 0.04 of a second in qualifying. Of course, the Formula Continental, the Club Ford that Jake King is running, an early 70s Formula Ford, but much newer suspension designs, what have you. Would expect Walker to be a little bit faster, and he was in qualifying about 4 seconds faster than Jake King.
Right. Some rear hub stud issues yesterday on that 04. Wasn't able to get out for that race, but looks like they've got that taken care of. Jacob was out here this morning for our open wheel warm-up right before this race. So as our race, winds down again, 7-lap races with 5 to go, that car seems to be doing pretty good there. A little bit further back, you got Samuel Iyer and Wayne Nicolette. They're battling now, coming up out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3 right now. Nicolette by about half a car length, going down into turn 4.
Yeah, and we're going to see them head down the chute here in just a moment. Great battle right now for second in Club Ford. And you see the yellow machine there, Wayne Nicolette, and then the number 98 machine of Sam Iyer just ahead as they come through turn 6. And looks as though that prototype car, Ken Van Horn, just behind them, starting to pick up a little pace. And good to see Ken get that car out. Retired pretty much right before the green flag even came out yesterday.
Yeah. Let's go a little bit further to talk about like I said, Leslie Walker and Chuck Moran. As soon as Walker got around Jacob King in that 04, he is really starting to nail down Chuck Moran. That's about a car length and a half, maybe less than that. It's about 3 car lengths now, headed up out of turn 2. So Chuck may have been taking a little bit easier, pretty much about a second and a half difference last lap with Leslie Walker over Chuck Moran. So Walker trying to gather that in for that Formula Continental lead.
Yeah, we'll see here if he can make up some ground. We've just noticed that Justin Huffman, currently running second, has put in the fastest lap of the race, about 0.2 of a second faster than Jamison. We'll see how that plays out on track. We saw for a while yesterday those two racers were really going at it, coming down out of turn 1, where Justin Huffman seemed to get better runs than Jamison and would many times be able to come up right alongside going into turn 3. But right now, as they head down into turn 1 and 2. Jamison now with about a 4-car length advantage over Father Justin Deacon Greenfield. Hanging tough, though. Deacon about 4-car lengths back as we see them now coming into turn number 3. And, at this point, Jamison Huffman, he returns the favor. He just runs fast lap.
Yeah, we're getting down to that 112. I'm on that 112 flat. I think our record there is like a 111 something.
Yeah.
I think. So a little bit off of that. But again, it is much warmer than it was when he ran. Plus, I think he ran it on with, some stickers on there.
He had sticker tires on the car.
So the car got better as the race went on.
Exactly. I would suspect with this long weekend that probably isn't the case for this race. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 3. Bracket racers, the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 3, Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, please head to the grid.
I'll go back. I'm going to pick up that Samuel Iyer in that second and third between Samuel Iyer and that 98 and the 2 Wayne Nicolette. Last time by, Samuel Iyer was able to get by Wayne Nicolette. They were battling there for a little bit. Iyer opened it up by about a car length and a half. So we'll look to pick them up when they come up out of turn 10. They should be coming here momentarily. Here comes Jacob King there. That is Jacob along with the Stephen Rue machine. So we'll pick up Iyer and then here they come. And then Samuel Iyer opening up by about I'd say 4 car lengths now over the 2 of Wayne Nicolette.
And that is a heck of a draft that Jake King was getting off of Steve Rue's Formula F. And as they go into turn 1, Jake King takes over the position. Now, as we were waiting, as our that battle in FE2, the next time either Jamison Huffman, Justin Huffman, or Deacon Greenfield come by the start-finish line, they will be starting the very last lap. And here they come out of turn 10 right now and along the front straight. And as they cross the stripe, Jamison Huffman, he's your leader going into the final lap here at Summit Point Raceway for our open wheel and prototype cars. And he was out of the throttle a little bit. Both Justin Huffman and Deacon Greenfield making up a little bit of ground on him here on the penultimate lap. But still, a second and a half separating them, Brian.
Can you spell that word, please?
PENTULTIMATE. Penultimate. Congratulations. I've just won the 2023 Summit Point Raceway Spelling Bee.
That's right.
I think. Did I spell that right?
I tell you what, good battle here. Jacob King, and you've got the 16 Stephen Rue. I tell you what, Greg, for the last 3 laps, they're like within a half a car length, almost looking at gearbox to gearbox every other lap. Here comes, let's pick up this Club Ford, Greg, because this is for second place in Club Ford. And I tell you what, we now have Wayne Nicolette ahead of Samuel Iyer.
That's right. As they come down now into turn number 1, on braking, with Nicolette in the number 2 getting by. But now coming down the front straight, checkered flag is in the air and taking the win in Formula Enterprises 2. It's Jamison Huffman, 2 wins out of 2 races for him. 2 more races to go. Justin Huffman will come home in second. Deacon Greenfield will finish in third.
Let's pick up this Samuel Iyer in this Wayne Nicolette battle here going into turn 5. That is not done yet. They'll be going in the middle there. Wayne Nicolette getting out in front by about a car length now over Samuel Iyer as they start to come up through turn 6 and out of turn 6 and headed down into turn 7. When they come up through turn 8, we'll see. That's where Samuel Iyer seems to be able to gain a little bit more speed coming through there. Here they come now, coming up the hill underneath the bridge, and it looks like Nicolette's going to open that up. Here comes the Jacob King, Stephen Rue. King's going to get that position, and he's going to win Club Ford there, Craig.
All right, and just ahead of them, Leslie Walker took the win in Formula Continental, our only Formula. Actually, that's not the case. Chuck Moran, who had some issues early on, and fell back towards the rear end of the field, retired after 4 laps. And, as they say, they always run fastest right before they go. Moran had run his fastest lap on lap 4, retired on lap number 5. So there you go. Jamison Huffman taking the win in FE2 over Justin Huffman, Deacon Greenfield. Leslie Walker, your winner over Chuck Moran in Formula Continental. Jake King taking the win in Club Ford with Wayne Nicolette second, Sam Iyer third. And then in Formula F taking the win, and our sole racer in Formula F here to complete a lap was Stephen Rue, and then Ken Van Horn. Good to see him complete today's race. He is your winner in Prototype 2. All right, so let's take a quick little break. I think we've got some folks going out to pick up Chuck Moran here, and we're going to take a quick little break, get ready, get reset for our next race. Our bracket racers will be heading out on track next for their first of 2 races today. But first, let's talk about one of our great partners and sponsors here of the DC region of the SCCA, bringing you all the action this weekend, and that's OG Racing.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway for the 2023 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati and Spencer Gaynor here, working behind the scenes to keep Brian and I sane and actually give you guys a really nice broadcast, if I don't say so myself. Matter of fact, if you like what Spencer is doing, go ahead and give us that big thumbs up. smash the thumbs up button, subscribe to the DC Regions YouTube channel, and click on that notification bell so you can find out about all the times that we go live. And I'll tell you what, and I'll say it again, if we get to 500 subscribers by the end of this race weekend, by tomorrow, I will be donating $500 to our charity recipients this weekend, the Boys and Girls Clubs of the Eastern Panhandle. I think we picked up 20 subscriptions yesterday, and so if you're watching and you haven't done so already, it doesn't cost you anything. Go ahead and click on that subscription, that subscribe button, and maybe we can make some kids happy.
There you go. Let's take $500 out of Greg's pocket. He's got it.
That's right. Well, I don't after this weekend. All right, Brian, we've got our bracket racers up next for their second race of the weekend. Let's let everybody know the players.
I'll tell you what, that's a good thing here. Let's go. Starting 29th from Silver Spring, Maryland, in the number 9, Witch and Sarah Bourne. Starting in the 28th from Annapolis, Maryland, that's a 114 of Tim Frank. Starting in the 27th position from Tacoma Park, Maryland, the 68 of Jed Prentice. Starting in the 26th position from Jefferson, Maryland, that's the 55 of Murphy Nichols. Starting in the 25th position from Frederick, Maryland, that's the 50 of Melanie Meckel. Starting in the 24th position from Severna Park, Maryland, the 134 of Chuck Edmonston. Starting in 23rd position from Silver Spring, Maryland, the 74 of Steve Martin. Starting in the 22nd position from Gum Spring, Virginia, the 83 of Nick Shively. Starting in the 21st position from Ashburn, Virginia, the 40 of William Simpkins. Starting in the 20th position in the 127 from Thurmont, Maryland, that's Jeff Liller. Starting in the 19th position from Mooresville, North Carolina, the 189 of Steve Wickersham. Starting in the 18th position from Washington, D.C., the 07 of Matt Littleton. Starting in the 17th position from Palmyra, Virginia, that's the 34 of David Alessi. Starting in the 16th position in the number 15 from Sterling, Virginia, Tristan Herbert. Starting in the 15th position from Falling Waters, West Virginia, the 71 of Mark Johnston. Starting in the 14th position from Delmont, Pennsylvania, the 87 of John Ryan. Starting in the 13th position in the number 72 from Ashby, Massachusetts, that's Phil Hollenbeck. Starting in the 12th position from Vienna, Virginia, the 41 of Philip Ackley. Starting in the 11th position from Charlestown, West Virginia, the 05 of Bill Smith. Starting in the 10th position, the number 7 from Annapolis, Maryland, that's Keith Frazier. Starting in the 9th position from Frederick, Maryland, the 51 of Eric Prepsius. Starting in the 8th position from Clifton, New Jersey, the 38 of Theo Peppies. Starting in the 7th position from Baltimore, Maryland, the 25 of Aaron Meisner. Starting in the 6th position from Stafford, Virginia, the 33 of David Albrecht. Starting in the 5th position in the number 81 from Gibson Island, Maryland, that's the 81 of Steve Shue. Starting in the 4th position from Gainesville, Virginia, the 21 of Brian Cates. Starting in the 3rd position in the number 30 from Washington, D.C., Mac Harrison. And starting on the front row and starting in the 2nd position from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, the 119 of Chris Benedetto. And starting on the pole from Annapolis, Maryland, the number 178 of Nick Jones.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4, Spec Miata. Please start heading to the grid. Spec Miata racers, this is your first call to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so Brian, yesterday, as we somewhat suspected, the fastest driver on track and our sole racer in the A2 bracket for drivers that run lap times in the minute 17, the minute 19 range, that was Nick Jones. But we had Chris Benedetto, who had some issues in the first lap or so, dropped back almost 10 car, I think back to the 10th position or so. He did work his way back to take the win in bracket A3 for drivers that run a minute 19 to a minute 21, with Mac Harrison finishing second in that bracket. And then in bracket A4, more Spec Racer Fords, Brian Cates, Stephen Shue, finishing first and second, with David Albrecht in his Honda Civic finishing third in that bracket.
Yeah, pretty good run over there between all of them. And if you're new to the bracket racing and you're not really sure, you can go to the MARRSpoints.com. You can click on bracket, and then you can click on live, and it updates every 15 seconds. And after about the first 2 laps, it'll start putting them in their brackets and who they're racing. So not only are they racing on the racetrack, they're also racing the clock, right? And you've got to try to stay in as consistent as you can and stay in that bracket. That's going to allow you to win that bracket continuously. What we have seen over the years as we've built this, you get a person who's leading your bracket, you get a nice tug, right? Or a nice tow from the car from the front of you. And next thing you know, you run out of that bracket and you're in the next bracket, and you go from leading a bracket to 5th or 6th in the bracket as we start to add more cars. So again, as our pace car is now off of onto pit road, I should say, here comes Nick Jones, here comes Chris Benedetto. They're going to lead us down, Greg.
That's right. And so John Burkhardt is your starter for today's bracket race. He's looking over the field. They look pretty well formed up. And there you go. A late green, though, as some of our spec racer Fords, the number 30 machine, for a moment there, Brian, I think Mac Harrison had thoughts of trying to split the difference between a GT2 car and that BMW of Benedetto. And then as soon as he went to the center, he realized, I'm missing about 150 to 200 horsepower.
I tell you what, Mac Harrison got a real good up close and look personal on Nick Jones's fuel cell, because he was right up underneath the rear bumper cover of that Camaro. So as we start to head off down into turn 1, turn 2, it is Benedetto leading Nick Jones. Now throw in Brian Cates in that 21.
And
that's
he got around
third.
Yeah, and he got around Harrison as they came out of turn 1. And I think what ended up happening, Brian, is Harrison, he got a great jump. And then, as you mentioned, he basically ended up almost underneath the Camaros. We've got a lot of brake lockup going down into turn 5 here from Nick Jones on the first lap. And I think what happened is Harrison had to check up, and that allowed Cates to work his way around him.
Yeah, once they got in there, they were able to move around. It looks like you said, the brake lockup, that may have been some dust, somebody getting off driver's left there, heading up into turn 5, hitting it right before the rumble strips there.
But that's also allowed Benedetto now to, again, on track, work his way around. Remember, this is not necessarily who's going to finish first overall, because we do have everything broken up into these brackets of 2-second intervals. And so Benedetto right now, as he crosses the stripe, he runs in the low 25s, which would be bracket Bravo 1, B1, our 6th fastest bracket of the 10 that we run. But we'll start to put these drivers into the different brackets here in just a moment. Nick Jones, for the moment, was in the mid 126 range, so he also falls into that B1 bracket, as does Stephen Shue in his Spec Racer Ford. But then we've got Harrison and Cates a little bit slower. You go, Brian.
And we've got Brian Cates going off in turn 3, right in front of the entire field, able to continue a little bit slower, but looks like he got on the brakes, Greg, got a little loose. He's sitting in the upside of turn 3. You can see a little bit there on the camera, maybe because our ticker's in the way again, but he's continuing to roll. He's starting to move around the gravel trap there, going up over the hill. So it looks like he's going to continue, but he's going to take his time getting out of there.
So he's moving all the way up towards the wall there. I don't know if he's going to continue or not. As a matter of fact, he is now stopped. It looks like there. And unfortunately, it's sitting right behind our ticker. But he is now all the way drivers right up against the tire wall.
Yeah. Here comes our overall leaders. Good move there, Nick Jones, getting out of turn 10. Tremendous run out of turn 10, propelling him down the front stretch there, Greg, going in. They're going to go side by side with him and Benedetto into turn 1. Again, some of these big V8 cars there. We're going to have to see what's happening. Go ahead, Greg.
All right, Brian. And we also had we've got a big series of dust and dirt piles coming out of turn number 10. And trying to get the numbers on these cars. I think one of them might have been Tristan Herbert in the Jetta, where it pushed wide. He doesn't just do it in Miatas outside of turn 3. He does it in Jettas on the outside of turn 10 as well. Yeah. And it was Tristan Herbert who went through the gravel at turn 10, went through the little crossover, the exit road that we use for big rigs right across from pit out. and then rejoined, but he lost a number of positions on track.
You know, Greg, without having any rain here for a long time, it's been a while since we've had some really good rain. It is very dusty. It is very dry out here. And so what ends up happening, and experiencing this yesterday, you come out of turn 10 and you get anybody that kicks up some of that dust, it lingers there, and you literally cannot see. You don't know what's going to be on the other side of that. So you got to take it cautiously as you go through. But let's take a look at our overall leaders. Nick Jones and Chris Benedetto now throw in Mac Harrison, Stephen Shu. I know people are looking at this going, wait a minute, how can an SRF be handling and working with these, running these bigger cars down? It's because they're staying in the draft.
Exactly. They're staying right in the draft with two cars side by side. Puts a huge hole in the air. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 4, Spec Miata. Please start heading to the grid because there are only 4 laps left in this current race. Race group number 4, Spec Miata. I don't see many of you up there. You need to make your way to the grid now.
Second thing is when you get down to the backside here, turn 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, you've got these, the big V8s, the BMWs, and the Camaros. They've got to kind of let it roll a little bit longer than obviously these SRFs. So they can get back on the gas a little bit sooner. And so they do, pull up in through the draft. And with that bigger hole there with the larger cars, they can really run through it pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. So the GT2 car, for example, in Nick Jones, it's not very heavy. It's a tube-frame car with a silhouette body on it. But given that it's a lightweight car with a lot of torque, he's got to wait to get the car straightened out a little bit before he gets on the throttle, lest the rear end of the car will walk around on him. Yep. So right now in bracket A4, that's for drivers running a minute 21 to a minute 23. Chris Benedetto, Nick Jones, Mac Harrison is in that bracket as well. In bracket A5 for drivers a minute 23 to a minute 25, it's Stephen Shu, Theo Pepes, and Keith Frazier. And then in bracket B1, Mark Johnston in his Nissan 240SX, who I heard was holding quite the party last night on the outside of the carousel last night, along with Murphy Nichols. Phil Hollenbach, David Alessi in his Honda Prelude, and John Ryan in a Spec Race Ford. They make up bracket B1, where Aaron Meisner is currently leading bracket B2.
Greg, we did have one car that may have gotten drivers left going into turn 1, may have kicked up some dust there. That may have been the Benedetto machine because that's really when that happened coming through there last time by with Shu and Frazier right behind him. So,
yeah, and we're seeing a lot of dust and dirt when it gets thrown up in the air. It just seems to kind of hang in the air. I think we mentioned yesterday it hasn't rained here at Summit for quite some time, and might be it. So, Brian, as we now have 2.5 laps to go, Nick Jones just turned his fastest lap of the race, a 120.430. That moves him out of the bracket that he was in with Benedetto and Mac Harrison. It now moves him alone into bracket A3, and that is for drivers running a minute 19 to a minute 21.
Yeah. Put a little separation. Now you've got, when you look at the next group there in that A4 with Benedetto, Harrison, and Shu. Benedetto leading Harrison and Shu. Mac was leading last time by as they go through there. I'm looking down at turn 1, Greg, and we do have a car in the gravel trap down there, and I think that's where I saw all that. I do have a standing yellow down into turn 1.
In 1, yeah.
Probably going to be outside of our camera view there. It's kind of hard to see which car that is.
So we did have a call that the 06 car had gone off, but that he had continued. The 06 being Steve Spano and his Spec Racer Ford. Now, we are watching a nice little battle on with a couple of our other Spec Racer Fords coming through turn 3 right now, Brian, and I believe, and I'm trying to get the number on that bus. I believe that's Ackley, Pepes, and possibly Aaron Meisner, who are split between the A5 and the B1 brackets. As Nick Jones now, Brian, he's coming out of turn 10 now. He's going to get the 1 to go. And Benedetto in the draft with Nick Jones passes Jones, who gets out of the throttle. And the question is whether or not Benedetto is now going to move into the same bracket as Nick Jones, and he doesn't. Although Benedetto just ran his fastest lap of the race at a 122.5. he's still at the very high end of bracket A4.
Yeah, with that standing yellow down there, you had both Stephen Shue, Mac Harrison, and Nick Jones. They're side by side going down in through there. So that's kind of a touchy situation, whether or not they were able to get that pass done, Greg, before they got there.
And just called in from turn one that they have the 81 is Stephen Shue passing Mac Harrison under yellow there. So I'm sure that will be under review by the stewards.
Yeah, that was kind of a touchy situation. I won't get into too much detail with that, but it's kind of touchy because they're sitting there coming up on Nick Jones and not able to really see kind of really what's going on there.
All right, and so our leader on track, Nick Jones, he's coming under the bridge now, and we should see him coming in. Probably not. I'm sorry, not Nick Jones. Benedetto
right
in the black 119 car on the front straight is Nick Jones just now coming through 10 and crossing the finish line and taking the checkered flag. Chris Benedetto, our first driver to take the checker, he is going to take the win in bracket A4 for racers in the minute 21 to a minute 23 time zone, where Mac Harrison will finish second and Steve Shue will finish third, because it looks as though Shue let Harrison get back by. Might have realized the error of his ways. Nick Jones was the fourth car across the line. He's going to take the win in bracket A3. Keith Frazier will take the win in bracket A5. That's for drivers a minute 23 to a minute 25. He gets around Mark Johnston with a lap to go. So the Spec Racer Ford beating the Nissan 240SX to the line. David Alessi in his Honda Prelude. Good to see that car back out as well. Alessi's machine. And we've got a car, it looks like, off of turn 5.
That may be... it's a white car.
Is that Jones?
That
possibly?
maybe looked like Nick Jones. It looks like he may have had a problem. I think that's
there's
the reason
a lot
why
of smoke.
Slowed down over there.
Yeah, and there's a lot of smoke there. So we'll try and get the number here, and let's get the call now from turn 4. And it is the 178 machine that is there down the hill. So. And he's smoking pretty bad. So we're going to have a couple cars to go pick up, it looks like, after this race. Let's see here. Bracket Bravo 1, B1 for drivers a minute 25 to a minute 27. Phil Hollenbach in his Datsun 240Z. The number 72 machine takes the win over Aaron Meisner, with Tristan Herbert finishing third in that bracket. In bracket Bravo 2, Matt Littleton fighting back from some battery and electrical related issues that he had yesterday in both the bracket race and the improved touring race. Takes the win in bracket B2. Steve Wickersham will finish second. Brian Cates, who early on jumped out to the front of the Spec Racer Ford field in this race, he finishes much further back in the field. I think 25th or 26th overall, and third in that bracket. So we got a number of emergency vehicles heading back out. Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group.
Okay.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 4. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 4. Spec Miata, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so let's take a quick break. But before we do, let's thank one of our great partners that's bringing you all the action here this weekend, and that is
the MARRS family.
RP Performance.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas, and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's BRET, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
All right, and welcome back to Summit Point Raceway in the 2023 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company of Maryland. And next up, a race that I think many of you are waiting for, that is Spec Miata. And let's turn things over to Spencer Gaynor, who's going to give us the rundown for today's next race.
All right, thank you, Greg. In the 19th position from India Creek, Illinois, it is Lawrence K. Hall. In the 18th position, it is Chung Lee in the 118 machine. In the 17th position, in the 113 machine, you have Kevin Geeman from Downingtown, Pennsylvania. In the 16th position, you have the 68 machine of Dominic Mandel. In the 15th position, in the 14 machine, you have Kevin Conlon. In the 14th position, in the 54 machine, we have Michael Cohen from Owings Mill, Maryland. In the 13th position from Potomac, Maryland, in the 71, that is Peter Kaufman. In the 12th position, in the 08 machine, that is Robert Cahall from Gurnley, Illinois. In the 11th position, in the 18, that is James Lindenthal from Morgantown, West Virginia. In the 10th position, in the 78 machine, that is Ted Cahall from Christiansburg, Virginia. In the 9th position, in the 13 machine, that is Ed Kudarakis from Washington, D.C. In the 8th position, coming up to just past our top 10, in the 8th position, we have in the 28 machine of David Henderson from Virginia. In the 7th position, in the 44 machine, that is Kip Gaynor from Durwood, Maryland. In the 6th position, the number 88 of Michael Lamena. In the 5th position, in the number 10 machine, we have Glenn Evans. In the 4th machine, coming past your top 5 now, is the 69 of Jeremy Butts. Rounding out your top 3 in the 3rd position is the 63 of John Hotz. And your 2 resident rocket ship positions, 1 and 2, is the number 4 of Rob Hines. And your resident rocket ship in the hot seat today on the pole in the position number 1, it's the number 6 of Nicholas Bruni.
The resident rocket ship, I think is that like...
That is now Nick's new... We now have a nickname for Nick. The resident rocket Nick.
Well, he better find some JATO rockets or something, because yesterday our winner in Spec Miata was not reigning national champion Nick Bruni, but it was Rob Hines who took the win, and I think margin of victory 37 hundredths of a second. John Hotz finishing in 3rd, Glenn Evans coming in 4th. Evans, who had an a very good run and was up with Hotz was up with Nick Bruni and with Robbie Hines, and had a bit of a run through turn 10, if I remember correctly, to make his life interesting.
Yeah, Glenn Evans, again, as you said, got a great start yesterday to the race. Really jumped out and got in there with our leaders. It wasn't until Rob Hines and Nick Bruni got single file. Once they got nose to tail, they took off and kind of ran away from Hotz and the rest of the field. But, we had a great battle, really kind of going all the way down between David Henderson, Kip Gaynor. Then you threw in Evans, and then Kudarakis there for a little while, and James Lindenthal coming up in there. So really pretty much from that 4th position on back to about 9th or 10th, that battled all along. Michael Cohen going from 19th all the way up to, I believe, 9th, as we got 1 minute getting ready to be called up here on the grid before these cars start to roll out. But again, Michael. Where was I going? Oh, Michael Cohen, starting from dead last, working his way back up, and then turn around. Now he's going to start, 14th, get a little bit better run on the start. So we'll see what Michael can do. That car is becoming a rocket ship itself. So
Yeah, and and you said he wasn't feeling very well yesterday. It started from the back of the pack, worked his way all the way up into ninth position, beating Ted Cahall to the line, and I was very impressed with that drive. James Lindenthal, that said, I believe was our hard charger yesterday, finishing in eighth position. And we'll see how things play out. He's starting much higher up in the field today. Again, the grid for this race based on the fastest lap times from yesterday morning's qualifying and yesterday afternoon's race. As we can see now, Graham Taylor in our lovely Pontiac pace car is now bringing the field out for their pace lap. And so with that, let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 5. That's Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group number 5, Improved Touring and B-Spec racers. The grid is now open. Please head to the grid. Your race is going to be starting shortly. Yeah, and so yesterday, we talked about what a great start Glenn Evans had. John Hotz early on looked like he was shot out of a cannon for two laps, was right with national champion Nick Bruni, and then Hotz started to lose pace, started to fall back. Glenn Evans got around him fairly early on, and then Rob Hines, who also found himself, I think, at one point back in fourth position because he had a very poor start yesterday. Started on the outside of the front row and had Evans and had Hotz come underneath him going into turn 1 on the very first lap. He had fallen back. He was able to work around Evans, work around Hotz, and even without the draft, was able to work his way back up to Nick Bruni. We think Bruni might have been laying back a little bit to try to make things easier for Hines, who's his teammate, to get up there so that they could work together and practice a little bit for the runoffs.
Right.
And we saw them for the majority of the race work to extend that advantage that they had over the rest of the field until the last 3 laps or so when they could battle out for the win.
Yeah, once they got a big enough lead on, third place John Hotz right there, they knew at that point it could come down to the last 2 laps. You saw Hines sit behind Bruni for, numerous laps. Just, hey, I'm comfortable sitting right here. Let's just follow. Let's just go ahead and get away, and we'll deal with it at the end. And once we got to, I think it was like 2 or 3 laps left to go, that's when Rob Hines made his move right there, got around him, and then turned around and went on to get that win as our cars are now coming up underneath the bridge.
Yep, lights are out on the pace car, and it comes underneath that Toyota bridge. Pace car now on the pit lane, turning things over to our pole sitter, Nick Bruni, reigning national champion here. And our starter for this Spec Miata race is Beth Burkhardt. She looks the field over, and green flag is in the air. And we are underway, and the 2 rows, the left and the right, fairly even, Brian, as they make the run down to turn 1. Neither Bruni nor Hines able to get an advantage. And we'll see if Hines has a different strategy going into turn 1 than yesterday.
I still like, Greg, we're still looking like we're on a pace lap. Everybody 2 by 2, at least through the first 4 rows of this Spec Miata race, going through turn 1, coming out of turn 2. Again, we're all still side by side. They do realize we're under green at this point, but I tell you what, they are just hanging out there. Now give the early lead to Rob Hines as they come through turn 3. Got a little bit better run through there. Nick Bruni let him in. Jeremy Butt's going to sit in 3rd place. John Hotz looks like he's going to try to make a move as they come down the hill on Jeremy Butts, thinks better of it, gets back in line as they come down into the camera into turn 5 right now. You'll see it is Rob Hines, Nick Bruni, then you've got Jeremy Butts, and then John Hotz.
That's right, and Glenn Evans a little bit further behind, and there we go, Kip Gaynor. Kip Gaynor in that like aquamarine and bright yellow number 44 car, something other than white with red. As we were talking to Spencer earlier, he made a nice move around the outside of the 28 car, David Henderson, and we'll see if he's able to hold on to that position. Henderson also had a very wild ride yesterday, missed hitting the pit wall by about 1.5 feet, just kept his foot in it. And I had one of our corner workers over at turn 10 send me a message during the race. He was amazed that there was no hit there. But our leaders now coming down the front straight, and as we complete lap number 1, Rob Hines, driver of the light blue number 4 machine, he is your leader. Nick Bruni running in second. Jeremy Butts, John Hotz, third and fourth, about a half car length back from there. Then Evans, LaMena, Gaynor, Dave Henderson in eighth. Kudarakis, Ted Cahall, 9th and 10th.
Remember, LaMena did not race this race yesterday. He was out traveling, headed to Delaware for a wedding that he had to go to for friends of the family. Throw him back in the mix. Now it looks like Gaynor and all them tried to go and make that move on LaMena. Wasn't able to make that stick with Henderson. Glenn Evans, as he drops 2 wheels off coming out of turn 3, he is now going to pull away. Glenn Evans is going to be the benefactor of that, trying to make that pass with Gaynor and Henderson over LaMena. They got shuffled back. Now they're going to drop by about 4 car lengths back as they head down the hill into turn 5 right now. You can see Glenn Evans over LaMena. Then you got to throw in Kip Gaynor and David Henderson. That's in your top 8. That's the battle from 5th all the way back.
All right, looks like a little bit further back in the field, Dominic Mandiel making a move. He is now up to 15th. He and Kevin Conlon apparently have found their way around, looks like have gotten around Peter Kaufman here, and we'll see exactly how things play out as this race goes on, as our leaders coming down the front straight, and we have in the battle for third now, side by side, it is Jeremy Butts and John Hotz. Butts in the black number 69, Hotz in the white 63, and John Hotz move him now up into third position.
Yeah, coming out of turn 10, Greg, they were side by side. Jeremy Butts realized, hey, this is probably not what we want to do if we want to go ahead and catch these leaders. Let's work together to see if we can run them back down, tucked in right behind John Hotz. We'll see what they can do. The battle really is from 5th on back. Glenn Evans now owns that position right now, but Michael Amena, Kip Gaynor, David Henderson, as they come up into turn 3 right now, they're about 4 car lengths back behind the Glenn Evans machine. Then you've got Kaufman, then you've got Lindenthal, then you go back to the Cahalls and the Kudarakis.
Yeah, and you can see there, once you get past the top 4 cars, very tightly packed up there in that battle right now for 5th with Evans, LaMena, Gaynor, Henderson, and then then there's that third pack. Yeah. A little bit further back behind. So good, close, tight racing is, looks like side by side heading down into turn 5. Conlon and I think it was Conlon and Lindenthal. They are going to push Lindenthal a little bit wide as they go into turn 6, but it looks like they get things all squared away.
Here comes our leaders out of turn 10 again. A short race here, 5 laps to go in this race here. Coming up on 4 to go here, Greg. So, as Jeremy Butt starts to fall back from John Hotz.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 5, Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid now. Your race is going to be starting in a few moments. Race group number 5, Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid.
As we talked about earlier, Greg, within our first 2 cars with Nick Bruni and Rob Hines, yesterday it was reversed, right? So you had Rob Hines sitting back just being content. Now it's Nick Bruni. Then you've got Hotz Butts. Evans opening up by about 3.5 car lengths. We'll give it 4 car lengths now over Michael Amena and Kip Gaynor. Again, those 2 have worked together before, so we'll see whether or not they continue. Those 2 cars should be able to catch Evans as Evans is pulled away a little bit. It's almost like that sitting duck sensation, or that sitting duck scenario. Maybe a sensation too, but it's more of a scenario as you come out of turn 10 in that high speed. 2 cars will be faster than one.
One implies abject fear. The other one,
yes.
Oh my gosh,
a little bit of both. We have lost control.
Yes, we have.
One word.
All right, here is our leaders coming out of turn 10. Once again, Robbie Hines continues to lead Nick Bruni. They continue to stretch things out on Hotz and Butts. Bruni 2 laps ago had set fast lap. Hines last lap had set fast lap. And that last time by, Hines and Bruni almost a full second, Brian, faster than John Hotz and Jeremy Butts.
Yeah, you get those two tucked up underneath each other, and yeah, as I said, two cars are going to be faster than one here, especially in this field and in this this group of cars. Last time by, I saw it because they were going the gap to about a car length and a half now to Mike LaMena. Glenn Evans still sits in front of that 88 of LaMena, but I tell you what, he is reeling him in. He's actually getting that little bit of that push going up over the hill, heading down into turn 5 right about now. You'll see that. Henderson and Gaynor, they're catching that group of Evans and LaMena.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, now coming down under braking, LaMena and Gaynor both had designs on going a little bit wide, taking the outside around around Glenn Evans, and were not quite close enough to get it done. It was either that or LaMena was thinking, "Oh, Kip's going to go around the outside of me. I better go to cover that." One or the other. As we see them now coming out of turn 6, and just back behind them. Great little battle going on now. Again with Kaufman, Lindenthal, Robert Cahall, Ed Kudarakis. As well as they have been jockeying for position here. And next time our leaders come by, as they are now side by side going into turn number 1. Here we go as Rob Hines defends from the inside with our reigning national champion Nick Bruni having to take the long way around, Brian. And as they come up to turn 2, Robbie Hines maintains the position here. But the next time by, 1 lap to go.
Tell you what, last time by when they came out at 10, the rocket ship, Nick Bruni, got a good run out of there. So I tell you what, they're going to the resident rocket ship. They're going to. I guarantee you, when we get down to 1 to go, you may see the same thing here.
I don't know. All I can think about is cheap motel when I hear resident. But anyway, or dorm rooms, one of the two. I don't know. I don't know. All right, let's take a look here as they're coming through turn 6. And Hines has very good pace coming through the carousel as our leaders now start to make their way up the hill at a turn 8. And see there as they come up the hill, Hines with almost a 3-car length advantage. We'll see if Bruni can close things down as they come through turn 10. It looks like Hines pushed a little wide of the apex. That might have impacted his exit speed. And as they come down the front straight, they get that 1 to go. Nick Bruni definitely in the draft, Brian.
Yeah, look, Rob tried to go all the way to driver's right just past the start-finish line to try to break that draft. Nick followed him through there. Now he's right on the back bumper as they head into turn 1. Coming out of turn 2, Bruni's going to be right there on the back bumper of Rob Hines in that number 4 machine. Bruni just sitting there right in behind him. It looks like we may see a pass later on if he attempts to make that down on the backside of the track. We'll have to keep an eye on that. A little bit further back as they start to head over the hill there, we still got the Evans, the LaMena. Now, LaMena has pulled away from Henderson and Gaynor, which Henderson has gotten around Gaynor. Now LaMena's got his sight set on Glenn Evans. And then a little bit further back, Greg, we've got kind of a cluster with Lindenthal, with Peter Kaufman, Robert Cahall, and Ed Kudarakis all the way back, really, to Kevin Conlon.
Yeah, very, very good battle there as our leaders now coming through the carousel. And it is still Robbie Hines, but Nick Bruni right on the back of the number 4 machine, much closer than he was on the previous lap. The previous lap, he was about 3 car lengths back. Here now he's only about 2.5 feet as they make their way up the hill for the very last time. They're going to come underneath that Toyota bridge, and when they come onto the front straight, they will have the checkered flag waiting for them as they come out of turn 10. Does Nick Bruni try to make the move? He's not close enough, and for the second race in a row, coming across the line, taking the win, Inspect Miata, it's Rob Hines, driver of the number 4 Mazda Miata. Coming out of turn 10 now, another drag race coming on down, and this is the battle for 5th. We had John Hotz finishing in 3rd, Jeremy Butts 4th, Glenn Evans. Mike LaMena beats out David Henderson, but Glenn Evans, he's going to come home in 5th. Kip Gaynor finishes 8th. James Lindenthal will finish in 9th. Peter Kaufman will round out your top 10.
Pretty good battle halfway through the back half of the field with Ed Kudarakis coming out of turn 10. Had to make a really big evasive action trying to get around Ted Cahall in that 78 machine. Went almost way to the right of driver's right. Not able to get that done.
All right, so Brian here, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 5. Improved Touring, and B-Spec. Your race is next. Please head to the grid. Improved Touring and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid. All right, so Brian is going to check out. We're going to have Deacon Greenfield come on into the booth. I'm going to have Deacon Greenfield come on into the booth. He's going to sit in for our next couple races as Brian goes to get ready for SSM. That's race group number 6, so we're going to see him in just a little bit. And let's do this. Let's go, and as we've got things coming up, let's take a look real quick once again, Spencer, at today's schedule. And so we can show everybody what's coming up. We're getting ready for race number 5 of our 7-lap sprint races today. We're then going to break for lunch, and then we'll have 10-lap races for our 8 race groups. And again, we then start it all over tomorrow. But first, let's take a quick little break as we get ready for our Improved Touring race. But let's also thank our great sponsors here this weekend, like the Autoverse.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. Once again, almost no clouds in the air and only about 81 degrees here, and somewhat lowish humidity here at Summit Point for the 2023 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Deacon Greenfield, who's going to join us for a number of races here this morning, and we'll probably see him this afternoon as well, assuming he doesn't fall asleep on us after doing double duty behind the wheel of a race car here, 2 races in a row. Of course, we got Spencer Gaynor as well. And how are you feeling, man?
I'm good. I'm ready.
I've used up all the caffeine here. All I've got is water for you, but we'll just dump it over your head or something. And and we also have the Gatorade bucket here as well. So, all right, let's do this, Deacon. Let's run down. I've got the starting order here for our Improved Touring and B-Spec race coming up. Again, this is a 7-lap or 14-minute race, whichever comes first. Starting in the 24th position, driving the number 98 BMW 2002 in ITB, it's Kevin Fryer. Also driving an ITB 2002. Starting 23rd, John Kinberg. Mario Marino is going to start 22nd. He's our sole B-Spec racer today. He's driving a Ford Fiesta. Carl Fossler is going to start in the 21st position. He's driving the number 82 ITB Porsche 924. Matt Phillips, hopefully got some of the braking issues he's had with his Honda Civic under control. He was waiting for a new master cylinder this morning. Driving the number 66 Civic Si in ITA. Again, Matt Phillips, starting 19th. Driving the number 3 BMW 2002 in ITB, it's Matti Vicola. Alton Fryer, that's Kevin's father, also driving a BMW 2002. It's the number 89 car. He starts 18th. Starting 17th, driving the ITB Volkswagen Golf, the number 16 car, it's Matt Small. Ryan Moran is going to start 16th. He's driving the number 88 ITB Mini Cooper. Rich Allen driving an ITB Volkswagen Golf, the 44 car, starts 15th, with Alex Ratcliffe driving the number 03 ITB Mini Cooper, starting 14th. Starting 13th today, driving the number 67 ITA Mazda Miata, it's John Legg. Philip Rule is going to be starting 12th today. He's in the number 78 ITA Mazda Miata. Rich Roman will start 11th. He's driving the 11 ITB Mini Cooper, with Justin Shepard starting 10th. He's driving the number 100 ITA Mazda Miata. Then we've got your pole sitter in ITB, Scotty Holman. He's driving the number 69 Mazda Protege. Chuck Bucheski is going to start 8th today. He's driving the number 0 ITS 240Z. Then with Dan Freeman starting 7th, he's driving the number 1 ITA Mazda Miata. Matt Littleton's driving an ITS BMW 325. It's the number 07 car, starting 6th. Starting 5th, driving the number 31 ITA Mazda Miata, Joel Gambino. And your pole sitter today in ITA, starting 4th overall in the number 41 Mazda Miata, is David Lanning. Starting 3rd, driving the number 49 ITS Mazda Miata, Steve Moeller. And your front row today, driving the 00 Datsun 240Z, Jeff Lucas. And your pole sitter, with a qualifying time of 123.398, driving the number 5 NC Mazda MX-5, it's Cam Gruber. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6. That's SSM. Please head to the grid now. Your race is next. SSM drivers, race group 6. This is your first call to the grid. All right, so Deacon, as we've got the pace car bringing the field down through the carousel now. Here, some big happenings yesterday in this race. We saw a very jumbled start at the beginning, and apparently there were a lot of drivers, primarily ITS drivers, that were having to do repairs to the rear ends of their cars. It turns out our outside pole sitter Jeff Lucas on the start, it looked like he just didn't go anywhere.
Right.
And that's true, because instead of getting to the clutch pedal, he got to the brake pedal and basically backed up that whole outside lane. He got damage in the rear of his car when Chuck Bucheski's 240Z got into the back of him. Then Matt Littleton's BMW got into the back of Chuck Bucheski, and then we had
Philip Rule went into the back. I'm not sure who he went to the back of. I talked to him a little bit. He said he was worried about leaking water. So he pulled in and got a quick repair for the race, but he should be good to go. So we'll see if we get a better start as our field rolls onto the straight.
And we've got Dave Sterling, our starter, looks over the field, green flag is in the air. And this time, the 0-0 Datsun, well, it's moving forward and not backwards, as he and Cam Gruber side by side going into one with the Mazda Miata. Steve Moeller tucked in right behind. And then we've got our ITA field and ITB field with Gambino and Lanning side by side. Lanning, who yesterday finished third in ITA, was your ITA pole sitter today, having the fastest lap yesterday in the race.
Although it looks like our ITB, the famous taxi cab, did not have a great start and fell back quite a few spots. So we'll see if he can fight back up to who's our leader now? Is that Rich Roman?
Rich Roman in the B-Spec Coupe, currently your leader in ITB, as he was relying on Lanning and Gambino to pull him through turn 2, heading into turn 3. The field now heading down into the carousel, and we saw Chuck Bucheski and Matt Littleton starting a little bit further back in the field today. Again, they were part of that opening lap melee. Littleton retired early yesterday. He actually, when he got rear-ended, and apparently rear-ended by the Miata of David Lanning, had actually caused some electrical issues. His BMW battery in the trunk towards the rear end of the trunk, and actually dislodged one of the battery cables.
Oh, wow.
So Littleton also having to do some repairs to the rear end of his car today. Hopes to be a little bit faster as we have lap 1 complete. And as we do, Cam Gruber opens up almost a 15 car length advantage now over Jeff Lucas, the professor, running second in ITS than Steve Moeller. Joel Gambino, your leader in ITA, with Dan Freeman running in second, and David Lanning, a pretty disastrous opening lap. He finds himself all the way down 12th place overall.
And speaking of our monster NC Miata out in front, I was talking to Cam yesterday, or actually not yesterday, but this morning, about why he pulled in and didn't finish the race at all. He said he was having a possible issue with the ignition coils, and they think it was because of temperature yesterday in the afternoon. And I mean, I experienced the same thing. My car overheated as well. So it was pretty bad on not just the track, but on the cars as well.
Right.
We've got Dave from RP said that they replaced them with some different ignition coils, so hopefully that's got the situation figured out. But later in the afternoon, we may see some of those same problems again.
All right, yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, it's almost now, we're a little bit over 80 degrees. We're fairly close to where we were yesterday afternoon. Again, this afternoon's race, and it's only supposed to get warmer progressively through the weekend. Warmer tomorrow than even today. But yeah, I think the real question is going to be in this afternoon's 10-lap race, how some of these cars hold up as our leaders now. Cam Gruber going down into turn 1 again all by himself, but I'll tell you, we got a heck of a battle going on right now for third overall as Joel Gambino, our ITA leader, tries to outbrake Steve Moeller going down into turn number 1. And there you go, Gambino getting around Moeller. And Moeller started off very strong yesterday. Started to lose pace towards the end of the race, and we'll have to see here how things work out for him, because Matt Littleton now is with Gambino getting by Moeller. Littleton in that silver BMW now, right on the back of the black Mazda Miata.
I'm really looking forward to this ITA battle, although it looks like Lanning may have had a rough start, even though starting on the pole for ITA. He's sitting down in 9th position behind Roman, and Freeman and Joel are way higher up in the overall field. So, there may have been some contact or a possible off somewhere else around the track. But we've got our pack going through the carousel now. We see the Protege on camera, and we've got the that yellow 240Z going around 7 into 8. And should have our leader popping out. There he is, Cam Gruber screaming down the straight with no one else in sight. Taking starting his third lap. And we've got 4 laps to go. Coming down, we've got the silver double zero comes crossing the straight, and Freeman.
All right, so what we're going to do now here, Deacon, is we're going to pick up the battle in ITB. Coming out of turn number 10, as you mentioned, our championship leader right now in the taxi cab, Scotty Holman, not the best start, and Rich Roman, currently your leader in the gold Mini Coupe. and he's now heading down into turn one. He's got Alex Ratcliffe about 3 car lengths in arrears. That is the battle for the lead in ITB, and then a little bit further back, we've got Rich Allen in his Golf and Scotty Holman battling it out for third. And actually, let's do this. Let's stay on camera 2 because we've got Scotty Holman now side by side with Rich Allen going into turn number 3. That is the battle for third in ITB, and we've got a couple of ITA cars. I think we've got Philip Rule sitting right back behind Ryan Moran, not all that far behind either in his Mini Cooper.
It looks like he got a pretty good. Philip got a pretty good run on that Golf coming out of 3, so hopefully he'll be able to get the move done going into the chute.
Yeah, we'll see here.
Looks like he's going around the outside. Yeah,
he's going to split him going down into 5 as he tries to sneak around Ryan Moran there.
Oh, looks like he didn't quite get it. You see him coming through the turn 6 camera. He's still behind that Golf.
Yeah, and so what that does is the ITB cars, where that's the portion of the track where they need to keep their momentum up. Right. We see where Moran actually had to check up a little bit coming through 5, and he lost a lot of ground to that car. But neat little fight right in the middle of the pack. Real quick, Deacon, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 6, SSM. Please head to the grid now. Your race is going to be starting in a few moments. Race group 6, SSM. Please head to the grid. All right, as we see that there now going through turn 1, where Scotty Holman has really now opened up things on Rich Allen and also Ryan Moran with that green Miata sitting right in the middle. And actually, Philip Rule in the green ITA Miata has now gotten around Rich Allen to move up to 13th overall. But I think in the part of the process there, he's really started to stretch out that ITB fight as we watch him now coming down the hill. Down into turn number 5. Just behind, if we stay on that shot, is the next ITB battle. And
that's what I was looking at.
It's three BMW 2002s in a row. It's Matty Vickola, in the number 3 car, Alton Fryer in the silver 89, and Kevin Fryer, Alton's son, in the number 98 machine. And I'm hoping we see Kevin here a lot more often in the MARRS series. He had run for years in that BMW 2002. I think he even picked up an ITB championship. He's been devoting his time to touring 4 in an MX-5 for the past couple of years in national racing. But he had also been living in Chicago for the last couple of years. And here we go, coming down side by side, father and son, here looking for, and I think this is the battle. Again, we know who the battle is.
Bumping door to door.
Yeah, we'll see how things as they go back to the paddock. This is actually the battle for 6th in ITB. So Kevin and his wife have just now moved to Raleigh-Durham after living in the Chicago area for a number of years. So a little bit to our south. I may see them at VIR quite a bit, but hopefully we'll see him back up here in the MARRS series more often, as they still have not figured out who's going to take the position going into 3. And I take that back. That's actually Matty Vickola and Kevin Fryer, as Alton in the silver 89 managed to get clear of that whole mess. All right, so we've got now 1 lap remaining. I'm telling you, these races go very quick, as Cam Gruber now working I believe, working his very last lap. Let's try and pick up where that car is.
He's coming through 3 now. Yeah, he's got an entire straightaway on the 2nd place.
Yeah, and here we go. He'll be coming into turn 3 just about now. There he is. It drops a wheel into the gravel, the rear end of that NC Miata, getting a little bit loose for Cam Gruber. But I think it was either you or Brian said earlier today that Cam doesn't dial things back. He's pretty much what to the wall all the time, and you can tell he's still pushing the car even with now almost an 18-second advantage over Jeff Lucas.
Yeah, I think that was Brian that said that. But anyone who knows Cam, how he drives, that's
how he drives.
You don't have to say it. It's just how he drives. Because he'd actually, even though he'd also dipped a wheel in 3, he also dipped a wheel coming out of 10 here. As here he comes onto his last lap to take the checkered flag. And nope, doesn't dip it in this time, but looks like a pretty all the way out using all the rooster teeth across the line to take the checkered flag.
All right, and here we go, coming to the checkered flag and taking the win in ITS. Cam Gruber in the number 5 Mazda. Next driver we should see coming out of turn 10. It is Jeff Lucas in the 00 Datsun 240Z. And as he comes up to the line, he sees the checkered flag. Again, Beth Burkhardt waving the checkered flag for him, with Matt Littleton finishing in third, taking the win in ITA. It's going to be Joel Gambino, with Dan Freeman finishing in second. And we've got a car off, and I think that's Chuck Bucheski that went off over by turn 7. He has just now continued here on the last lap. That's going to drop him down through the order. Let's take a look. Dan Freeman finishing second in ITA. David Lanning for the second day in a row finishing third in class. Rich Roman today finished second yesterday. Today he takes the win in ITB. Alex Ratcliffe will finish second. Scotty Holman will finish in third. And our sole B-Spec racer, Peter Marino, finishes 20th overall. Congratulations, Peter, on the win. And coming down there he goes just now, coming across the line with some of those ITB BMWs. So let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 6, SSM. Please head to the grid now. SSM drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. And so, Deacon, let's take a little break, and we'll be back with more racing action in just a few moments. But let's first thank one of our great partners, new partner this month to the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA and the MARRS series, and that is Belmont Classic Cars.
Belmont Classic Cars is a family-owned classic and collector car dealership located in Eastern Ohio, specializing in 1960s and 70s American muscle cars and other unique automobiles. Belmont takes pride in taking you back to a simpler time with iconic classic rides and never selling anything that they wouldn't want in their own collection. To see Belmont's extensive inventory of classic cars, visit their website at belmontclassiccars.com or find them on Facebook and Instagram at Belmont Classic. Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
And welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway and the 2023 MARRS Labor Day Spectacular, presented by our great friends at Radial Tire Company. And next up is the biggest, I think the biggest race of the morning. Certainly, it's our biggest field of the morning.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, Spencer, why don't you give us the starting order for SSL?
All right, starting in the 41st position, it's the 40 car of John Grayor. Starting in the 40th position, it's the 07 machine of Steve Bindrum. In the 39th position, it's the 75 of John Maslin. 38th, we have the number 6 car of James Roberts. In the 37th position, it's the 74 of David Cook. In the 36th position, it's the 39 machine of Jack Kellum. With the 24 on its side, it's the 35th position car of Steve Wolfson. In the 34th position, it's Robert Miles in the 53 machine.
Wrecker Boy.
33rd position, it's the number 9 of Raymond Heath. 32nd on the grid, it's the 96 of Patrick Sharkett. In the 31st position, it's the 44 of Michael Monahan. In the 30th position, it's the 61 of Richard Ura. Gary Schenk follows right after in the 25 machine in the 29th position. 28th, we have the 36 of Christopher Tilton. 27th in the 73 machine, it's our good old friend Brian Donati. In the 26th position, it's the 113 of John Moyer. In the 25th position, finally cracking the top 25 of this grid, is the 88 of Jay Bindrum. In the 24th position, it's the 65 of Brooks Hunt. In the 23rd position, it's the 199 of Ben Solari. In the 22nd position, it is the number 8 of Georgian Furman. In the 21st position, it's the 49 of Morgan Burkhardt. In the 20th position, finally cracking the top 20 on the grid today, it's the 29th of Isaac Crandall. In the 19th position, it's the 35 of Stephen Rollo. Colin Croker follows directly after in the 18th position in the 1-2-3 machine. In 17th position, it's the 46 of Isaac Jordan. After that, it's the 92 machine driven by Victor Bruni in the 16th position. 15th position is the 04 of Adam Volatile. In the 14th position, it's the 121 of Frank Taberzi. 13th on the grid is the 98 of Afri Chasm. In the 12th position in the 37 machine, it's the Ryan Franklin. 11th position is the 89 machine of Jameson Huffman.
Superman.
Top 10. Cracking the top 10 finally. The first 10 cars on the grid today is the 32 of Scott O'Rourke. 9th position, it's the 63 of John Hotz. 8th position is the number 10 of Benjamin Jones. 7th position is the number 1 of David Biegert. 6th position is the 14 of Andy O'Brien. And finally, hitting the top 5 cars on the grid today in the 5th position.
Don't hit them too hard.
Not too hard, hopefully. Hit the brake, hit the clutch, not the brake on the start.
That's right.
It's going to be the 58 of Jack Murchison. Top 4 is going to be the 06 of Neil O'Rourke. In the 3rd position is the 15 car of Ryan Maloney. And the 2 tips of the spears today on either side of the track on starting positions. In the number 2 position will be the 11 of Richard Roman, excuse me. That H is deceptive. And in your resident rocket ship position today on the hot seat of the pole will be the number 42 of John Evans.
All right, there you go. And just as we finish up the starting grid, the pace car is underway, and we'll be leading the field around for 2 pace laps here. So, Deacon, we've got a little bit of time to discuss some of the things that we saw yesterday during our race, and it was a pretty exciting race up at the front with John Evans and Rich Roman swapping positions multiple times. John Evans taking the win yesterday. The race ended under full course caution, unfortunately, as we had a car off in turn 10 to end the race yesterday. And And in talking to Rich Roman last night, he thought he had something for John there at the end. He was waiting until about 2 laps to go before he'd make the move. And, well, the safety car came out, the full course caution came out with, 2 laps to go. And they actually checkered the race a lap early, realizing that they weren't going to get things cleaned up in time. So that's how things ended up. But a little bit back behind those racers yesterday. I mean, it was just, as we always see here in these very evenly matched NA Miatas that are they're sealed, they're dyno tested. Matter of fact, a good portion of our SSM field took a drive over to RP Performance's dyno last night to make sure that our racers were in compliance. And Ryan Maloney finished in 3rd position. Ryan in that blue number 15 machine. You know, he was always poking around right behind Roman and Evans, and both of those, our top 2 drivers, they always had to be cognizant of where he was. And we saw a couple of times where, for example, we thought that maybe Roman would try to make a move on Evans, and then instead had to actually hold off the 15 car behind.
Right. And actually, interestingly enough, unless Rich Roman is driving a different car, Rich Roman did not take the grid.
Ooh.
That is John Evans and Ryan Maloney out there in the front all by themselves. So this may just be a 2-horse race for the lead. But interestingly enough, you know, we seem to always have that B-Pack form up.
Right.
And that's where the really interesting fight happens.
Yeah.
But, Rich Roman's white number 11 is not out there.
Yeah, we'll have to see and make sure that he isn't further back in the field, because, of course, he just came off his win in ITB.
Right.
And much like you, would have had to jump into another car. And interestingly enough, he was saying that Mini Cooper actually drives very similarly to his SSM Miata. Of course,
I wish I could say the same.
Yeah. Front wheel drive versus rear wheel drive, but he said the braking was very similar between the two, even though the Mini has ABS and the SSM doesn't. I don't know. Who am I to say?
He's got feet time. He's fine.
But we will we'll see here how things play out as our pace car now bringing the field through turn 10. Again, one more pace lap. John Burkhardt still hanging the double yellows off with the starter stand. As he prepares. He's got a lap now to get ready for the start of this SSM race. Now, we did have yesterday some runners that made up a number of positions here, making up 8 positions yesterday. Brooks Hunt, he was your hard charger. Hunt starting, I believe, back in 24th position or thereabouts, finished in 17th. Morgan Burkhardt, who started 21st yesterday, he's going to start 21st today as well, finished in 16th position. And Vic Bruni had a real good run yesterday. Vic Bruni, who I believe started back somewhere in the 15th, 16th position with his best start of the weekend. Probably the best start of the season, pardon me, and he was able to hold station there in a very fast field.
Yeah, you know, speaking of some of our other drivers in the back, we've got Davey Ahern in that very pretty new number 7 car starting at the back of the field today. Actually, a professor at JMU University, and just a beautiful beautiful new car. I had a chance to look inside. He'd gotten it. He said it only had 60,000 miles, which for a Miata is extremely rare now.
Yes,
and especially being a race car. But it was very very clean. Interior, he had the insert aim system into the dash, and just a very very pretty car.
Nice build.
And a very awesome guy to talk to. So really really excited to see him hopefully do some get some positions today.
All right, real quick here, Deacon, before we have the green flag. Call to the grid. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 7, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 drivers, please head to the grid. All right, and so the pace car now is on the pit lane, turning things over to our pole sitter, John Evans, with Ryan Maloney in that blue number 15 directly next to him. And John Burkhardt, he raises the green flag, and we are underway here, SSM Racing from Summit Point.
Looks like a clean start. Everybody got out. A little bit of shuffling going on, especially in the back.
Here
it's a gaggle going into one.
As our two rows side by side coming into one, Maloney with a great run around the outside of Evans, but as they come out of two,
Evans got the lead.
Yep, there we go. Evans is your leader as we've got a little bit of dust popped up in the air, and that actually was from our third place runner, Jack Murchison, dropping a wheel going down into turn 2 at the apex there. Looked a lot worse than it really was as we now see lots of dust in the air at turn 3, Deacon.
Yeah, Jack, being a rookie racer, has had a great season so far, especially qualifying 5th, is now all the way up to 3rd. Given that we don't have Rich Roman up at the top of the field, but I'm really interested to see how he handles battling with great talents of Ryan Maloney and John Evans up there at the front, especially getting pressure from Neil O'Rourke from the back.
Yeah, exactly. That you're going to want to watch that green machine, that 4th place car coming through the field a little bit further back, just behind. There we had Andy O'Brien and John Hotz, who we just saw in SSM, going side by side through turn number 6. Looks like they have gotten things straightened out now, but about mid-pack, still drivers 2, and in some cases 3 wide coming out of 8 and up the hill as our leaders come through turn number 10 and onto the front straight. And as they make their way down to the start-finish line here, they come into view. It is Jonathan Evans in that white number 42. He is your leader with Ryan Maloney, Jack Murchison very close behind. And actually Murchison now having to fight off Neil O'Rourke and Andy O'Brien. Both of those drivers trying to make a move on the 58 machine going into 1.
That's going to be a tough task to hold off Neil O'Rourke and Andy O'Brien. Those are 2 very fierce racers.
And now it appears as though the green 06 has gotten around Murchison. So drop the 58 machine back in the 4th place. Andy O'Brien, John Hotz, Ben Jones about 3 car lengths back from there. But you can see this line of cars coming into turn 3 now. This whole field still a little bit further back in the pack. I think Isaac Jordan there side by side with Vic Bruni. Most of these racers starting to get in line. I think they're realizing very early on here if they start battling side by side, for example, going down into turn 5, they're going to almost immediately cause a gap between they and the pack directly ahead.
Yeah, watching that battle towards the back there. Arif Kazim looked to go 3 wide over the crest into 4 into 5. And, hoping to see he gets a better start. He had an off yesterday, an unusual off yesterday, going into turn 5 where he actually dipped a wheel in that dirt patch and got turned all on his own. But, great guy, made these awesome new shirts for this weekend. So really looking forward to him doing good out there as well.
Okay. I went to the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular, and all I got was this lousy T-shirt. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's a great T-shirt. We've been,
actually, it is.
Yeah, it's a very nice T-shirt.
All right, let's jump back to this battle for the lead now. Coming out of turn number 2 now, and starting to make the run down to turn number 3. It's Evans and Maloney, but Neil O'Rourke and Jack Murchison now appear to be working together. They're starting to close things down just a little bit. They were pretty much on pace exactly with Ryan Maloney. John Evans, though, opening up, he opened up another 0.03 of a second on Ryan Maloney. So, the top 4 cars all running pretty much identical paces. Once you get back down to Andy O'Brien, John Hotz, they are about 0.3 off the pace of our top 4 cars. So a little bit of a gap opening up there. And you can see now here as the field is starting to come through the carousel, still some big clumps, but we're starting to see the racers spread out just a little bit, and that's going to make it, I think, a little bit harder to make things up in the draft on the front straight side by side there. Coming out of turn 8, looks like we've got the yellow car once again, but our leaders coming through onto the front straight now, and here they are. Evans, Maloney in very close proximity. Neil O'Rourke, let's take a look. O'Rourke, that last time by about 30 0.03 of a second off of Maloney's times. John Evans, though, opens up another 0.2 as we make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Race group number 7, Spec Racer Ford, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Spec Racer Ford drivers, this is your second call to the grid, and we've got a driver coming down the pit lane.
Oh,
Deacon.
that's Davey.
Yeah, that's the car we were talking about just a few moments ago. That number 7 machine, Dave Ahern, started from the back of the pack, and looks like his race has ended early.
It did look like it was a little slow coming out of 3, so he may be just running into some more new car issues.
All right, as we're watching there, a neat little battle going on a little bit further back in the field, and I think that was Steve Wolfson and Jack Kellum. Probably not Kellum. Steve Wolfson and James Roberts with John Maslin a little bit further behind. Wolfson and Maslin, former Spec RX-7 racers, have moved over to SSM now, and looks like they're having the same battles that they were having previously as our leaders now come across the start-finish line. And once again, Maloney turning fast lap of the race, the number 15 car. But we have Neil O'Rourke in the 06. Wait, am I missing somebody?
John
No.
Evans' transponder has messed up again. He's falling
That's
down
exactly.
the field.
We saw that. Yeah, we saw that yesterday. I go, let's actually take a look at what's happening on track. And John Evans is your leader. There they go through turn 3.
Yes.
And they're making their way. There's the white number. The white number. The 42 machine.
Yes.
Exactly. So Maloney running in second. O'Rourke looks like he's starting to lose touch a little bit. Both Evans and Maloney about a half second faster than Neil O'Rourke in that green 06 this time by.
Meathead Mike Collins says Vic and Adam for most improved.
I would not disagree. I mean, Vic Bruni, he started off, like I said, right around 15th. You know, top third of a very large field here this weekend, and worked and was very strong. And right now, Vic is sitting 17th. Some of the fast runners, though, starting 21st today. We talked about him yesterday and what he's been doing in the Spec Racer Fords this season. Morgan Burkhardt in the silver number 49 machine in a car that hasn't been run for I think 6 or 7 years, is now up to 13th position. So a great run for him, and I think his fastest lap time. Right now, it's a 31 flat. It's about a 10th faster than he ran yesterday.
That might be 14th with John Evans' transponder.
Oh, that's right.
being
Yeah,
down.
that's right. So yeah, push him down one more. Arif Kazem in 15th position in the number 98 machine. Jordan Fuhrman one back behind him, as we have now less than 2 laps remaining as our leaders are making their way down to the bottom half of the course. Also watching a great little battle right now in the battle for 7th position, going through, and there it is, going through turn number 3, heading down towards turn 4 and into the chute. Jamison Huffman, Scott O'Rourke, Frank Taberzi, Dave Biegert in the number 1 machine as well, and they realize there's not a lot of time left, as the next time our leaders come across the start-finish line, there will be 1 lap to go, and the front of the field, let's pick them up. They're coming through turn 8 now, and there they go, and up towards the Toyota Bridge at turn number 10, and locked in nose to tail as they come into turn number 10. It's Jonathan Evans and Ryan Maloney. Evans moves to driver's right. Maloney fakes to driver's left, and what was I thought was going to be a fake turned out not to be, because he ended up getting some crossover some overlap with the 42 machine, and they are side by side going into turn number 1 now, and we can see now under braking, and Maloney with a good run through turn 2. And as they come out of turn 2 down the straight, what does it look like here, Deacon?
Well, Maloney has gotten the lead by a good 3 car lengths already, but also seen the one board. Jack Murchison went for the move around Neil O'Rourke, but it looks like he couldn't get it done. He's going to try and get it before the checkered flag.
All right, as we see there, Maloney and Murchison O'Brien and Murchison heading through turn 3 and starting their way down the chute. Let's pick up our leaders now as they come down under braking into turn number 5. And there you go. It is still Ryan Maloney in that blue number 15 machine. He's got a 2-car length advantage over over John Evans as they come through the carousel, and just behind, locked nose to tail, Neil O'Rourke and Jack Murchison sitting in 5th. That's Andy O'Brien in the number 14 machine, quite a distance back from our top 4 racers out of the run for a podium. But now as our leaders come up the hill out of turn 8 and underneath the Toyota Bridge into turn number 10, it's John Evans trailing trailing Ryan Maloney. Can Evans make his way by as he tries to draft down the front straight? Checkered flag in the air and taking the win in SSM. Margin of victory, 1.8 seconds. It's Ryan Maloney. Actually, it's less than 1.8 seconds. Ryan Maloney, your winner. John Evans finishing in 2nd. Neil O'Rourke holds off Jack Murchison. Will take the last step on the podium.
By a fender.
Yeah, by 25 thousandths.
That was a side-by-side drag race down there.
Yeah, I mean, that was great. And I said it was 1.8 seconds. We've been having the transponder issues there for Ryan Maloney. We'll try and get a more accurate time there. John Hotz will finish in 6th. Ben Jones will finish 7th. Scott O'Rourke drag races Jamison Huffman to the line, will finish in 8th. Huffman 9th. Dave Biegert in the number 1 machine will finish in 10th. Ryan Franklin, Frank DeBerzi, Morgan Burkhardt will finish up in 13th position, having gotten around Isaac Jordan. Jordan Furman 15th. Isaac Crandall 16th. Adam Volatile. Vic Bruni falls back to 18th. Arif Kazem has some issues, loses 3 positions on the last lap. He's going to finish 19th. And John Moyer will round out the top 20.
Yeah, that was
Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 7, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. This is your final call to the grid. Your race is next. Race group 7 to the grid, please.
Yes, I was just going to talk about that fierce battle right for the line. Arif tried to dive underneath what it looked like 2 or 3 cars coming over the line, but it just wasn't enough. That was a big battle coming out of 10, so it looks like it was possibly some activity going on in the carousel we didn't see. It looks like it was a 140 laps, pretty slow, but a really good run for Morgan. I know he actually had one of the SSM surprise dyno checks yesterday in that Tolan car, and found out he was a horsepower down and a few pounds-feet of torque down. So he had some work done to get it up just a bit. Still, not a tip-top car like we have Ryan Maloney or John Evans, but he was, I believe he was up enough to match the horsepower max, but still a couple pounds of torque down.
All right, so as our SSM field completes their cool down, we can see that whole line of cars heading down the pit lane. Again, Ryan Maloney, your winner. John Evans finishing 2nd. Neil O'Rourke finishing 3rd. Let's take a quick little break, and when we come back, we'll have our last 2 races of the morning. Next up is going to be Spec Racer Ford. But first, let's thank one of our partners here this weekend, and that is RP Performance.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. After what was a very exciting SSM race, we've got more spec racing up for you next here at the 2023 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company. And it's Spec Racer Ford. Now your next race, 7 minutes or 14 minutes, whichever, 7 laps or 14 minutes, whichever comes close. We had 22 drivers set times in this group. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 22nd, our sole Gen 2 Spec Racer Ford out of Washington, D.C., driving the number 23 machine. It's Robert Skinner. Brad Gould is going to start 21st on the field. He's driving the number 97 car. He's out of Greensboro, North Carolina. Steve Spano trying to recover. He had some mechanical issues and some, spinning issues yesterday. Steve Spano from Dryden, New York, driving the number 06 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, starts 20th. Kevin Silbert will start 19th in the number 14 car. He's from Columbia, Maryland. Nikki Ruman Skinner out of Washington, D.C. She'll start 18th today in the number 2 car. Phil Ackley out of Vienna, Virginia. He's driving the number 41 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. He starts 17th. John Ryan will start 16th. He's in the number 87 machine out of Delmont, Pennsylvania, starting 15th, driving the number 71 car from Vienna, Virginia. We'll see if he makes it out for today's grid. He had some mechanical issues yesterday, retired early. It's John Hall. Starting 14th, driving the number 3 machine out of Littlestown, Pennsylvania, J. Mark Wendling. Bruce Cormingo will start 13th today. He's in the number 31 car. He hails from Millersville, Maryland. Steve Minkun from Schwenksville, Pennsylvania will start 12th in the number 99 car. Aaron Meisner starting 11th. He's driving the number 25 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s from Baltimore, Maryland. Eric Prepsius will start 10th. Eric's driving the number 51 car. Theo Pepes, who had some issues at the end of our bracket race. We'll have to see if he can get this car out. The number 38 machine from Clifton, New Jersey, scheduled to start ninth. Starting 8th, Keith Frazier from Annapolis, Maryland, driving the number 7. Joe Blanks is in the number 74 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. The Chesapeake, Virginia driver starts 7th. Stephen Shu will start 6th today. He's the number 81 machine. Jisoo Kim from Staunton, Virginia will start 5th in the number 11 car. Brian Cates, who had some mechanical issues in our bracket race earlier, we'll have to see if he gets that car out onto the grid. The 21 machine from Gainesville, Virginia starts 4th. Jason Pintar in the number 56 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 from Flemington, New Jersey will start 3rd. And your front row, Mac Harrison, driving the number 30 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s from Washington, D.C., will start on the outside of the front row. And your pole sitter with a qualifying time of 120.143 from Boyd's, Maryland, driving the number 55 car, it's Sam Schechter. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 8. That's our big bore group. Please start heading to the grid. Big bore racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, as the safety car, or pace car, pardon me, bringing the field down the chute and into the carousel. There it is. Coming on down. Let's take a look, gentlemen, at our race from yesterday where Sam Schechter not only took the win, but took a commanding win, almost 8 seconds ahead of Mac Harrison, with Jason Pintar running second. Brian Cates, who had worked his way up to second place very early on, finishing back and forth. Then Steve Shu and Jisoo Kim. Shu in the green and white number 81 machine. He had a spin early on, I think on lap number 2, gathered the car back up. Great recovery drive for him as he worked his way back up to 5th position, finishing just ahead of Jisoo Kim.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Sam Schechter is pretty glad that Morgan Burkhardt is running SSM this weekend, or else he would have had a lot more of a fight yesterday. But maybe we'll see if Mac Harrison can give him that push that Morgan always gives him.
All right, and so the pace car now bringing the field underneath the Toyota bridge, and the pace car now is on the pit lane, turning the field over to Sam Schechter in that light blue number 55 machine. Mac Harrison in the silver number 30 to his left. That is John Burkhardt looking the field over. And we have a green flag in the air, and Schechter jumping out to an early advantage over Mac Harrison, being pushed down the row by the 56 car, Jason Pintar, in that Gulf liveried Spec Racer Ford. And as they come down into turn number 1, Harrison trying to carry speed around the outside of Pintar. He may be able to slot himself into second. Let's take a look as they come down out of 2 and into 3.
Oh, I see a dive from that Gulf liveried car. Is that the 34 or 56 maybe of the? Let's see, who is that?
Yeah, well, so Brian.
Jason
Cates,
Pintar.
Right,
really went for a dive there into 3.
That's right. And so Brian Cates in the number 21 machine, he did make the field after having retired early from the bracket race, and he managed to get around Pintar going down into 3. So a great run for him.
And Greg, Sam Schechter was one of the drivers who participated last weekend in the August MARRS, part of the Steel Cities and the Summer Showcase. Ended up taking the Saturday victory there, Sunday having been won by Jim Lebeco. But that was a unique event because Saturday was the North Track, and then the full track was used for this for Sunday's events. So, Deacon, I know you were a participant at that event as well, but giving the drivers opportunities to do 2 different configurations in one as our field comes around turn 10.
Yeah, I mean, it reminds me of the event they call the Fun One up at Watkins Glen, where they run the short course one day and then they run the full course with the boot the next. That event also had the Time Trials National Tour there, and I think they had an autocross event from the Steel Cities region as well. Here, as our leaders now heading down into turn number 1, and we've got drivers off on the outside of into the gravel trap at turn number 1. And we see here, I think that might be the yellow number 11 machine that went off. We have another car that went around a little bit further back in the field. I think maybe got checked up and saw exactly what happened. We'll try and get that other car, but I think it's the 11 that's sitting in the gravel. Let's hear the call from turn 1.
And he's beached. Yeah, it looks like that was just a mistake on the outside. It looks like he'd hit the brakes, but he had a wheel dipped into the grass, and it just took him around as soon as the wheels locked up with the difference of friction between the two the conditions underneath the tires. Sorry, and it just looped him around. He was just a passenger there, but it looks like he's all
right. And Deacon, real quick here, we are going to a full course caution with that car just off the racing surface. It is the number 11 of Jisoo Kim. We got confirmation of that from race control, and we had the pace car stand up, and looks like the pace car not out in time to catch our leader, Sam Schechter. So Sam Schechter, effectively, the pace car. We'll see if Graham Taylor, our pace car driver, can maybe take that crossover road and pick up Schechter going into turn at number 3. The other driver, and I'm still trying to get the number on the other driver that had gone off. That driver did exit the situation, and looks like the safety car is going to wait to pick up Schechter the next time by, and still trying to get the number on that final car. I believe. Well, I think it might have been the 25 of Aaron Meisner, actually.
I know the colors, not the number.
Yeah, we'll try. Actually,
I think it was the 14.
Yeah, actually, now that we take a look at the color scheme there. Yeah, I believe it was actually. I think you're right. The 14 of Kevin Silbert. But we'll double check that in just a few moments here. As again, we are under full course caution.
Yeah, I wonder if they're gonna possibly get him out and let him get back onto the track, because it looks like the car doesn't have any mechanical issues. He's just stuck. So we'll see if we can get Jisoo Kim back in this race.
And getting word from race control, actually, it was the 25 car of Aaron Meisner that had gone around, and again, he has managed to continue. Currently running 19th here. So let's do this. As long as we've got a little pause in the action, Deacon, let's make another call to the grid for our final race of the morning. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 8. Big Bore, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Big Bore racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, and now the safety car, Graham Taylor, he comes onto the front straight and he picks up our leader, Sam Schechter. All the while, if we go down and take a look at turn number 1, I believe our emergency services teams have gotten the number 11 machine of Jisoo Kim picked up. There you go. Pulls him right out of the gravel trap, and I think, as you mentioned, he should be able to continue, although he's probably going to have a lot of additional gravel sitting in the suspension and around that under tray.
I'm sure we have no problem making weight.
No, certainly no problem there, as our emergency services teams are disconnecting Kim. Even if he goes, he is going to be a full lap down. Should mention that Theo Pepe's in the number 38 machine. We mentioned that he had some mechanical issues during the bracket race earlier. He did not make the grid. He was the only driver in our 22-car field not to make the grid.
There we go. Looks like Kim has joined the back of the field. Yep, I see his bright yellow through the trees there. There he is.
And he got the wave goodbye for our emergency services team at turn 1 as they see their lost child go and rejoin the flock there. I guess Jisoo Kim now is going to rejoin in 21st position, but more importantly, 2 laps down. All right, and the report from race control now, and the request from race control is for the safety car to come in this time, and so we should be going back to green flag racing as that emergency services vehicle down there, turn 1, should be able to either go over by the Jefferson Circuit or at least get in the back door. Actually, they can just drive through the grass, I believe, and come in down the island at turn number 1 as the safety car now brings the field out of the carousel.
And there's never enough thanks to go around, but big thank you to our EV team that's always out here doing a great job. Our hot poles, awesome. All of our stewards doing a great job to keep everyone safe and in situations like this where everyone was properly briefed in our driver's meeting as our safety car is in and Sam Schechter now has the field and green flag is in the air.
All right, and again, this is a single file restart, and so it is Sam Schechter, and he's got Mac Harrison and Brian Cates in tow, and then about 3 car lengths back you'll get to Stephen Shu and Jason Pintar. Cates moves all the way to driver's left. He's going to try to go around the outside of Mac Harrison, and let's see here, cannot get it done, can't get quite close enough. Then again, we had Shu in that green and white number 81 machine. Joe Blanks in the 74 trying to get around that Gulf livery number 56. Don't think he was able to get that done, though, as they head into 3.
Yep, and we're already seeing on this restart a separation with Schechter, Cates, and then that's going to be Mac Harrison as well. And Harrison's one of these drivers who we've seen also race in brackets, so definitely for the past 2 seasons has been getting a lot of additional track time and experience behind the wheel. This is his first full season competing in the Spec Racer 4-3, and so getting a lot of time behind the wheel and learning pretty quickly how to maneuver the car, especially around Summit Point.
All right, exactly. And I think, that's one of the advantages of the bracket racing that we run here. I mean, it may be confusing for us up in the booth, but it gives a lot of additional track time to some of these classes that they can't double dip in other race groups. Of course, the main reason for that bracket racing is for cars that don't class very well or easily into the confines of SCCA road racing. Again, a lot of the Spec Racer Ford racers taking advantage of it and really making them better racers when they come home to Spec Racer Ford. As our leaders heading down into turn 1 and 2. Now Sam Schechter just turns the fastest lap of the race coming out of that full course caution, and he opens up now almost a 3-car length advantage over Mac Harrison. Harrison has Brian Cates right on the gearbox. Stephen Chu about 4-car lengths back from there, as we have now just a bit over a lap and a half. Again, these races going very, very quickly here. The next time by, our leader, likely Sam Schechter, will get the 1 to go.
Some very good times coming out of both of them. 22.3 versus a 22.6. Max still has the times to get up to Sam, especially being in that sweet spot of draft where he can still work on his own lap, but still get the benefits of the less air being pushed onto the car. So I'm sure he'll be able to figure something out and try to catch up.
All right, as our leaders now coming up the hill. Oh, drop of the wheel into the dirt on the outside of turn 8 by Jisoo Kim. Stephen Shu in the 81 machine. And as our top 6 drivers come out of turn number 10 and onto the front straight, pretty much equidistant, about 3-car lengths separating each one of those 3 as they make their way down into turn 1 now under braking. Let's take a look at turn number 1 here, and this being the very last lap, Sam Schechter may have broken the draft there, or even if he hasn't broken the draft, I think at this point here it's going to be very difficult for Mac Harris to make his way up to the leader, especially since he's got Brian Cates hounding him only about a 0.5-car length behind going into 3.
Yeah, Brian Cates definitely gave the bobble to tell Mac Harrison that I am in your mirrors, and I'm looking to get a pounce soon. So, try to mess in his head going especially into the skill section. Could mess up his lines and affect Mac's attention rather than towards Sam, but towards Brian Cates in the back in the 21.
All right, and heading down through the carousel for the very last time in this Spec Racer Ford race, Sam Schechter leading the field. Sam had reset the fast lap that last time by and put almost 0.3 of a second on Mac Harrison as they now are making their way out of turn 8 underneath the Toyota bridge. And as they come onto the front straight, there he is, Sam Schechter, your leader. And he comes down the front straight, and for the second race in a row, Sam Schechter is your Spec Racer Ford winner. Finishing second is going to be Mac Harrison. Coming home in third, Brian Cates in that red, white, and blue number 21. Good recovery for him after having mechanical issues just a few moments ago in our bracket race. Stephen Shu in the 81. He'll come home in fourth. Jason Pintar will finish fifth. Joe Blanks, Keith Frazier, Steve Minkin, Eric Prepsius, and Bruce Kreminga will round out the top 10. And I should also mention, great run today, Steven Spano finishing on 11th. He had a lot of difficulty during yesterday's race. Good to see him race clean and clear. And of course, we're going to see our Spec Racer Ford racers again this afternoon. But again, we've got one more race here before lunch. That's for our big bore racers. Race group number 8, Big Bore, please head to the grid. This is your final call. Your race is starting in just a few moments. Big Bore racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so we're going to take another quick little break, and then we will have one final race before lunch. But first, let's thank one of our great partners and sponsors of the MARRS series in the DC region, our title sponsor this weekend, Radial Tire Company.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and cars. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring in area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740. Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and cars. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring in area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. We're getting ready for our last race of the morning, our 8th race of the day at the MARRS Labor Day Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Deacon Greenfield. Dominic Mandiel's in the booth while Brian Donati is recovering from his SSM race. And of course, we've got Spencer Gaynor here providing all the great camera views here this weekend. And as we mentioned, we got one more race coming up. But before we do, if you like what we're doing here today, if you like everything that Spencer is doing, go ahead and smash. Morgan used to say what? Demolish the thumbs up. Jump up and down, throw a tantrum or something on the thumbs up button. Go ahead and subscribe to the DC region and click on that notification bell. We're currently sitting right around 460 subscriptions. If we get 500 by the end of this weekend, I'm going to donate $500 to the Boys and Girls Clubs of the Eastern Panhandle. Here, as we've got our big bore racers heading out on track for their pace lap, let's run down the starting order. Starting 16th, driving the number 23 SPO Volvo P1800. And I'm looking to see if that car is going to make it out today. He had some mechanical issues yesterday. Carl Ricker, and I don't think Carl is going to make the field today. Starting 15th, driving the number 55, Touring 3 BMW M3, it's Joseph Tierney. Scott Luttrell, scheduled to start 14th in the number 121 STU Mini Cooper. He had some mechanical issues yesterday. We'll see if he makes it out in the field. Starting 13th, driving the number 69 ITE Chevy Corvette, Andre Bolanc. We'll see if he makes the field. He also had some mechanical issues yesterday. Starting 12th, driving the number 92 Touring 1 Ford Mustang GT, it's Jonathan Hansen, while Clark Ostrom will start 11th. He's in the number 44 Touring 3 BMW Spec E46. Robert Hayshak is your sole SPO driver today in his Factory 5 Racing Cobra. He starts 10th. Starting 9th today in the number 34 GT2 Porsche 911. It's Case Musmar with Robbie Hines, our sole racer in Touring, or probably not our sole racer, our pole sitter in Touring 3, driving the number 4 Nissan 350Z. He starts 8th, starting 7th, driving the number 98 GT3 Nissan 240SX. It's Tim Proctor, and I think Tim was late getting off the grid. That car was on the pit lane for quite some time. We'll see. He may start at the tail end of the field, the 240SX.
I just saw him push it in, so I don't think so.
Yeah, so he may have gone back
no,
behind.
There it is.
There he is. So he may start from the pit lane. Brian Goodman driving the number 28 Touring 1 BMW M3 will start 6th, starting 14th starting 5th in the number 14 BMW M3, the ITE entry of Marshall Lytle, starting 4th in the number 76 GT2 Porsche 911 Cup car from Hobie, Florida. It's Nick Karanglin, while Gerson Rosenberg, also in a Porsche 911, representing the Susquehanna region, driving the number 71 machine, will start 3rd. Your GT2 pole sitter, Andrew Mistak, starts on the outside of the front row in his TA2 Chevy Camaro, while David Glassman, scheduled to start on the pole today in his GTX Ligier. And I don't see the Glassman car, so Mistak is your pole sitter as John Burkhardt waves the green flag, and we have a start. And so it was Mistak on the pole with Rosenberg to his left, and Mistak jumps out early. That's what the V8 power will do for you over that V6 of the BMW.
Looks like we also had the 69 Corvette C5 pull into black flag currently. Possibly some issues down there.
Yeah, and that's Andre Belanc. He had some mechanical issues yesterday, so he does not take the green flag. As Mistak heads down through turn number 3, and it's Marshall Lytle in the number 14 ITE BMW directly behind. And Marshall, who's been running in our bracket races this weekend, only running in ITE, 2nd overall, ahead of Nick Karanglin, Case Musmar in GT2. They're running 2nd and 3rd in class behind Mistak. And then Robbie Hines, your T3 leader, trying to get some test and tune time in on the Nissan before he takes that car to the runoffs, looking for another podium or perhaps another national championship. And I was talking to Rob last night because there was just a change in the spec line for that Nissan, where they are allowed to run a much larger tire than they've run for the past number of years. He's gonna test that out during the test days at Virginia International Raceway. He's still on the old Max Width tires here at Summit Point.
Looks like Hines did get around the 34 of the 911 of Musmar, and Musmar actually had to check up in between 3. At least that's what it looked like. But Hines has put a pretty sizable gap on him now, so we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, and so things starting to stretch out a little bit. Musmar back to Karanglin, the 2 GT2 Porsches. John Hansen in his Ford Mustang. It was a good run for John yesterday. He is about 12 car lengths now back from the Porsches going into turn 3, and you can see there he's got hanging all over the back of him the number 9, the red SPO Factory 5 Cobra of Robert Hayshak. There in the battle for 6th overall. Joe Tierney in his Touring 3 BMW, currently running a pretty good distance back with Tim Proctor, as we said in that Nissan, having taken the green, but he's got a long way to go, given that he started this race from the pit lane.
And we see now as our turn 8 camera about to come into turn 10, Marshall Lytle is all over the back of that big Camaro GT2 car. As we see, as we come down to the straightaway, the battle of horsepower, who's going to pull away. Mistak comes out a little bit, but I think Marshall Lytle just has the more agile car and catches up in the corners.
Yeah, very, very agile, that BMW. And Marshall's done a lot of work to that car. That was, at one point, Ed York's team, the York Automotive Endurance car, with a softer setup than his original ITS car, but now obviously no longer an ITS car, running an ITE, and has picked up quite a lot of horsepower. The other thing we have to look at is the Mistak did have some mechanical issues yesterday, retired from yesterday's race early, and we'll see if he can keep that car running, as the 2 of the Mistak and Lytle come out of turn number 4, start to make their way down the hill into turn 5.
Just 2/10 between each other on that last lap, so it's still close, but it's just a big difference between car types there. So
yeah, it's a question of straight line speed versus having to carry speed through the corners for Lytle.
If we're going to last up, we also had the battle of the Porsches with Kais Musamar and Nick Cranglin. Nick, who had started on the front row today, didn't get off to a great start, had to fell back a little bit, was able to regroup. He, of course, in the GT3 Cup, and then Kais Musamar in the slightly older vintage Porsche 911, that car previously owned by Darren Stonecipher, I believe.
And we were talking about this. Actually, Brian Donati was up here yesterday. We were discussing whether or not that was Stonecipher's car, and that's definitely good to know. Lovely machine.
Oh, there it is. Looks like the 34 of Musmar is now way behind the Caranglin GT2 9971 Cup car, so maybe possibly some trouble on the back half.
All right, and Caranglin just ran the fastest lap of anybody here. Ran a 1:19.5, almost a full second faster than both Mistack and Marshall Lytle, and should note over 2 seconds faster than Robbie Hines, who is sitting in third. And so Caranglin, if he keeps that pace up, we should see him battling for third place overall here in just a few moments. As those racers now making their way, we just saw down through turn 5, heading into the carousel. As our leaders there, Mistack and Lytle go through, and here he going through turn 6B, as we've got Robbie Hines in that silver number 4 Nissan, and Caranglin in the dark blue 76 Porsche, starting to close things up in the battle for third overall as they come up the hill and underneath the bridge. Our leaders now coming onto the front straight just ahead of that battle. And we'll check here and see whether or not Marshall Lytle has been able to close things down. That last time by, as they cross the stripe, Lytle turns his fastest lap of the race, which I might add was 0.2 of a second faster than he ran previously. He is now within 0.7 of our leader.
Caranglin screams around Robbie Hines right across the line. Not enough to trip the transponder system to say that he had passed him, but it was right there, and it was just after the start finish. But that was a long difference of top speed there.
Yeah, that last time by, Caranglin was 1.7 seconds faster than Robbie Hines around 2 Mile 10 Turn Summit Point Raceway. Is this 7-lap race in Big Bore, it goes quick. We've only got 2.5 laps remaining here. Let's check in with the two drivers that were a little late to take the green flag. Tim Proctor and his GT3 Nissan out of Columbus, New Jersey. Still appears, based on the lap times, to be having some challenges with that car right around the mid-25s, which is probably a good 2 to 3 seconds, I think, off the pace of an average GT3 car.
Yeah, GT3 cars should be a little faster than that. But, these big bore cars, since there's so much that you can change, so much that's been done, so much power being pushed, there's often quite a lot of things that do break. So reliability is definitely not a big staple in the bigger and faster you go. Horsepower and fun, yes. Reliability, absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Exactly. All right, here is our leaders have crossed the start-finish line. We now have 2 laps remaining, and Marshall Lytle now losing a little bit of ground to Mistack as they come through turn number 5. Mistack, that last time by, ran his fastest lap of the race, a 119.7, about 0.8 of a second faster than Lytle. And the gap now, we see there as they come through the carousel, about 1.5 seconds.
And I don't know when Blanc snuck out, but yeah, the '69 Corvette is back out on track. Looks like it says he's run 4 laps, so maybe he just snuck under the radar and ran out without.
I think that's exactly what happened. As he picked up a lap late here, as Mistack now gets the 1 to go board. Marshall Lytle dropping again off our leader that time by, though only about 0.2 off. Mistack pulled back a little bit on that last lap and was almost a full, about 1.3 seconds off his fast lap time that he set just a lap before. I'll tell you, he's not going to get there before the checkered flag comes out, but Nick Karanglin, he's still running in the mid to high 19s, and so he's been closing down on Lytle as well. And, you know, I'm thinking that if Karanglin didn't have those pretty the first lap was, I don't want to say it was disastrous, but it didn't work out well for him.
Right.
He could certainly have been challenging Mistak for the overall win, and that's a race class also in GT2.
Oh, that is a race. Yeah, that is right. Yeah. So that's big. Yeah, we'll probably see, especially being a 19.8. I'm not sure where that puts him for qualifying, but that may put him, without the GTX, put him on the pole for the 10-lap race later today.
That's right. As Mistak now coming around turn 10, and Marshall Lytle is pulled right up to the back of the Camaro, but he's not going to have the grunt, not going to have the horsepower, and Andrew Mistak's going to take the overall win. He wins GT2, while Marshall Lytle, with his fastest lap of the race, almost 0.5 of a second faster than Mistak, will finish second, takes the win in ITE. Nick Karanglin will cross the line, and his Porsche comes home third overall, second in GT2, as Robbie Hines now just coming out of turn. Actually, Robbie Hines is now crossed the finish line, and Hines will finish fourth overall. He'll finish as your winner in Touring 3. Kais Mumar will take the bronze in GT2, finishes in fifth, with Hansen in his Ford Mustang GT coming across the line, runs his fastest lap of the race. Your winner in T1, Robert Hayshak, in his Factory 5 Cobra, will finish seventh. And then we saw Tim Proctor just a couple car lengths behind in his GT3 Nissan. He will finish eighth overall. Tierney in the BMW M3, Andre Blanc, I believe they have already crossed the line here after our overall winner Mistak had completed the race. They will finish 9th and 10th out of our 10 racers. Actually, I take that back. Here comes the BMW right now of Tierney, which means Blanc. Well, Blanc had already taken the checkered flag. So it's Mistak, Lytle, Karanglin in your top three overall. All right, so we are going to be breaking for lunch here, and cars are going to be back on course. Just got word from Race Control at 1 p.m. Our volunteers, they will be they'll be doing a course check at 5 minutes before the top of the hour. So about an hour and 10 minutes for lunch. And I want to thank Deacon and thank Dom for filling in for Brian this morning. We're going to see them, I think, this afternoon as well. But first, we're going to take that break where we've got 8 more races to go here today from Summit Point Raceway, coming back after lunch. So let's take that break, and we'll see you in just a little bit.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
And welcome back, everybody, to where are we? Oh, that's right. We're at Summit Point Raceway. As once again, Greg screws up coming out of lunch. Welcome, everybody, back to Summit Point Raceway for the 2023 edition of the MARRS Labor Day Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company. We started off the morning with 8 sprint races. We're going to finish things off today with 8 more races. These are going to be 10-lap or 20-minute length races, whichever happens to come first. And first up this afternoon is going to be, well, race group number 1. It's our small bore group. Let's run down the starting order. And there are 32 cars that qualified, starting 32nd. Driving the number 86 H Production Volkswagen Golf, Paul Baofist. Jay Creel starts 31st. He's driving the number 03 H Production Volkswagen Golf. Then we've got the 3 Spec RX-7s in the field. Starting 3rd in SRX-7, driving the number 45 car is Joe Manowski. Alex Cumming, who took the win this morning, will start 2nd in the number 24 machine. And then Carl Ricker will be your pole sitter in Spec RX-7, starting 28th in the number 12 car. Starting 27th, driving the number 131 H Production Volkswagen Golf is Taylor Hyatt. Evan Webb will start 25th in the number 116 F Production Volkswagen Scirocco. I believe he's the only F Production driver in the field today. Carolyn Bayer-Broring will start 25th. She's driving the number 90 H Production Volkswagen Rabbit. Carlos Schooler will start 24th in the 111 H Production Toyota MR2 with Mike McQueen starting 23rd, driving the number 29 MG Midget. Drew Erie will start 22nd on the field today. He's driving the number 16 GT Pinto, while Dave Miller will start 21st, driving the number 62 E-Production Triumph TR4. Charles Guto will start 20th on the field. He's in the number 68 GT Pinto, while Kevin Conlon will start 19th. He's driving the number 14 Super Touring Light Mazda Miata. Al Syme will start 18th on the field today, 2nd in H Production in his Volkswagen Scirocco, while Robert Cahall will start 17th. He's in the number 82 STL Mazda Miata. Bruce Shelton is your GT Pinto pole sitter in the number 11 car. He starts 16th. Jeff Liller will start 15th on the field in his number 127 Touring 4 Mazda MX-5, while Chuck Allard is your pole sitter in H Production. He's going to start 14th today in the number 50 Porsche 924. Steve Wickersham will start 13th. He's driving the number 189 STL Mazda Miata with Deacon Greenfield. And I want to thank Deacon for being up here in the booth this morning, and we should see him a little bit later this afternoon. He's in the number 32 STL Honda CRX. Alex Hollenbeck will start 14th today. He's in the number 76 E-Production Datsun 280Z, while James Lindenthal will start 10th. He's in the number 18 E-Production Mazda RX-7. Brent Simonson will start 9th today. He's in the number 3 Touring 4 Mazda RX-8, while Mike LaMena, also in Touring 4, drives the number 89 Mazda MX-5, starting in 8th position. Ted Cahall will start 7th on the field today. He's in the number 182 STL Mazda Miata, with Jeremy Butts, your Touring 4 pole sitter, starting 6th today in the number 69 Mazda MX-5. Graham Fuller is your sole GT Light driver. He is in the number 22 Toyota Tercel, having moved over from his Honda CRX, starting 4th. In STL, driving the number 4 Honda Civic, it's Tom Beverly, with Paul Marcones scheduled to start 3rd today in his E-Production Acura Integra, and we'll see where and when he comes out into the field here, because he started from the back of the pack the previous 2 races, and there he is. He's in the field, ready to start 3rd today. Chris Childs will start on the outside of row number 1. He's your Super Touring Light pole sitter, driving the number 7 Mazda Miata. And your overall winner from the race this morning, and I believe the race yesterday as well, Minor Wilcox, driver of the number 65 E-Production Caterham 7 America, with a qualifying time 1:23.535. He will lead the field out. All All right, so we've got the pace car now bringing the field down through the chute, down into turn number 5. And again, the schedule today is going to be this afternoon, 10 laps or 20 minutes, whichever comes first. And then we're going to do it all over again tomorrow with some 20-lap feature races and a couple of 10-lap races for our bracket racers as well.
And so, Greg, as we get ready to start this race, something that's been a storyline throughout is that the one of the e-production cars, Alex Hollenbeck, James Lindenthal, Paul Marconis, either had gremlins that they were trying to tackle in qualifying or in the earlier heat races. So a lot of them have been starting towards the tail end of the field and have been working their way up as the sessions have gone on. So now that we're in Sunday's feature race for them, their grid spots are a lot more representative of their pace. And so, and especially with both Lindenthal and Marconis, they're much more representative of where they should be speed-wise.
All right, so the pace car now is on the pit lane. That's going to turn things over to Minor Wilcox with our STL pole sitter, Chris Childs, directly next to him, Paul Marconis, as you mentioned, who's been starting at the tail end of the field, now starting on the second row. We'll see how he handles things. Our starter for this race is Beth Burkhardt, and now the green flag is in the air, and we are racing here this afternoon at the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. Jumping out to an early lead again, staying pinned all the way to driver's right is Minor Wilcox, with Paul Marconis following straight down into turn number 1, but sweeping around the outside is that car. It's got a lot more aero than the Lotus of Wilcox does, but Chris Childs with a great sweep around, but does not have the power to get around Paul Marconis. And more importantly, the green Honda Civic, Tom Beverly, with that big giant wing on the back, he's able to put the power down, and that front-wheel drive car jumps ahead of Chris Childs to take over the lead in STL, with Jeremy Butts leading Touring 4 over Mike LaMena and the rest of the field as they head down into the carousel for the first time.
And Greg, the aforementioned James Lindenthal in that e-production Mazda RX-7 also getting a great start. He started back at about 11 spots, so making a good jump there. And we're going to see if Minor Wilcox, who started second, I believe, yesterday, the challenge always with the Lotus 7s and the Caterham 7s being some of the lightest, among the lightest cars in these small bore fields, if they're able to get their tires up to temperature as quickly as some of their fully fender counterparts. So far, Minor Wilcox is actually no. Paul Marconis, we have a new leader as they come out of turn 10, Greg.
That's right. As they come out of turn 10, 2 yellow cars, but it is Paul Marconis. He's your e-production leader and overall leader now in that number 48 machine, with Chris Childs again getting around the Honda Civic of Tom Beverly. He was able to do that yesterday, actually this morning as well, when Beverly jumped out to an early start. Childs was able to get around. Then a big jumble directly behind. We've got James Lindenthal in his e-production Mazda RX-7 leading a couple of our T4 cars through. We've got Jeremy Butts and actually then the GT Light Toyota Tercel of Graham Fuller. Directly behind Fuller, right in the middle of that Touring 4 race, is right now Michael LaMena, who's gotten around Ted Cahall.
Yeah, I tell you what, you've got Michael LaMena. He's stuck in back behind the Hollenbach machine as they headed up to turn 3, down through turn 4. You'll see in your cameras here momentarily down into, when we get over there, we'll get down to turn 5. You can see LaMena stuck in behind Hollenbach trying to get around him so he can go ahead and catch Jeremy Butts. But there are several cars in between him and Jeremy Butts, your T4 leader.
Yeah, and a little bit further back at the field, looked like one of our Spec RX-7s having a little bit of trouble right there, and that was Alex Cumming, who's leading in Spec RX-7 ahead of Joe Manowski, as they're now making their way around the carousel. But very interesting start here as Tim Minor now coming down the front straight is side by side with the Acura Integra of Paul Marconis. And once again, Wilcox is keeping that car pinned to the inside to driver's right. So about two car lengths, not 2 car lengths, but 2 car widths between those 2 cars. And Minor Wilcox is once again able to carry speed and gets around Paul Marconis in that battle for the lead in e-production. And, this is probably the biggest fight that Paul Marconis has seen in the MARRS series this season in E-Production.
Yeah, Minor Wilcox, a very unorthodox entry going down into turn one, but he has definitely been able to make it stick, staying on the very far driver's right. With that Chatham, I tell you what, that is, I don't think I've seen that and be able to carry that much speed coming out of turn two with all the cars here. He seems to be the only one that's able to do that.
And the one advantage that Minor Wilcox has, being that car is much more lower stature than the Acura. The Acura does punch a very big hole in the air, allowing Minor to basically draft on any opportunity he has.
Which he needs to do, because that Lotus or the Caterham is probably the least aerodynamic car that's out in the field. Big exposed front wheels with big bicycle fenders, essentially. But you're right, Brian, as he goes down into turn one, and he's been doing it all weekend long. He stays pinned on the white line, driver's right, and is able to somehow get that car to turn in and hug the line. But now it probably won't matter, because he's opened up about a 10-car length advantage over Marcones. And we're now seeing, coming down the front straight, Tom Beverly, who lost a lot of ground to Chris Childs on the previous lap, getting passed by James Lindenthal, our third place E-Production driver, and that's going to definitely make things a little bit more difficult for the Honda Civic driver to get back into the fight with Childs.
Yeah, now you've only got one car in between. Lindenthal actually got one car in between Paul Marcones for second place in E-Production and Lindenthal, and that is going to be the 7 of Chris Childs. As I said, got around Thomas Beverly going through turns 1 and 2. Pick back up here just a little bit, looking at our H production. Chuck Allard, got about a 14-second lead, but then you got Carolyn Bayer Brewing, who had some issues yesterday, but had a great run this morning as they're coming out of turn 2 now, heading up into turn 3, and you've got her and you've got Carla Schooler almost side by side. That's the battle for second, Greg.
Yeah, and that's a nice move. Schooler got around Carolyn Bayer Brewing going into turn number 3, so move Schooler back up to second in class. But Carolyn, after having some mechanical issues yesterday, both in qualifying and during the race, she had a very strong run this afternoon, or probably this morning, grabbing a podium position, and she's at it once again, fighting right now for second position in H Production. Good run for them as they're coming through the carousel now, and Carolyn Bayer Brewing coming right underneath the Toyota MR2, going through turn 6B into turn number 7. Let's see how it plays out as they now come up through turn 8, and this is where that Gulf is going to be strong, I think, as they start to roll up the hill. And more importantly, it looks like Carlos is going to have to deal with some other traffic as we had come up right behind them. I had Dave Miller in his E-Production Triumph TR4, the little red TR4, make a good run up the hill, and he's actually going to get by both of those H-Production drivers.
Yeah. It's amazing what happens when you put all 4 wheels on, right? You're able to run around the whole entire thing. So, look, that car is really screaming right now, and so she's got that thing really rolling. Again, she's going to get a little bit of a, had to give up a little bit to, I think to that Dave Miller machine as they went down into turn 1. But I tell you what, she's still got a little bit of a gap between her and Carlos Schooler as they're coming out of turn 2, Greg.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. Open wheel and prototype racers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
We watched some of our overall leaders here. Again, let's pick up our overall leaders now. They should be coming out of turn 2 right about now. There's Minor Wilcox coming out. He's still got a pretty good gap between him and Paul Marcones. I tell you what, Chris Childs is starting to ever so slightly move and close that gap to Paul Marcones. Again, not for racing class, but a race for overall. So Chris Childs doing it. Graham Fuller in that 22. Again, brand new machine to him, right? Trying to get that thing dialed in. That car seems to be doing really, really well. They're running his fastest lap on the lap 5 right there with that 124.671. So Graham getting a little faster as the day goes on, along with James Lindenthal. He seems to be getting faster as this weekend is going on. I will tell you, this track is hot. It's slick. If you're making really good times right now, and Dominic, you're going to see this later on when you go out here in a little while, I tell you what, if you can make and get a good time on this track right now because it is so hot, you're doing really well and you've got that car set up.
Yeah, and so, we were talking before you went down for your SSM race a little while ago, how it was in the low to mid 80s or so ambient air temperature. Of course, the track with so few clouds in the sky, the sun just beating down on the track surface, really heating up that asphalt. But since then, since about 11 o'clock this morning, we're now up to about 92 degrees ambient air temperature here. It is quite a bit hotter here at Summit Point. The humidity started to pick up a little bit as well.
Yes.
I think in these weather conditions, it becomes all the more paramount to get a strong start because as the chalk starts to go away, as all the rubber starts to get laid down, and especially in turn 5 is where I've noticed, especially this weekend where the track surface begins to become compromised, it's going to be harder to rekindle that speed and find that grip where you had it earlier on.
So what you're saying is it's not really me overdriving my car and not being able to turn into turn 5. It's actually the track. Thanks, Tom. I appreciate that. That makes me feel better. Now I know I'm going to go faster. It's not me. It's the track. No.
Oh my! All right. So one of the fights that we had been watching this weekend and was very close yesterday and then somewhat close today, the battle in Touring 4 between Jeremy Butts, Mike LaMena, and Brent Simonson. Simonson did not bring his car out for this afternoon's race. And, we talked earlier about how that car might have been the motor started to get a little bit soft, and he's made the decision to pack it in for the weekend. Exactly.
Save what he's got. Or maybe come out tomorrow, right? Maybe make some, go through it and look at it and then maybe come out tomorrow for 20 laps.
Yeah, exactly. So Jeremy Butts just crosses the start-finish line to complete his 6th lap, and he has now opened up almost an 8-second advantage over Michael LaMena in Touring 4, so not very close today. In H Production, we had been watching that battle between Carolyn Bayer-Broering and Carlos Schooler, and trying to pick up where they are currently on course. Yeah, we'll get them in a moment. But meanwhile, what we're seeing is that Carolyn is still holding station with Carlos Schooler, but Taylor Hyatt. Now, who just went through turn number 5, and I think that those cars now, that H Production battle is going through turn 6. Yeah, indeed it is. Carolyn Bayer-Broering, she's got Carlos Schooler and Taylor Hyatt now closing things down to 3-car battle for third.
I was going to say, you've got Taylor closing that gap to just under 3 seconds back to Carlos Schooler. So that car getting faster as the race goes on here with 3 laps left to go. Next time by will be 2. So she's got to be able to get that done here if she wants to make up that gap. Here they come out of turn 10 now. Here comes Carolyn Bayer-Broering. She's going to get passed by Thomas Beverly. Then you've got Jeff Lillard just in front of her. Then you got Carlos Schooler. And here comes Taylor Hyatt now. So she is closing in on Carlos Schooler, Greg. So
Brian, going down into turn 1, we've got a car has got let an engine go. Probably not.
That is the Chatham. That is actually your leader, Minor Wilcox.
No, that is actually, Brian, that is the Triumph TR4 of Dave Miller, the number 64 machine that has let go as that car now is pulled over into the grass over on the inside of turn number 1. All right, so real quick, Brian, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 2. That's open wheel and prototype racers. Please head to the grid. Open wheel and prototype racers. Race group 2, your race is next. Yeah, and, Brian, we say it all the time, they're fastest before they let go. Dave Miller ran his fastest lap of the race on lap number 7 or on lap number 8.
He didn't make it.
He didn't make it.
And we got a standing yellow down there in turn 1, so he's pretty close there. So that's probably going to stay out for the rest of this race with 2 laps. Normally you'll get it, for a good 2 laps if he's off enough to where they don't have to do anything. So we'll have to see. Here comes Thomas Beverly. Now, he's coming out of turn number 10, but I'm looking here at the overall, Greg. Thomas Beverly's dropped way back.
He has fallen back as Minor Wilcox is
getting ready to lap him.
Yeah, getting close to lap him as Wilcox crosses the start-finish line. He just got the 1 to go final lap here at Summit Point as Beverly, who had been battling it out for second in STL with Chris Childs and had been running 4th overall. Beverly now has fallen all the way back down, trying to find where he is 18th? In the order. 18th in the order. Yeah, exactly. So that Honda Civic definitely off song now, and he's just trying to hold on for dear life.
Well, it looks like he may have spun or something because he was running in the 120s, 128 brackets, and then went for a 2 minutes and 30-second lap. So, and I didn't see him on pit road looking out there. So he may have spun in order to collect that because the last 3 laps he's got it back to where he was before. So evidently spun somewhere on the racetrack or pulled off.
All right, as our leader now, Minor Wilcox, looking to put another checkered flag on his pedestal, on his podium. I don't know, but he is making his way now through turn 8 and starting to make his way up the hill towards the bridge. Minor Wilcox all alone. Doesn't look like he's going to let Beverly, though, as he now comes through turn number 10 for the very last time today. We've got one more race for these racers tomorrow. Minor Wilcox is your E-Production winner. Paul Marcones, who started to close things up on the last couple of laps, and he did this morning also. Ran about a half a second faster than Wilcox on the last lap. He will finish second in E-Production. Chris Childs will take the win in Super Touring Light. Graham Fuller, our sole GT Light driver, will finish finish 5th overall, just behind James Lindenthal, who takes the bronze in E-Production. Jeremy Butts takes the win in Touring 4 with Ted Cahall in that blue number 182 Mazda Miata taking second place in STL today. Mike LaMena will finish second in Touring 4. And trying to see where our next Touring 4 racer is. I think it's going to be Jeff Liller in the 127 machine when he comes by. Let's take a look here in Spec RX-7. Alex Cumming, third race, third win today in that class. Finishes with the win over Joe Manowski, and Carl Ricker, who was your pole sitter today in Spec RX-7, finishes in third, about 3.5 seconds behind Manowski. And then finally, let's take a look at, we've got a couple classes. Let's take a look at GT Pinto, where Bruce Shelton, and this was very close, and I wish we had picked up this race. We'll definitely put in some time tomorrow on the GT Pinto race. 2.2 seconds was the difference between Bruce Shelton taking the gold and Drew Erie coming home in second. Charles Guto finished about 7 seconds back in third. And then finally, in H Production, Chuck Allard with the win. Carlos Schooler holds off Carolyn Bayer Broring, getting by.
Passed her with 2 to go,
with 2 laps to go. And so Broring will come home in third. Taylor Hyatt 4 seconds back from there. And Jay Creel finishing in 5th. And I believe, let me just make sure that we've got them all covered. I think that's all of them. I think we mentioned Graham Fuller, who finished 5th overall.
We did.
Yep. So there you go. That is your small bore race. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Open wheel and prototype racers, race group number 2. Please head to the grid. All right, so we've got some of our emergency services teams going out to pick up the Triumph TR4, and we've got some victory laps underway here. So we're going to take a quick little break, and when we come back, we'll have our open wheel race here this afternoon, our open wheel feature race. You are listening to the 2023 MARRS Labor Day Spectacular, and we'll be right back.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
And we're back here at Summit Point Raceway for the 2023 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company. And Brian, I want to thank Dom Mandel for coming up here for race one. We may see him a little bit later today. He's heading down to get ready for his Spec Miata race coming up in just a little bit. But next up is going to be our open wheel and prototype race. We've got probably the only pace car that can run a fast enough speed that we've got here at Summit Point that can run fast enough to stay ahead of these Formula cars, and that is Keith McDonald's Ferrari 360 Modena, driven by, I think, Graham Taylor. But Brian, for the second time this morning, or the second time today, we are going to see our open wheel and prototypes. Let's run down the starting order.
All right, we're scheduled to have 12 starters here. Starting in the 12th position from Bridgeville, Pennsylvania, the 77, that's Rick Shields. Starting in the 11th position from Chambersburg, I think that's Maryland.
Chambersburg, Pennsylvania.
It's kind of cut off here. Yeah. From Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, the 98 of Samuel Iyer. Starting in the 10th position from Millersville, Maryland, that's the 14th of Derek Holmes. Starting in the 9th position from Powhatan, Virginia, that's the 70 of Keith Van Horn. Starting in the 8th position from Cockeysville, Maryland, the 2 of Wayne Nicolette. Starting in the 7th position from New Fairfield, Connecticut, the 16 of Stephen Rue. Starting in the 6th position from Franklinville, New Jersey, the 04 of Jacob King. Starting in the 5th position from Laurel, Maryland, in that Formula Continental, that's the 43 of Leslie Walker. Starting in the 4th position from Oakton, Virginia, another Formula Continental, in the 45, that's Chuck Moran. Starting in the 3rd position from Bristow, Virginia, the 10, and an FE2, that's Deacon Greenfield. And starting on the front row, starting in the 2nd position from Herndon, Virginia, another FE2, the number 11 of Justin Huffman. And starting on the pole from Herndon, Virginia, the 89, and that is Jamison Huffman.
All right, so there is your starting order for our second race of the afternoon. Remember, we've got, after our open wheel and prototype racers, we've got 6 more. Yeah, that's right. 8 minus 2. 6 more races this afternoon.
Good thing math still isn't your strong point after all these years.
Definitely isn't. And so if you like all the screw-ups that I make every single weekend here and seemingly every 15 minutes, go ahead, give us a big thumbs up on YouTube and subscribe to the DC region of the SCCA if you haven't done so already. If we hit 500 subscribers by the end of this race weekend, which means the end of racing tomorrow, I will personally donate $500 to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle, our charity recipient here this weekend at the MARRS Labor Day Spectacular. But we want to also get more people involved, more people who know about the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and also all the different programs of the DC region of the SCCA. As we now have the pace car out on track and has the entire field. So let's do this, gentlemen. Let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3, Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. Please head to the grid. Race group 3, Bracket Racers. Please head to the grid. Your race is next.
I did not see the 77 of Rick Shields. So, again, Rick not out this morning. Don't believe he's out. He may have left, or unless he's saving it all till tomorrow.
Putting it all on the line for Monday.
Putting it all on the line for Monday. A little high pitch there. But
yeah, let me dial back our game just a little bit there, Brian. Here we go.
Got a little excited when we started talking about Formula Vs. I love watching Formula Vs.
Oh, I do as well. And so hopefully, and we thought he'd be getting that car ready for the runoffs also, so he may have just been putting in some test and tune time.
Well, a good point. I mean, there was a few of them out here on Friday, so Alex Scaler was here on Friday doing some testing, so getting ready for the end of the month. So I did see him, talk to him in the registration for the Friday practice when I was registering in for mine. They were there. He just said that they were there for just that day, so left on Friday afternoon, but looked like it was a very good test for him, from what I was able to see. So it looks like our field now is coming up out of turn number 8 now, heading up into turn number 10. So it looks like our pace car is off there, Greg.
That's right. Pace car on the pit lane, turning things over to our pole sitter, Jamison Huffman, as Dave Sterling, our starter, looks over the field. And green flag is in the air, and we are racing here once again at Summit Point Raceway as it is now 3 wide going down into turn number 1 with the Huffmans and Greenfield. And Greenfield, who's been talking about how he's having trouble coming to grips with the difference in braking between a Honda CRX, which has practically no brakes, and one of the V2s, and he gets out of the throttle, gets onto the brakes somewhat early. He slots into third, but he's making a heck of a move now on Justin Huffman coming through 3, Brian.
I tell you what, he's starting to feel a little bit comfortable, and it is tough going from a Honda Civic into one of these FE2 machines, Greg, back to back, from group to group, right? So it makes a little bit of a difference, but I think he's got it figured out right now, because as they were headed up through turn 3, and then you can see on your camera there going through turn 5, and they'll be coming through 6. Deacon Greenfield right on the back gearbox of Justin Huffman last time by. We'll see how long that's going to last, but I tell you what, Deacon, I think, is into this car right now, Greg. He is starting to get it figured out, and he was all smiles earlier today.
He certainly was. And a little bit further back in the field, we just saw Wayne Nicolette in his club Ford, Steve Rue in the Formula F, and Sam Iyer all battling out 3 wide coming in the 5. It appears they made that work out, but here, our 3 Formula Enterprise 2 machines coming down drivers right as they come to the start-finish line. And after lap 1, it's Jamison Huffman, your leader, Justin Huffman, Deacon Greenfield, and we're talking about 0.3 of a second or so between those 2 drivers. Justin Huffman now going around the outside of Son Jamison, going into turns 1 and 2, and as they come out, Brian, they're side by side once again.
Yeah, I tell you what, they were side by side coming out of 2. Now as they get into 3, Justin had to jump back in line there with Jamison, but that closes the door with Deacon Greenfield. A little bit further back, you've got Jacob King in that 04 machine. Then you've got Wayne Nicolette sitting there, and then you got Stephen Rue. Stephen Rue had to get hard on the binders going up into turn 3 there, as both Jacob King and Wayne Nicolette, they started to go side by side through 3, Greg.
All right, as our leaders now making their way down through the carousel, we did have Sam Iyer in the 98 machine, had a little bit of a moment coming through turn 1, dropped some wheels on the outside there, kind of impeded his exit and run down to turn number 2, but he is back underway as our leaders now. They are just coming through turn 10 right now, and you'd see still all equidistant, about 2 car lengths separating each one. And what we'll probably see here, Brian, is they come down into turn 1, and the draft does work. Justin Huffman closes right up to the gearbox. Son Jamison, Deacon Greenfield, only about 2 car lengths behind. About 30 car lengths back from there, Leslie Walker, he's got something for Chuck Moran this afternoon. He's about 5 car lengths back from the 45 machine in that battle for the lead in Formula Continental.
Remember this morning, Chuck Moran had a problem with that car, didn't get the finish our morning session, even though it was only 7 laps. So Leslie Walker taking the win there. Now Chuck has figured that out and got that whatever it was fixed. And now Leslie Walker, though, not going away. He's right on the back gearbox there of Chuck Moran as they start to head down the hill in through turn 5. There you see Chuck Moran. There you see Leslie Walker. Again, about a car length and a half. Our overall leaders in that FE2 machine, they're through 6 and headed up into turn 7. And you're right, Greg, that gap is continuing to stay the same.
That's right. Yeah, both Huffmans and also Deacon Greenfield, and I think you said it, Greenfield really starting to get a feel for this car now. It probably helped him a little bit, I was going to say a little bit. He had a little bit of time during lunch to kind of reflect on how he was going to transition this time between the 2 different race cars, and he's doing quite well. He's falling back just a little bit now as the FE2 racers go down into turn 1, but he's about only about 3 car lengths, actually about 5 car lengths back, but not losing a lot of ground. But also we're seeing that Justin Huffman seems to be pushing Jamison quite a bit harder than he did this morning.
Yeah, I think of, that father-son combination there, when you really want to work with each other, obviously you've got teammates, but you know what? It's good to have Justin, who is the father, pushing son Jamison to make him better. And the only way you're going to do that is to push him while he's in the car, being on track with him. You can come back in off the track and talk to your son a little bit, here and there about what you should or shouldn't do or how you should have handled this. But I tell you what, when you're out on the racetrack with him, it makes all the world in the difference. And I think that's what's going to end up making those 2 better drivers because, Justin's thinking, oh no, I have my son who's faster than me now.
That's right. So, Brian, we're going to want to take a look at Ken Van Horn's prototype car coming into turn 3 right now. Just got word from the corner station at turn 10, that there's some smoke coming out of the center rear of that machine. And I thought we had seen that towards the end of the last race, but
well, I know we had a problem with it yesterday.
Right.
Where we pulled down off of pit road, and I think we may have had something, out on the racetrack because we had a couple guys spin during that event as well. So it could be that something is starting to rear its ugly head there in that machine.
All right, as we're watching now here coming through the carousel, there's Van Horn running quite a bit off the pace of the rest of the drivers. And we talked earlier today how we thought there was a certain GT3 machine that didn't seem to be up to pace, what we would expect the GT3 during our big bore race. Ken Van Horn, that prototype car, currently running mid 125s, which is certainly not where I'm sure he wants it to be here. So as he goes down in the turn 1, our leaders now in FE2, Deacon Greenfield, or pardon me, Jameson Huffman and Justin Huffman. Jameson just put in a cracking lap, about a half a second faster than his father, and now as they cross the stripe, he picks up another 10th as he continues to open up the gap back to his father. So let's do this, Brian. We're about halfway through this 10-lap race. Let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 3. Our bracket racers, Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series drivers, please head to the grid. Race group number 3, bracket racers, please head to the grid.
Greg, let's pick up this Formula Continental race that's just now coming into turn 3 with Chuck Moran and Leslie Walker. Leslie Walker is about 2 car lengths back now as they top the hill and head down into turn 5. Momentarily out of turn 4, you'll see here they come. That is Chuck Moran, and that is Leslie Walker right there going through your screen there into the center of turn 5. They'll be coming up out of turn 6 right now. Walker, last time by, was just a little bit faster, maybe about a tenth faster than Chuck Moran. They're both pretty even on the best times, but that was set early on in this race. So again, Leslie Walker gaining a little bit here on Chuck Moran. I think that Formula Continental race is going to come back down all the way to the end. You talked about Ken Van Horn with his 125s. Yeah, even his 123s. That's still 3 seconds off what he ran this morning. So that car still not 100%.
Well, we got another car that may not be 100%, just ahead of Ken Van Horn, about 7 seconds up the road from him. Sam Iyer in the number 98 Club Ford. There have been some reports from over by turn 10 and also down in the carousel that car is dropping some fluid, what appears to be oil. But we'll see here in just a few moments. And we'll track that down.
Greg, I tell you what. While you're tracking that down, let's pick up our Club Ford leaders now. Here comes Jacob King going down into turn 1 in that orange machine. Wayne Nicoletta in that number 2. They were side by side as they got past the sound barrier there, or the sound section there, and headed down into turn 1. Now it looks like that Jacob King is going to get back in front of Wayne Nicolette, but Wayne Nicolette was battling with Stephen Rue about 2 laps ago, and about I'd say 10 spots back. Now he's right on that back bumper or that back gearbox of Jacob King as they head over the hill down into turn 5.
Yeah, that was a heck of an advantage that last time by, and King may have had some issues. 6 seconds faster was Wayne Nicolette on that previous lap, and Jake King, who has been as fast as a minute 19, was about 6.5 seconds off of his fastest lap. So definitely some problems.
Our Formula Continental race as well with 3 laps left to go here. Coming out of turn 2, again, we talked about that a minute ago. You've got Chuck Moran, Leslie Walker. Leslie Walker gets through turns 1 and 2 a little bit better than Chuck Moran, but Chuck Moran is able to get a little bit better coming up out of 3. And just as I say that, he loses a little bit on the right rear. It gets a little bit loose here. But here comes our Club Ford race, Greg, heading down into turn 1. They're side by side. That's for the lead in Club Ford.
That's right. So Wayne Nicolette has been able to keep the pace that Jake King has put down that last time by. Again, about 0.2 of a second faster than the 04 machine. So let's watch that number 2 and the 04, the orange and the yellow, as they are now making their way over towards turn number 3, side by side with Jake King to the inside in the orange machine, Wayne Nicolette to the left, and it looks like Jake King able to hold position there as they start to make the run down the hill into turn number 4. Did just get another call about the number 98 of Sam Meyer still supposedly dropping fluid. Race control thinks it's going to be safe, though, to let him get to the end of the race.
Yeah, they'll get that checked out, make sure that is okay. Again, Formula Continental race. Chuck Moran and Leslie Walker coming up out of turn 2 now. They're going to be coming up on the Ken Van Horn machine, who's just now entering into turn 3. They're going to probably catch him down at the bottom of the hill in turn 5. So as they get down that hill, it's going to be interesting to see how they negotiate with Ken Van Horn, as he's going to get a little bit of that blue flag to just say, hey, you're being overtaken here. It looks like they had no problems getting through turn 5 with Ken Van Horn. So great move by Ken to get out of the way. And here comes our leaders, Greg.
All right, and crossing the start-finish line to complete lap number 9 is Jamison Huffman. 1 lap remains as both the Huffmans have started to stretch out their advantage over Deacon Greenfield. The margin between Jamison and Justin, 1.5 seconds as they come under braking down into turns 1, now coming out of turn 2. Greenfield about 5 seconds in arrears. But let's watch now, Brian, as our leaders are working their last lap, the battle for the lead in Formula Continental. They're going into turn 1 right now. Chuck Moran continues to hold off Leslie Walker, but they are only about a half a car length apart.
Yeah, as they get through the center of 1 and 2, again, it's still that half car length lead for Chuck Moran as they head out of turn 2 and then start to head up into turn 3 right now. I tell you what, it is going to be about a 2 car length gap now. So again, Chuck Moran getting out of turn 2 just a little bit better than Leslie Walker as they head down the hill now out of 4 into turn 5. We'll see whether or not Leslie Walker is going to be able to close that gap a little bit. And here comes our leaders, Greg.
All right, Jamison Huffman leads Justin Huffman out of turn 10. Checkered flag is in the air. Jamison Huffman takes his 3rd win of the weekend, 2nd win of the day. Justin Huffman will finish 2nd. Deacon Greenfield finishes 3rd overall, 3rd in FE2. Let's jump back over to that Continental battle. And here they come coming up the hill towards the bridge, Brian, for the last time.
Yeah, I tell you what, here they come. We'll see whether or not Leslie Walker's going to be able to get a run on Chuck Moran out of turn 10, closing the gap a little bit, just not going to be able to make that move. That's going to give Chuck Moran your Formula Continental win. Leslie Walker is going to be 2nd. We'll pick up that Jacob King and Wayne Nicolette. Last time by, they were about 3 car lengths away, so evidently King was able to pull away. We'll see when they come back around whether or not Wayne Nicolette's going to be able to close the gap. Looks like here they come now out of turn 10. Well, here comes Ken Van Horn, so they shouldn't be too much further behind him.
All right, and here they come now, Brian, I believe, as we watch the camera here. And here they come now. They're coming up the hill out of turn 8. And it looks like now Jake King has really opened things up over Wayne Nicolette as they come out of turn 10 onto the front straight and taking the win in Club Ford, the 04 of Jake King. Steve Rue and his Formula F is going to split between King and Wayne Nicolette, who's going to finish 2nd in Club Ford. That means Sam Meyer will finish 3rd in class. So if we go and take a look again at the finishing orders, Jamison Huffman, your winner in FE2. Chuck Moran, your winner in Formula Continental. Jake King, your winner in Club Ford. Steve Rue, the only driver to go out in this race in Formula F. And then in Prototype 2, Ken Van Horn is your winner. All right, so that is great battle there. 2 very good battles in FE2 and also in Formula Continental. Let's do this. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 3. Our bracket racers, please head to the grid now. Your race starts in just a few minutes. Race group 3, bracket racers, please head to the grid. All right, so Brian, let's take a quick little break. And in doing so, we're going to thank one of our great partners. And this is our title sponsor here this weekend for the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. It's Radial Tire Company.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740. Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Welcome back, everybody, to 2 Mile, 10 turn, sunny, warm, humid, hot Summit Point Raceway here at Summit Point, West Virginia for the 2023 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company. I'm Greg Ginsburg with Brian Donati and Spencer Gaynor as well. And we're under 5 minutes for our second bracket race of the day. Brian, again, another 10 lap or 20-minute race, whichever shall come first. Let's run down the starting order.
All right, 31 scheduled starters, and a little update here. So we saw this earlier today. It looks like Nick Jones in that 178, I guess that car is now done. Looks like he's going to start 31st in the 105. He's from Annapolis, Maryland. So again, getting into, I think this may be a Bill Smith backup car.
Yeah, one of Bill Smith's BMWs as opposed to the GT2 Camaro that Jones normally drives.
Yeah, and we'll be able to figure that out when they come out here. So he's scheduled to start 31st from Annapolis, Maryland. So starting 30th from Silver Spring, Maryland, then 9, Wichita-Saraborn. Starting in 29th from Tacoma Park, Maryland, that's the 68 of Jed Prentice. Starting in 28th from Jefferson, Maryland, the 55 of Murphy Nichols. Starting in the 27th position from Frederick, Maryland, that's the 50 of Melanie Meckel. Starting in 26th position from Annapolis, Maryland as well, the 114 of Tim Frank. Starting in 25th position from Severna Park, Maryland, but now calls Ohio his home. That's the 134 of Chuck Edmondson. Starting in the 24th position from Silver Spring, Maryland, the 74 of Steve Martin. Starting 23rd from Gum Spring, Virginia, the 83 of Nick Shively. Starting in the 22nd position from Ashburn, Virginia, the 40 of William Simpkins. Starting in the 21st position in the 127 from Thurmont, Maryland, that's Jeff Liller. Starting in the 20th position from Mooresville, North Carolina, the 189 of Steve Wickersham. Starting in 19th position from Washington, D.C., the 07 of Matt Littleton. Starting in the 18th position in the number 34 from Palmyra, Virginia, that's David Alessi. Starting in the 17th position from Sterling, Virginia, the 15 of Tristan Herbert. Starting in the 16th position from Ashby, Massachusetts. Wow.
Easy for you to say.
He's from Ashby, Massachusetts.
And even
that's
harder
the
for me to
72 of Phil Hollenbeck. Starting in the 15th position from Vienna, Virginia, the 41 of Philip Ackley. Starting in the 14th position from Palmyra, Virginia, the 133, that's David Alessi. Got a little choked up there.
Oh.
David Alessi got me choked up.
He does that.
I saw Bill Smith as the next one. So starting in the 13th from Charlestown, West Virginia, the 05 of Bill Smith. Starting in the 12th position from Dryden, New York, the 06 of Steven Spano. Starting in the 11th position from Falling Waters, West Virginia, the 71 of Mark Johnston. Starting in the 10th position from Delmont, Pennsylvania, the 87 of John Ryan. Starting in the 9th position from Annapolis, Maryland, the 7 of Keith Frazier. Starting in the 8th position from Frederick, Maryland, that's the 51 of Eric Prepsius. Starting in the 7th position from Clifton, New Jersey, and we saw him have a little bit of a problem earlier. Don't know if he's out there on the grid. That's the 38 of Theo Pepes. Starting in the 6th position from Gibson Island, Maryland, the 81 of Stephen Shue. Starting in the 5th position from Baltimore, Maryland, in the 25, that's Aaron Meisner. Starting in the 4th position from Stafford, Virginia, the 33 of David Albrecht. And starting in 3rd position from Gainesville, Virginia, the 21 of Brian Cates. And starting on the front row, starting in the 2nd position from Washington, D.C., the 30 of Mac Harrison. And starting on the pole from Harrisburg, Virginia, in the 119, that is Chris Benedetto.
That's right. So the BMW 335i driver, he took the win on the last race. He is going to be your pole sitter as our drivers now heading out behind that beautiful bright red MGA pace car as they make their way down to turn 1. Now, for all of our folks here today, and I know we haven't made any comments or announcements about it to this point, but I wanted to remind everybody that tonight is the open competition meeting. This is where you get to query, to talk to the road racing committee of the Washington D.C. region and influence the upcoming Mid-Atlantic road racing season for 2024 and the road racing program in general. That is going to take place right after dinner tonight. So we're going to finish up racing. We're going to have dinner right over by the pro shop as always. And the open competition meeting will be on the porch of the pro shop. We'll have some microphones. You'll be able to ask questions and embarrass us all in front of your friends. So so definitely, please, if you want to have a say in how this program is run, please join us tonight for the open competition meeting. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4. Spec Miata, please start heading to the grid. Spec Miata drivers, your race scheduled to start in about 20 minutes. Please head to the grid now.
And you know what, Greg? Not only are we going to be able to have that competition meeting tonight, but I do believe we are going to hear from some of the members who are running for the board tonight as well. So if you want to hear what they have to say and you want to hear what how they can convince you to vote, there is no absentee voting. So no, I'm kidding. You have to no absentee ballots that can be turned in from last year. Again, come and listen to them as well and pick your candidate and vote for your candidate.
That's right. So the polls are now open for the DC Region's 2024 Board of Directors. And so, yes, you'll be able to meet a number of them. They'll be on stage just before that open competition meeting tonight. So, getting to influence the road racing program is one thing, but getting to influence the entire club is completely something else. So please come on by tonight after dinner and stick around. Again, this is a club and it is for everyone. So we've got the pace car now, Brian, on the pit lane. Our starter, Beth Burkhardt, is looking over our bracket racers as they look fairly well formed up coming out of turn 10 and making their way down the front straight. And green flag in the air once again here as we start our third bracket race of the weekend. And Benedetto jumps out to the early lead. Then we've got the Honda Civic of David Albrecht, the green Civic, the number 33 car. He's going to slot in behind. And then is, about 6 Spec Racer Fords as Mac Harrison, Meisner, Steve Shue. And I think Theo Pepes did make it out,
I think he did.
In the 38 machine. And I think Keith Frazier was the last of those Spec Racer Fords to file third. Matter of fact, we've got the two. Looks as though we've got Meisner and Prepsius side by side as they went into turn 3.
I tell you what, Greg, as you sit here and you look as they started to go down into turn 1, I saw Philip Ackley and Tristan Herbert. And, every now and then when you go down into turn 1, if you're following a car close behind, trying to get that draft going down past the start-finish line, it sometimes can get a little difficult to see your marks, but Tristan Herbert was able to look right over top of that SRF and be able to pick his spot from that VW. He had a clear shot of the car in front of Phil as they were headed down into turn 1. So Nothing like having Big Brother looking over your shoulder as you go
Yes.
down into the turn, because that's exactly what it looked like right there off the start. As they start to head up out of turn 8 now, heading up underneath the bridge. We'll take a look here, and looks like it is going to be that 33, I believe. That may be David Albrecht leading. And I think there is an SRF right behind him.
It is.
In the wing. That is Mac Harrison.
Mac Harrison and Benedetto having some major problems with his BMW. He started to lose speed coming up the hill out of turn 8, Brian. And he is now falling all the way back through the field. I mean, this is one way to not advance to a higher bracket, I guess. But
well, he could, because once he gets going, we saw this yesterday afternoon as well in their 15-lap race, where he got a good start, got out to the first lap, and by the time we got to the second lap, he was able to get whatever that problem was and get fixed. I don't believe I see him coming around.
I think
he's still there now. He's behind Philip Ackley in the 41, headed up turn 3. It looks like he's back under power now, so it may be that there's got to be some type of electrical gremlin in there sometimes that rears its ugly head that comes up, because that's the second time this weekend that has happened.
All right, and looks like Steve Spano had some issues yesterday in this race, keeping the 06 machine on track. He dropped a couple wheels on the outside of turn 1 there on as he went through on his second lap, but he has continued. We'll continue to watch Mr. Spano as our field now. And we see a big amount of dust and dirt flying through the air over at turn 5 as our leaders now making their way onto the front straight. And Brian, the Honda Civic of Albrecht now has fallen back on track to, I believe, the third car in line. And so Mac Harrison, now your lead car on track with then Stephen Shue in the white-green number 81 machine behind, and Eric Prepsius now up into 4th position overall. But let's start taking a look at where these drivers are falling in bracket-wise. Right now, Albrecht, based on the opening lap, was our sole driver in B1. He's now just been joined by Eric Prepsius, Aaron Meisner, Keith Frazier, and Phil Hollenbach. That's for drivers a minute 25 to a minute 27. But in the A5 bracket, the next higher bracket, Mac Harrison and Stephen Shue currently in that group. That's for drivers a minute 23 to a minute 25.
Tell you what, Greg, Chris Benedetto got that machine going again. Whatever that was happening early on has now been fixed, because he is starting to reel in back into our leaders. It looks like we have, that may be the 9 machine.
Yeah, that's the 9 machine, the Mazda RX-3 of Weichin Sarabon. That is the old John Cummins car, pardon me, that used to run in E-Production, and I believe at one time also in SPU. And looks like he is now getting that car back underway. We also have a car now that is coming down the pit lane, Brian, and I believe it's one of our Spec Racer Fords, and I think it is the number 3 machine, but I'll check on that in just a moment.
20-something. What I can see on the front number.
Okay, because I can't see it from here.
Yeah, I can see the number. It's a 20-something. I don't know if it's Meisner or not.
I was going to say
either Meisner or Cates, I believe.
Yeah, so Meisner's
out on track,
out there.
So
yeah,
I see Meisner.
It is indeed. It's Brian Cates in the number 21 machine.
Okay. Yeah, as that yellow flag was down there waiting for that Sarabon car to get going and move up, and looks like I got a couple guys. And again, that's just
and Brian, we've got cars that have gone around over a turn on the exit of turn 5. We'll try and get the call on that in just a moment. Had the car on pavement, just out of the view of our cameras, and I think it's rolled into the grass.
Yeah, still looks like got a standing yellow there up there. If you can look in the, you can see barely in the tub there. You can see where they're holding that yellow flag. As we wait for you to get the call there to see which car number that may have been. It does look like in our camera view that flag now has been dropped, so it looks like they may have they may have continued. But as I was talking about before, going down to turn one when they were getting the 9 car going again, we had some really good passing going on really from start finish line, and you had to get it done before you got down there because the yellow flag was still up in that section,
exactly.
in that station. And a good, I tell you what, kudos to the drivers. They got it handled out really quickly, and one of them kind of let it go and just tuck back in there, so not to cause any type of incidents and kind of go through at a reasonable pace.
Yeah, and I'm still trying to get the number of the car that went around at turn 5. It had a number 5 in it, but that narrows it down to like 10 different cars.
Yeah.
So if I get the number for you, I'll definitely let you know. But again, as you mentioned, that now is free and clear. So let's take a look at some of these brackets. As we mentioned, Harrison and Shu currently our only drivers in the A4 bracket for drivers a minute 21 to a minute 23. In bracket A5, Eric Prepsius, Phil Hollenbach, and Chris Benedetto for drivers a minute 23 to a minute 25. In bracket B1 for drivers a minute 25 to a minute 27. Big group here. David Albrecht currently leads them with Keith Frazier and Aaron Meisner, Mark Johnston, Tristan Herbert, Phil Ackley, Nick Jones, Steve Spano. In bracket B2, Matt Littleton and his BMW, he's the only one there. That's for drivers at minute 27 to a minute 29. And then Nick Chivley, William Simpkins, Theo Pepes in bracket B3, a minute 29 to a minute 31. All right, real quick, Brian, let's, as we're about halfway, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. Second call to the grid for Spec Miata race group number 4. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
And Greg, we've got the number 83, Nick Shively, as he's going by the start-finish line. The rear bumper cover is coming off on that, so that may have been the one that may have got turned around there in turn 5 because it looks like the bumper cover, as I said, is coming off. He's just now going into turn 1, so you can see that in your screen now. And then as you pick him up out of turn 2, and then he comes up the, kind of up the chute there, as he makes the turn into turn 3, you'll be able to see that back bumper cover. He's kind of a little bit off there, being blown over to the left-hand side of the car.
As a matter of fact, both turn 10 and also the starter stand, we're calling it in start. They say it's hanging there by a thread. So we'll see if he continues to hold on to that parachute. He had been running, and I think it definitely hurt his speed somewhat. He had been running with Steve Martin in the number 74 Ford Focus, and we'll track them as they come back around here in just a few moments with 4 minutes remaining.
Thinking more of hanging on by a pop rivet, not a thread. That looks like a pop rivet holding that one on.
That may very well be, as Steve Martin, who just came out of turn 10, does not have, actually that is not Steve Martin, pardon me, that is Matt Littleton in his BMW, has cleared himself of the of that Toyota. And as a matter of fact, here comes Shively now down the front straight. Let's take a look and see. He still has the bumper cap.
That's a strong pop rivet.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, let's go back, Greg. Let's look at the bracket in this A5 bracket. Chris Benedetto had some issues early on with that BMW, that 335i. He has now worked his way up into that A5 bracket right directly behind Eric Prepsius. As they were going through turn 3, it seemed like Benedetto had to get on the brakes just a little bit harder. Prepsius didn't get through that turn very well. And so Benedetto had to basically check up a little bit longer than he wanted to. It looks like we have one car on pit road. That looks like that is that may be Benedetto on pit road, Greg.
Yeah, let's take a look. We've got
a couple cars coming in.
Yeah, we've got a Spec Racer Ford coming down the pit lane as well. And indeed, it is the BMW Benedetto. And he's being, he's not being bump drafted down the pit lane, but the Spec Racer Ford's right behind him. It is the 38 machine.
Okay, so that's
Theo Pepes,
yeah.
Who is now headed back to the paddock. So it looks like his third race or third session in a row, he ended his race early this morning in the bracket race, did not make it out for the Spec Racer Ford race, and it looks like he's got some issues here once again. We'll see if he makes it out for the Spec Racer Ford race. That'll be our second to last race of the day.
Yeah.
As our leader on track, Mac Harrison, in the silver number 30 Spec Racer Ford, now coming across the start-finish line. He continues to make his way through traffic, but just behind is Stephen Shue in the white with green number 81 Spec Racer Ford, and Shue has had to get through quite a bit of slower traffic. Eric Prepsius in the light blue 51, not that far behind. But they are right now. It is Harrison and Shue in that A4 bracket. Prepsius, the third place car on track, currently is your leader in the A5 bracket, and I think he's actually being helped at the moment because he's had some slower traffic ahead of him, kind of hold his pace back a bit.
Word of note: we talked about Bill Smith in that 05 in his BMW. He actually did not take the green flag for this. So Nick Jones is in the car that Bill Smith ran this morning. So that's the 105. So that is Bill Smith's machine from earlier today.
And so online, we've got Jessica. Jessica is asking if there's a better way to focus the camera from 2 to 3. And unfortunately, Jessica would require me leaving the booth, running over to the flag stand at turn 3 and giving a little wipe with my shirt. Unfortunately, I think we're going to have to deal with that today. My apologies. We'll try and get it fixed for tomorrow.
And Greg, we've got a car, and that is going to be the David Albrecht machine just outside of the turn 2 flag stand there. So you've got, a standing yellow going in, which has been dropped into turn 1, but now you have a waving yellow. He is actually on track right to driver's right as you exit. So it's kind of in a blind spot there. Again, with 1 lap to go, it's going to be difficult. If you look at the cameras, it's going to be, because it's a little bit blurry there.
Yeah. I was going to say,
you can actually see it.
It's the blob that doesn't move.
If I can see it, and it's the blob over in the driver's left, if you're looking down at the camera, that is David Albrecht in that machine. So again, sitting actually on track, not able to get off the track on the grass, just not enough room there. You know what I mean? Between the tire barrier there and that. So again, these guys, working last lap, they're going to have to maneuver through that. Through that sector.
Yeah, and Brian, here was an interesting call from race control over to turn 2. It was the request, can you continue to wave that flag? and it didn't seem like one of those, we'd like you to continue waving it. We would just want to make sure that your arm and your shoulder can continue waving that flag until this race ends.
Well, it is hot. It is hot outside.
Well, it won't take much longer because Mac Harrison comes across the line to complete this 10-lap Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series race, finishing just behind him, and about 8/10 back is Stephen Shue, and they will make up bracket A4. So Mac Harrison takes the win in his bracket. In bracket A5, Eric Prepsius in the number 50 machine. He will cross the line, stay firmly in that A5 bracket, which is for drivers a minute 23 to a minute 25. He was towards the high end of that bracket with Phil Hollenbach, Keith Frazier finishing second and third in A5. In bracket B1, Tristan Herbert in his Volkswagen Jetta TDI Cup car will finish with the win, with Phil Ackley second. David Albrecht, who is sitting there, he's the blob down there at turn 2. The blob will finish third in the bracket B1 for drivers a minute 25 to a minute 29, or probably a minute 27. Matt Littleton, our sole driver in bracket B2, minute 27 to a minute 29. Then in bracket B3, Nick Shively, bumper hanging on by a thread, takes the win for drivers a minute 29 to a minute 31, with Bill Simpkins finishing in second. Theo Pepe's again retired early. In bracket B4, minute 31 to a minute 33. Steve Martin will take the win over Murphy Nichols. Tim Frank finishes in third. And Brian, looks like the blob has moved, and we've got a word from race control that Albrecht was able to get the Honda Civic back underway. Jeff Liller will take the win in bracket B5 for drivers a minute 33 and above. All right, so that is going to wrap things up for bracket racing here this afternoon. They are going to race again twice tomorrow. There'll be our first race up when we go racing at about 8:50 a.m. tomorrow morning, and then likely our first race after lunch as well. But next up here is going to be Spec Miata. Please head to the grid if you haven't done so already. Spec Miata Racers, Race Group 4. Please head to the grid. So, Brian, let's take a quick little break and to thank some of our partners and sponsors like, like RP Performance, and we'll be right back.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway in the 2023 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular, presented by Radial Tire Company. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati and Spencer Gaynor here in the broadcast booth, high atop Summit Point Raceway, or maybe not so high atop, but like
we're up there.
Yeah, we're
good.
We're like 3 floors up. Yeah. All right, so next up, a race that many of you have been waiting for. It is time for Spec Miata. And we'll take a look here. We had that great battle this morning and yesterday afternoon between Nick Bruni and Rob Hines, the two teammates. And we'll see how things play out once again today, Brian, as I see the pace car moving up to staging at the top of the pit lane. So let's run down the starting order.
All right, we have 19 drivers in this field here. So starting 19th from Indian Creek, Illinois, that's the 81 of Lawrence K. Hall. Starting in the 18th position from Downingtown, Pennsylvania, the 113 of Kevin Gaiman. Starting in the 17th position from Douglasville, Pennsylvania, that's the 118 of Chung Lee. And starting in the 16th position from Ellicott City, Maryland, the 68, that's Dominic Mandiel. Starting in the 15th position from Westminster, Maryland, that's the 14 of Kevin Conlon. Starting in the 14th position from Owings Mill, Maryland, that is the 54 of Michael Cohen. Starting in the 13th position from Potomac, Maryland, the 71 of Peter Kaufman. Starting in the 12th position from Gurnee, Illinois, the 08 of Robert Cahall. Starting in the 11th position from Morgantown, West Virginia, the 18 of James Lindenthal. Starting in the 10th position from Christiansburg, Virginia, the 78 of Ted Cahall. Starting in the 9th position from Washington, D.C., the 13 of Ed Kudarakis. Starting in the 8th position from Falmouth, Virginia, the 28, that's David Henderson. Starting in the 7th position from Durwood, Maryland, the 44 of Kip Gaynor. Starting in the 6th position from Oakland, New Jersey, the 88 of Michael LaMena. Starting in the 5th position from Centerville, Virginia, that's the 10 of Glenn Evans. Starting in the 4th position from Darnestown, Maryland, that's the 69 of Jeremy Butts. Starting in the 3rd position from Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland, that's the 63, that's John Hutz. And starting on the front row in the 2nd position from Arlington, Virginia, the number 4 of Rob Hines. And starting on the pole from Arlington, Virginia as well, the number 6 of Nick Bruni.
All right, there you go. There is your starting order for Spec Miata, just in time for the pace car, Graham Taylor, to head out on track and bring drivers around here around 10 turn, 2 miles.
Don't make me go further.
It's like going to the Nürburgring.
Yeah.
We'll just call this the Nürburgring of West Virginia.
That's We've shortened it. Got stuck on the dryer.
That's right. That will stick. All right, as the field now heading out on course. And again, want to remind everybody here at the track that tonight we will have, right after dinner, going to have our candidates for the 2024 Board of Directors here. Many of the candidates will be presenting their cases to you, the adoring public, so you can make your decisions. Polling is now, and the polls are now open online for the election, and then we will have our open competition meeting where you get to have a say in the DC region's road racing program. So definitely stick around for that. After, I think we're having it's not steak, but it's meat It's meat that isn't chicken. How's that for dinner tonight? Is that descriptive enough?
I think so.
All right. And a great response from Jimmy Pettinato in the chat when we said that we wish to use here. He did say that he's really finds it great that the region puts on such a great broadcast. Thank you so much, Jimmy. We appreciate that. And he says it's far better there than working in a hockey rink. If Jimmy has ever felt the air conditioning that we have here in our announce booth, he might stick to the hockey rink, Brian.
Look, we're getting better up here, right?
That's
We've got
true.
tinted windows now. We've got some nice, good-looking shades. It's a lot cooler than I think we would all be in trouble if it was last year. So
yeah, exactly. So yeah, I want to thank Edwin Pardue and the whole crew here at Summit Point Raceway. They've definitely upgraded the facilities for us. We definitely do appreciate it as the pace lap continues, and the pace car now bringing the field up through turn 8 now and up the hill. And it looks like the first 6 rows or so very well formed up, Brian. The last couple, they're getting formed up, but there's a huge gap, about 3 car lengths between each one of those rows, as we'll have now John Burkhardt looking the field over. He will be your starter for today's afternoon Spec Miata race. As the field comes out of turn 10, we've got at least one driver. He's shading all the way over to driver's right, but we get a green flag nonetheless. And that was the number 14 machine trying to get a little bit of an advantage there. Kevin Conlon on the start as our 2 rows make the run down to turn 1 for the very first time. Again, there we had Nick Bruni and Rob Hines. They've been fighting it out for the win 2 days in a row, and Robbie Hines, he's had the measure of the national champion all along here, as they are still side by side coming out of 2, Brian, and heading into 3.
yeah, headed up until turn 3 now. Robbie Hines is going to go ahead and grab that lead, but here comes John Hotz. Gets a good run out of turn 3 right on the back bumper of Nick Bruni. Now he looks like he's going to make a move to the right, and a little bit behind that you've got Glenn Evans, and they are all jumbled up as they start to head down the hill and into turn 4 through turn 5. You're coming is going to be Robbie Hines, Nick Bruni, John Hotz, and then throw in Jeremy Butts, then Glenn Evans. That's your top 5. So again, another good start from Glenn Evans as he starts to work his way up. We'll see whether or not LaMena and Gaynor can work together and close that gap. It looks like we may have one car that have gone maybe 2 tires off right there, pushing the limits through turn 5 up into turn 6. There is a little bit of a big dirt patch sitting right there, right off to the right of our camera view there. And I know that a lot of people have hit that pretty much all day long.
All day long, all week long, and pretty much continuously for at least the last 25 years. Yeah, I was going to say, there you go. All right, our leaders on the front straight now, and coming across the line to complete lap number 1, Robbie Hines. He is your leader once again. Nick Bruni, John Hotz in the white number 63 machine running in 3rd. Jeremy Butts in that dark colored number 69 Duke machine with Glenn running 4th, Glenn Evans 5th, Mike LaMena, David Henderson, Ted Cahall, Kip Gaynor, Robert Cahall, your top 10. But at the moment, it's a 4-car breakaway. Hines, Bruni, Hotz, Butts, and then about another 15 car lengths back to Glenn Evans and Mike LaMena.
Tell you what, the battle on the racetrack right now, without being single file, was Michael LaMena and David Henderson. They were side by side coming through turn 3, headed up to the hill, down turn 4. We'll see whether or not that continues. Michael LaMena did not lift. Henderson had to lift in order to let him go and get back in line.
All right, and it sounds like Ed Kudarakis, driver of the number 13 machine, had some issues going through turn 1. He did spin the car. He's going to fall back to the back of the field. Real quick, Brian, though, let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 5. That's Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid now. Race group 5, Improved Touring Racers and B-Spec Racers. This is your first call to the grid.
Here comes our leaders now. Comes our front 4. Robbie Hines still leading over Nick Bruni. John Hotz right there. Jeremy Butts by about another 3.5 car lengths back. to John Hotz there. Then you've got a little bit of a gap. I'm going to say 23 cars, Greg. That goes back to Evans. Now Michael Amena has pulled up right on the back bumper of Glenn Evans. They were battling it early on this morning as well, so it looks like that battle is going to continue. We'll have to see whether or not our front four can pull away. At least our front three, it could be that Jeremy Butts is the sitting duck here, as we may say, because he has no help at all.
None.
Along with the front three with Hines and Bruni and Hotz.
And for a second there, going down into one, we saw Mike LeMaine in that 88 machine. He took a quick little look to the inside of Glenn Evans in the dark-colored number 10, and I think, and we know Michael's tendencies, and he's a very aggressive driver, and I think he probably thought for a minute it would be great for me to jump out on Glenn Evans at the 200-foot mark and make a late pass going into one. But I think he realized, and he saw with Butts about 20 car lengths ahead, that if he does that, there is absolutely no way he's going to get back up to that lead pack. And so hopefully he's going to work with Glenn Evans to try and push back up to John Butts' number 60, Jeremy Butts' 69 car.
Yeah, I mean, they have to work together because Jeremy's going to be out on an island of his own. Our front three coming out of turn 10, they're about a car length and a half apart from each other. And then you've got Jeremy Butts. Now let's take a look here. Michael LaMena has dropped all the way back. He is back behind Kip Gaynor. So
he just
obviously
went
had
off
that problem.
Coming out of turn 8, went wide of turn 8, went for a nice little ride through the grass there, and then managed to rejoin.
Yeah, so now it becomes time to settle in for Mike, just to go ahead and get yourself back in that rhythm after going off. Now you can go ahead and work to try to pick off, a couple of other guys, or sit there and work with Kip Gaynor in that 44. Hey, let's go ahead and get back up to that group. We know we can catch them. They've done it before. They've raced together many times. Then you've got the 08 there. That is Robert Cahall. All three of them, they can draft right back up to David Henderson, which is in that 7th position.
Yeah, so I'm getting a little bit more information from the corner workers over at turns 8 and 9, and it sounds like Michael Amena might have had a little bit of help finding his way to the grass on the outside of turn number 8. Now, of course, we had him working, or not working, but behind Glenn Evans the last time we had checked in. Ted Cahall was also starting to make up some ground. Haven't heard back from the corner yet which car may have had contact with LaMena, but as soon as I get that information, I'll relay it.
Yep. As our front two starting to pull away again here, Greg. We've seen this time and time again. I tell you what, this is the biggest lead that Hines has had over Bruni here pretty much all weekend long. So, again, we saw this before. Those two get out. They work hard together at the beginning, try to pull away from Hotz. Hotz not getting away. Not too far behind them, about a couple car lengths, and then they start to work together, and that's when they start to open it up as Bruni closes her up right on the back bumper coming out of turn 2. But Hines is so much better on exit of turn 2 that he opens up that gap to about a half a car length now as they head up into turn 3 and headed down the hill into 4.
All right, and turn 8 just called back. They were not able to determine which car gave the I guess it's not a chrome horn if you get him with the door, but to knock Mike LaMena off into the grass. So we'll have to pick that up later. But LaMena right now working with Kip Gaynor, trying to make their way back up to David Henderson, who is about a second and a half up the road from those two.
Yeah, somewhat of a little door slam there, maybe, instead of a chrome horn.
The Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah,
and you flop the door out.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, coming out of turn 10 now and onto the front straight. Bruni still trailing Robbie Hines, but he's closed up the gap now. Only about a car length, maybe half a car length, as they cross the start-finish line. Bruni just having set the fast lap of the race at a 127.2. John Hotz continues to lose a little bit of ground. Lost about 0.3 to our leaders that last time by. The gap now about 1.3 seconds as they come out of turn 2 and make their way down to turn 3.
Now, if we had an in-car camera, the last time they went by, they went to start-finish line. I was happened to be looking over and looking down, and there were some hand signals going on between Rob Hines and Nick Bruni there. you can't see it on a camera, but if we had an in-car camera there, and I'm sure if they had it on our GoPro, you would see some hand signals going out there, going in through the window so that Rob and Nick Bruni can work together again, as they have all weekend long.
There you go. All right, so as they work together a little bit further back, we are watching, we've also got Glenn Evans and K Hall and David Henderson all looped together. And the 14 machine, and I think this is the second time for Kevin Conlon. He had some issues on the opening lap at turn 1. He runs a little bit wide again, and Conlon now finds himself in 14. He finds himself in 14th position. Of course, he started 15th on the field, so maybe
he's working his way, taking his time.
Maybe he needs to go off at 1 a couple more times. I don't know. As our leaders are now coming out of 10 onto the front straight, and again, opening up a little bit more of a gap to John Hotz. As Hotz, he's got the disadvantage. He doesn't have the draft.
And you can't just drop back and try to pick up Jeremy, because at this point, again, with only 4 laps left to go here, you can't drop back. You've got to stay where you're at. And John is pretty quick by himself, but just not faster than the two of these with Robbie Hines and Nick Bruni. I mean, two of the top, SM drivers in the country.
Yeah, again, Bruni, your reigning national champion. They both were on the podium at Road America back in 2020, and Robert Hines, he's a former national champion in Touring 3. Real quick, Brian, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 5, Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group 5, Improved Touring and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid. You are next.
Tell you what, Greg, I'm going to drop back. Let's pick up our fifth place, really 5th through almost 9th there with the 10 of Glenn Evans. They should be coming up out of turn 5 and headed up into turn 6 right about now. And David Henderson looked like he wanted to make a move last time by, going down the hill through 4 into 5. Thought better of it, got tucked right back in line. But those two are starting to battle a little bit. And what that's doing is that's bringing Ted Cahall back in, Kip Gaynor back in. And now you're looking at, you could end up with Michael LaMena
as well,
getting back in there as well if they start to battle. They're coming out of turn 10 now. Here comes Evans. Here comes Henderson. Henderson looked like he wanted to make a move to driver's right. Didn't have any help there with Cahall in that 78 machine, so really couldn't do anything with it. Now you've got LaMena and Gaynor. They're going to start to work together. Mike's going to give Kip a little bit of love there as they go down into turn 1. And I talked about Henderson and Evans. Well, there goes David Henderson. He's going to make that move going into turn 1. And now it looks like as they get ready to come out of turn 2, we'll see whether or not Henderson's able to hold it, or is Evans going to do the crossover. And I believe Evans is going to do the crossover here as they start to come up the hill through turn 2 and headed up into turn 3 up the hill. Give Glenn Evans back that 5th place position, Greg.
I don't know. It just looked like a bunch of blobs to me, but you
got to drink more.
Yeah, that is quite
clear.
possible. So Brian, one of the things to note was earlier in the year when it was much cooler, we noted that not just in Spec Miata, but in most of the classes, the move was to go as we've got a car off going around the outside of turn 5, and I think that might have been.
We'll have to look
78 at Cahall.
Yeah, maybe something kicking up some dust there.
But we noted that the fast way around turn 1, if you're going side by side now, was actually the outside.
Yes.
And turning in late and coming all the way around and setting yourself up to turn 3. But so far this weekend, that just hasn't played out. It seems that the inside line has been a little bit stronger.
Yeah, it's kind of that give and take, right? If you've got a car that can handle that, then that's what's going to happen. Let's go back here. We talked about that. That may have been the Evans machine that went around, because now Glenn Evans is going to drop all the way back from 5th place all the way back to 10th place. And now you've got some side-by-side action. You had Gaynor and Ted Cahall. They're going to go side-by-side. Ted Cahall tries to make that left and then that right into turn 1 as Kip Gaynor tries to go by. And we'll see if we get another over-under there between Ted Cahall and Gaynor. Give the position to Gaynor. Move him up now into the top 5. But it's a gaggle right behind there, side-by-side with LaMena and Henderson, as we saw early on. It's the same as well. And then you've got the 0-8 there. That is going to be Robert Cahall. And as I said, Glenn Evans all the way back into 10th place, Greg.
All right, so the next time our leaders come by, they will be getting the 1-to-go board. But Brian got a little bit more information from down at turn 5. Turns out there was contact between the number 28 of Henderson and the number 10 of Glenn Evans. And the word from the corner was they thought that the 28 car made a very late move down the inside to try and get past and come underneath the number 10 of Glenn Evans, causing Evans to go off. But again, not for us to say. As our leaders now cross the start-finish line, we are now working the last lap, and Robbie Hines is your leader. He protects to the inside, going down into turn number 1. And let's take a look here. There's the light blue car. He's on your left. Nick Bruni to your right, as there's some overlap coming out of turn 1, going into turn 2. Brian, here they come.
Yeah, coming up out of turn 2, up into turn 3, the leader still, Robbie Hines. But you're right. They were side by side for a brief moment. I thought Nick was going to try to do an over-under. Didn't get that done. He had to get back in line because, again, you start getting 2 by 2 as you start to going up through here, that will open up that air, and it doesn't matter. John Hotz will suck up really quickly within this 2-mile course. Top 5, Kip Gaynor sitting in 5th, Ted Cahall 6th, Henderson 7th, Michael LaMena in 8th. Now move that up a little bit. You've got Gaynor, Ted Cahall, and now you've got Michael LaMena. So that is actually going to be where LaMena got ahead of Henderson. Move LaMena up to 7th.
All right, coming through the carousel now, Robbie Hines opens up about a half a car length advantage as they start to make their way up the hill. Robbie Hines extends that lead now to a car length and a half as they come up to the Toyota bridge and now make their way into turn 10. Coming out of turn 10 for the last time today, Robbie Hines, driver the number 4 Spec Miata. Does he have the measure of national champion Nick Bruni? Checkered flag is in the air and taking the win for the 3rd time in 3 attempts and 3 races. Rob Hines, your winner today in Spec Miata. Nick Bruni will finish in 2nd, crossing the line, and coming home in 3rd is John Hotz in the white number 63 machine. Jeremy Butts will come home in 4th. And now here's the battle for 5th position. Kip Gaynor in the number 44. He leads Cahall and LaMena across the line. Cahall makes a great run coming out of turn 10, but Ted Cahall is going to hold off Michael LaMena for 6th. LaMena finishes 7th. Glenn Evans comes back to 8th position. David Henderson, who had his own problems on the last lap, falls back into 9th position. Robert Cahall will finish in 10th. And we've got Spencer up here, and he's quite animated and very happy. He saw his dad make some great moves here on the last 2 laps. Started 7th, finished in 5th, and managed to get by a number of racers on the very last 2 laps. Great run for Kip as well. Brian, that was a wonderful race, and so far, Robbie Hines is 3 for 3.
Yeah, really running well. And again, those two have worked together continuously. I think it's been the plan all weekend long is to work as much as they can together. I think that you're going to see is when we get in this 20 laps tomorrow, it's going to be probably the same routine at the beginning, but we'll see whether or not who gets out and leads.
All right. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 5, Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group number 5, Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. And so we're going to bid adieu to Brian Donati. He's going to head down. He's going to be racing in SSM in just a few moments. So we'll see Brian again tomorrow morning. We'll have some more of our cast of crazies coming on up here to the booth to help us out for the rest of the afternoon. So let's do this, Spencer. Let's take another quick break, and let's thank another one of our great partners here this weekend, the Autoverse.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway and the 2023 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company. And as Brian Donati heads down to get ready for his SSM race, we're joined once again by Deacon Greenfield, who had a great race at FE2. And wow, you were quite the aggressor on the start there today, Deacon.
I put the pedal down. I wanted to try my hand at getting wheel to wheel finally in the FE2. So yeah, I went for it, and I did lose him, but I'm still out there running my race. I'm just focused on getting better in an open wheel car. So I wasn't upset about it, and I did feel better. I did my I think I matched my personal best on that last lap, so I'm still really happy.
That is all you could ask for. Well, maybe you could ask for a little more, but no, that is great. And so, Deacon, I wanted to, before we get underway and start to run down the grid for our improved touring race here, I wanted to make a small correction because I did make a mistake, and of course Mike Collins was there to correct me. Robbie Hines finished on the podium at Road America. That was in 2020 in Spec Miata. Preston Pardis, of course, taking the win, and I believe, and now of course Mike will probably correct me, I think that was his second national championship. And then Nick Bruni finished second at Indianapolis the following year. Preston Pardus then took another national championship. So hopefully Mike will tell me if I'm wrong there, but I think that's 3 national championships for Preston Pardus. All right, so next up is going to be and then again, Mike Collins, he's probably not listening now because of the Spec Miata race. It's over. All right, next up is going to be Improved Touring and B-Spec. Let's run down the starting order. Starting in 24th position, driving the number 02, ITB BMW 2002. He had some suspension issues yesterday. Hopefully he's got them back under control. It's the 02 of John Kinberg. Mario Marino will start 23rd. He's our sole B-Spec racer today, driving the number 7 Ford Fiesta. Carl Fossler is starting 22nd. He's in the number 82 ITB Porsche 924 with Kevin Fryer in the number 98 ITB BMW 2002. He starts 21st. Matt Phillips is out. He's in the number 20. He's starting 20th on the field. He's in the number 66 Honda Civic SI. He's out of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. Starting 19th, driving the number 3 ITB BMW 2002, it's Matti Vicola. Starting 18th, driving the number 16 ITB Volkswagen Golf, Matt Small, with Ryan Moran. Starting 17th, he's driving the number 88 ITB Mini Cooper. Then we've got Rich Allen. He's starting 16th today. He's in the number 44 Volkswagen Golf with Alton Fryer. Starting 15th on the field, he's in the number 89 ITB 2002. Then we've got John Legg. He starts 14th today. He's driving the number 67 Mazda Miata in ITA with Philip Rule, also in an ITA Miata. It's the number 78 car, and he starts 13th. Alex Ratcliffe will start 12th today, driving the number 03 ITB Mini Cooper with Rich Roman, our winner from our first race today, our morning race today. Rich Roman driving the number 11 Mini Cooper. That's an ITB car. He starts 11th. Starting 10th today, Justin Shepard in the number 100 ITA Mazda Miata with Scotty Holman driving the number 69 ITB Mazda Protege, starting in 9th. Chuck Bucheski will start 8th on the field today. He's in the number 0 ITS Datsun 240Z with Dan Freeman starting 7th. He's in the number 1 ITA Miata. Joel Gambino, your winner from race 1 today in ITA, starts 6th on the field in the number 31 Mazda Miata with David Lanning in the 41 Mazda Miata, your pole sitter in the class. He starts 5th. Starting 4th, driving the number 07 ITS BMW 325 IS, it's Matt Littleton with Steve Moeller driving the number 49 ITS Mazda Miata, starting in 3rd. And your front row today, starting in 2nd with the number 00 ITS Datsun 240Z, it's Jeff Lucas and your pole sitter. Driving the number 5 ITS NC Mazda MX-5 with a qualifying time of 123.398, it's Cam Gruber. All right, and so Deacon, as we were watching this race this morning, we saw once again where Cam Gruber really just opened up and walked away from the rest of the field. The big difference was he was able to make the car last the entire race. Of course, it was only a 7-lap race, a little bit shorter than what they ran yesterday. But we also saw Matt Littleton really put the screws to Steve Moeller for 3rd in ITS.
Right, yeah, and that morning session was just cool enough for all the groups that everything should have been good. It was a much better track, and I can say for a fact, I went out in the first group, small bore group 1, and even in the second race, my car started to overheat on about lap 8,
really? So
I had to back it off. So we may possibly, if they're not entirely fixed, we may see those ignition coil problems again from Gruber.
All right, and so the lights are out on the pace car. Pace car bringing the field now up through turn number 8. And, the other great race that we saw, and maybe a little surprising, in ITB, where Scotty Holman, yesterday's winner, did not get a very good start in the taxi. And it was the 2 Mini Coopers of Roman and Ratcliffe that walked away to the win, and Ratcliffe was really closing things down on his teammate when the checkered flag flew. Here, as the pace car now is on the pit lane, and that turns things over to Cam Gruber with standing on the starter bridge right now, John Burkhardt looking the field over. And green flag is in the air, and we are back underway And once again, that NC Miata, Deacon, it doesn't have the torque of the straight six of the Datsun that Lucas is driving, but he always seems to get a very good start.
Right, yeah, and we go down to turn one. Looks like Gruber still does have the advantage over Lucas in that 0-0. But, once that Mazda gets going with the talent of Cam Gruber behind the wheel, it's gone. So Jeffrey is really going to have to try and put the foot down into turn three. As he does, actually take the lead up the hill, and Cam's going to try to over-under him, but it is not enough.
No, and so at least for the moment there, Jeff Lucas is your leader, and then directly behind, we've got Moeller and Littleton and Dave Lanning in the ITA Miata holding very close as well with Joel Gambino. So a big group here as we're still side by side going into turn number 5, and as they come down the hill under braking, the Datsun, which isn't exactly known for its braking performance and has much smaller, solid rotors at the front compared to Gruber's Mazda MX-5, Lucas is able to outbrake Gruber as they now come through the carousel. And again, Moeller and Littleton very close behind there as the field is now starting to make their way out of turn 8. But as they do, Cam Gruber manages to get back around Jeff Lucas there with, we'll just call it a much more neutral handling and better handling MX-5.
Hey, good luck catching that car.
And as they now come down the straight and across the start-finish line, it is Gruber, then Lucas, then Steve Moeller, about 5 car lengths behind. David Lanning, who was our pole sitter for the second race in a row in ITA, manages to hold off Joel Gambino. And right now, Gambino has to deal with the Silver 07 out-of-class ITS BMW of Matt Littleton. And as they come out of turn 3, we've got actually now it appears as though Littleton has gotten around Lanning as well. So that's going to bottleneck up that battle for the lead in ITA.
Yeah, and it looked like coming around Cam, they only did a 29 and a 130 coming around on that first lap versus I think we had in the first session, Cam was able to run a 26 out of the gate. So either he may be nursing that temperature or something may be just down on power.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6, SSM. Please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. SSM racers, please start heading to the grid. You're up next. All right, so as we then look at ITB a little bit here, Deacon, Rich Roman, our winner from race 1, did not take the green flag, nor did Matt Small, nor did John Kinberg, who continues to have some mechanical issues. And so Scott Holman, who got a much better start in the field here today, he is currently holding off Alex Ratcliffe. Matter of fact, we've got them coming down the front straight right now across the start-finish line, the yellow, the taxi, and the red Mini Cooper directly behind. And I'll tell you, right back behind them, we've got Rich Allen in his Golf, Ryan Moran and Kevin Fryer all in a row. All of these ITB cars, but we'll see if Alex Ratcliffe has something for the ITB car of Holman. Now, Ratcliffe is driving what is typically a B-Spec car in ITB. He is running it, I believe, under the B-Spec rule set, which means he's got to run a restrictor plate on that car. We'll see how it does and if how it does breathing out here in this hotter and more humider weather.
It's very interesting. I didn't know about the restrictor plate. And it's already not that fast of a class, but yeah, we've actually got a couple B-Spec cars out in the ITB field today. I think mainly just for the higher competition. I know we've only got the
Marino
Focus,
and the Focus,
Marino and the Ford Fiesta. Actually, yeah, same thing. Tell me a difference.
300cc and actually quite a bit of weight. So let's see here. We'll continue to watch that ITB race as Cam Gruber again opening up a lead over Jeff Lucas here, and let's take a look at that ITB race because they're coming out of turn 10 right now. Here they are, just coming out, just leaving our view. And it looks like Ratcliffe is definitely starting to close things down. I mean, the neat thing with ITB, with a lot of these cars, is they're large. They're a lot of them are hatchbacks. Mm-hmm. A lot of them, they're not the most aerodynamic cars on the planet. They do punch a pretty good hole. Scotty Holman in a four-door, though, probably the sleekest of the ITB cars that we see here racing today.
Now, I do know that Rich Roman is still going for the B-Spec in runoffs and actually has that brand new Mini Cooper S that's instead of the normal boxy hatchback is – I don't know if that still classes as – I don't think it classes a hatchback anymore, but it's actually a coupe now.
Right.
So I'm sure he's looking to try and see if that's gaining any more advantage, and I'm sure it probably will in terms of top speed.
Well, and we'll have to see because Ryan Moran ran that same chassis last year at the runoffs. And, again, I think a lot of it obviously depends on the driver. But I think they found that it actually wasn't that different than what the hatchback would do. But the big difference is it's much harder to draft off of.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So very big difference there as we continue to watch here this ITB battle. They should be coming out of turn 10 momentarily. And here they come now, rolling out of turn number 10. And we'll see here if Alex Ratcliffe can make up the about a half a second gap. He appears to be whittling away slowly but surely. Actually, that last time by, Scotty Holman actually opens up another tenth of a second on him. So we'll check back in with them in just a few moments. But we've got the very close race actually directly behind them. It's the battle for third. It's the battle for third in ITB with Rich Allen, Ryan Moran, and Kevin Fryer. So just behind those three racers. So let's take a look here as they come into turn number 2 now, or turn 3, pardon me. Ryan Moran, he's in that red Mini Coupe. And directly behind him, we've got Kevin Fryer and Alton Fryer. Rich Allen, actually, in the black Golf, has started to stretch things out and has gotten away from Ryan Moran. So it looks like Allen kind of running in his own little pocket there, third in ITB. All right, let's do this. Let's jump over to the ITA race, if we can. Just coming out of turn 10 now onto the front straight. We're going to see the white Mazda Miata. There you go, with the blue one. The white one, that is David Lanning, who was our ITA pole sitter today. He's finished third yesterday in ITA. He finished third this morning. Joel Gambino having taken both wins. At the moment, Gambino doesn't seem to be making up any ground on Lanning. Lanning has been the faster of the two cars all weekend, however.
Yeah, I was really interested in our ITA battle here as Joel Gambino is actually giving the mirror check to Lanning, even though Lanning had some trouble behind Freeman yesterday. He's still been able to qualify ahead of the ITA on the ITA pole here. And one thing that I definitely noticed.
Well, I was going to say, we'll talk about that in a second. I want to go back to our three blobs here coming out of turn 2. This is that battle for the lead in ITB.
In ITB, yeah, we saw
where Holman now has had both Alex Ratcliffe close up, and you see Ratcliffe grabbing some dirt at the apex of turn 3. He's got now Rich Allen, who's pulled up right alongside. Rich Allen, who made up, I think, a couple of seconds in the last couple of laps there. Now he's... it's a 3-car battle for the lead in ITB. Go ahead, Deacon.
Let's see. I was just actually looking up to where Rich Roman was in that ITB field. I don't know if he'd already come around or not. But, big moves. I know I saw the Mini Cooper making a move on, let's see, who is that? On the Golf of Rich Allen going up turn 3. I wasn't sure who had maybe got a better run out of there. See, can we catch them on our camera? They should be coming around anytime soon.
All right, well, while we wait for them, let me make a quick call to the grid for our next group, Deacon. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 6, SSM. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 6, SSM. This is your second call to the grid.
Now that I'm looking at it, I actually don't know if Rich Roman took the grid because
no, Rich Roman is not out today.
Yeah, okay.
No, he's not out. All right, going side by side down into turn number 1 behind our leader Scotty Holman in ITB. It's Alex Ratcliffe who gets back around Rich Allen in the black 44 Golf, but they are now side by side as they come out of turn number 2. And as those two drivers continue to fight, and continue to go side by side, corner through corner. It's allowing Scotty Holman to start to walk away from the rest of the ITB field.
Yeah, the Golf had the advantage there going into the corner, but the Mini was just better on the brakes and had the advantage of the inside and took the position out of there.
And Scotty Holman there in that yellow Mazda Protege continues to go. And we've got a car now off at turn 10.
Oh, no.
And I think that that is the Golf of Rich Allen. And I think he may have just outbroke himself. Actually, he didn't just outbreak himself.
Something blown.
Yeah, the hood came up, and it looks like he's overheating the car as well. It looks like a NASCAR machine when they start to spout the water up. And he is quickly out of the car, and I don't know if I'd want to be standing over there looking at my race car in what is, frankly, a target zone there. As we'll see now, and that I don't think that's Rich Allen actually, because I think that's a later Volkswagen Golf.
It looks like
yeah. We'll double check that. I think that might be Matt Small.
Well, Rich Allen is falling down on the transponder. I believe that is Rich Allen.
Well, yep, actually, yep. Matter of fact, you are right. As he now is falling back there.
It's unfortunate. That was a really good looking battle. Despite the Mini Cooper getting the best of him, I think something just happened to pop him right in our blind spot coming up down the chute of 4.
Yep, and he is now making his way over to the tire wall, and there you go. Let's keep it on him. As obviously. And we've got a big crowd over at that section.
It's a very popular
turn 5
section.
so it looks like he had a number of people asking what was going on over there. All right, so let's pick up another battle, because that battle for second at ITB now obviously done. As the next time our leader Cam Gruber comes across the start-finish line, he'll get the 1 to go board here. But let's take a look now. As Joel Gambino has gotten around David Lanning for the lead in ITA, and I believe they're coming out of turn 2 right now.
Maybe about a 3 to 4 car gap on Lanning there. Freeman's tagging along pretty far back, so really out of the draft, running on his own, trying to get back up there. But I really wanted to talk about Joel. I wanted to talk about Joel Gambino because we know a few MARRS races ago he had a run through 10 and actually ripped his front air dam off.
Right.
And it very much impacted his car, and he hasn't been able to get another air dam on it for a little bit. He actually ran a pit race last weekend even without it completely, so that was definitely doing something bad for the aerodynamics.
Yeah.
But this weekend, while I was paddocked in, we got 1 to go. While I was paddocked in RP, I've seen him with a replica air dam. It looked like it was made out of maybe a different material. It looked lighter than his previous one.
Okay.
I believe his previous one might have been aluminum. His new one looked like fiberglass. Maybe. But he's definitely got that aero advantage back that he used to have.
All right, our leader Cam Gruber now coming into turn 3. As we speak, and actually, let's say out of turn 3 now, there he goes. As he continues, we talked about this earlier today. I mean, we haven't spoken about him much during the race because he's just walked away from Jeff Lucas. The margin last time they crossed the stripe was 21 seconds, but Gruber just does not let out. He has continued the lap almost 2 full seconds faster than Jeff Lucas, even with that 20-second plus gap. Now back to our second place runner as we are working the last lap. In ITB, Scotty Holman now has about a 30 car length advantage over Alex Ratcliffe. And of course, we'll continue to check in on Lanning in his attempts to get back into the lead around Joel Gambino. But first, coming out of turn number 10 right now, your leader in ITS, your overall leader, and that is Cam Gruber taking the win here in our improved touring race today. He is now 3 for 3 on the weekend. As we'll see Jeff Lucas coming out of turn 10 here in just a moment. Here he is coming out of 10. He should finish in second in ITS. Steve Moeller about 10, put it about 15 car lengths behind in the number 49 Mazda Miata. The Miata. He will finish third in ITS. And now coming to the line Joel Gambino takes the win in ITA over David Lanning. And Lanning, once again, the bridesmaid there for the second race in a row, the pole sitter in the class, but does not take the win, finishing third in ITA. Dan Freeman, as he is now coming out, Dan Freeman coming out of turn 10, and he will finish third in ITA. In ITB, Scotty Holman coming out of turn 10 for the final time. And with a long distance, he can look in the mirrors. He may not even be able to see him back there. Taking the win in ITB, it is going to be Scotty Holman, Alex Ratcliffe in the red Mini Cooper. Now crossing the line, finishing second in class. And Alton Fryer coming home in third. And Alton made up a heck of a lot of ground on Alex in the last couple of laps. For the last 3 laps, was running about a second a lap faster than Ratcliffe, but not enough time, not enough laps. He'll come home in third. And then, of course, our sole B-Spec driver, Mario Marino, he finishes 17th overall. So great run again today. Our winners, for the most part, had a commanding wins there. Scotty Holman played the traffic right, and when the battle became not for the lead in ITB, it became for second. It allowed him to just kind of separate himself out and walk away. Cam Gruber showing his dominance in ITS here this weekend once again, and Joel Gambino getting race number 3. All right, so let's make a final call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 6. SSM, please head to the grid. SSM racers, please head to the grid. Your race is starting in just a few moments. As we've got now, we've got Cam Gruber going on his victory lap. There he goes. And looks like Marino in the B-Spec taking his victory lap as well. So let's do this, Deacon and Spencer. Let's take a quick little break. Let's thank some of our partners and sponsors. And we'll start that off by thanking great partner here this weekend, new this month with the MARRS Series, Belmont Classic Cars.
Belmont Classic Cars is a family-owned classic and collector car dealership located in Eastern Ohio, specializing in 1960s and 70s American muscle cars and other unique automobiles. Belmont takes pride in taking you back to a simpler time with iconic classic rides and never selling anything that they wouldn't want in their own collection. To see Belmont's extensive inventory of classic cars, visit their website at belmontclassiccars.com or find them on Facebook and Instagram at Belmont Classic. Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
And welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway in the 2023. What is this? Oh, yeah, it's the 2023 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company of Maryland. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Deacon Greenfield. Dominic Mandiel has joined us back up in the booth as well, and it's a full house because we got Kip Gaynor here pushing all the buttons for us. And next up is SSM. Did I say Kip Gaynor? We see Brian called you Kip earlier. I don't know if you noticed that. Spencer Gaynor is here joining us for this big race. It's SSM. And let's run down the starting order. Starting 42nd, and we'll see if he comes out. He didn't finish the last race. Driving the number 7 machine, Davey Ahern. John Grayhor, out of Ashburn, Virginia, driving the number 40 Spec Miata, starting 41st. Starting 40th, Steve Bindrum. In the 07 machine from Knoxville, Tennessee, he starts 40th. John Maslin from Ellicott City will start 39th in the 75 car. James Roberts will start 38th. He's driving the number 6 car out of Mount Joy, Pennsylvania. David Cook from Severna Park, Maryland will start 37th in the number 74. Jack Kellum, driving the 39 machine, will start 36th. He's a local boy out of Charlestown, West Virginia, with Steve Wolfson from Leesburg, Virginia, starting 35th in the 24 car. Rob Wrecker Boy Miles will start 34th today. He is in the number 53 car with Ray Seabird Heath, starting 33rd. He's driving the number 9 machine and is out of Mechanicsville, Virginia. We'll see if he makes the grid. He had that off at turn 10 yesterday, and I don't think he made the grid this morning. Pat Sharkett driving the number 30, starting 32nd. He's driving the number 96 Mazda Miatas from Knoxville, Maryland. While Michael Monahan's driving the number 44 car. He's starting 31st today. He's out of Hedgesville, West Virginia. Starting 30th in the number 61 Miata from Fairfax, Virginia, it's Rich Ura, while Gary Shank from Lidditz, Pennsylvania, will start 29th in the 25 car. Chris Tilton from Leesburg, Virginia, will start 28th today. He's in the number 36 car. Brian Donati, who's that guy? Brian Donati? Never heard of him. He starts 27th today in the number 73 car. He's from right down the road in Round Hill, Virginia. Jay Bindrum will start 26th. He's driving the number 88 car. He's out of Nokesville, Virginia, with Birdsboro, Pennsylvania's John Moyer starting 25th in the 113. Brooks Hunt in the number 65 car will start 24th, with Ben Sarley driving the 199 car. He starts 23rd. Starting 22nd today, Morgan Burkhardt out of Charlestown, West Virginia. He drives the silver number 49 car, with Isaac Crandall starting 21st in the 29. He's out of Baldwinsville, New York. St. Thomas Virgin Islands now. That's where Steve Rollo's coming to us from. Why is he here? All right. Steve Rollo driving the number 35 car. He starts 20th. He's here because he races. That's why he's here. Jordan Furman, he's from Wrightsville, Pennsylvania. He starts 19th today in the number 8 car. Callan Crocker in the 123 machine starts 18th, starting 17th. Isaac Jordan in the number 46 car from Weehawken, New Jersey, with Vic Bruni starting 16th. He's in the number 92 car. He's from Haymarket, Virginia. Sykesville, Maryland's Adam Volatile will start 15th today in the 04 car, with Arif Kazem starting in 14th. He's out of Silver Spring, Maryland, drives the number 98. Frank DeBerzi will start 13th. He's from Washington, D.C., drives the 121 machine, with Ryan Franklin driving the 37 machine. He starts 12th. Starting 11th is Jamison Huffman. From Herndon, Virginia. He's in the 89 machine, with Scott O'Rourke starting 10th in the number 32. John Hotz will start 9th in the field today. He's in the 63 car. He's out of Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland, with Ben Jones starting in 8th, driving the number 10. With the number 1 on the door, maybe number 1 in our hearts, I don't know. From Warrenton, Virginia, starting 7th today, it's Dave Biegert. Starting 6th, driving the number 14 Mazda Miata from Winchester, Virginia, it's Andy O'Brien, with Jack Murchison driving the 58 car. He starts 5th. Starting 6th, from Baltimore, Maryland, in the number 06 SSM Mazda Miata, it's Neil O'Rourke, with Ryan Maloney starting on the inside of row number 2 in the blue number 15 machine. He's from Dayton, Maryland, and your front row today. Driving the number 11 Mazda Miata from Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, it is Richard Roman, and your pole sitter today, driving the number 42 Mazda Miata from Leesburg, Virginia, with a qualifying time of 1:28.407. It's John Evans. And, of course, our drivers here, they're going to have 2 pace laps. So as you watch, you'd think that they'd be forming up and gridding up gentlemen by this point, but they've got 1 more pace lap to go. I guess I could have slowed down.
You could have thrown in some nicknames in there.
I talked about Ray Seabird, Heath. What do you want from me?
Superman Hoffman.
Superman.
Turn 10's boyfriend, Frank DeBerzi.
Oh, my. Oh, my. Any others you want to get us in trouble for? All right. Well, I'll tell you what. While the second pace lap is now underway, I wanted to remind everybody, and maybe I should have said this when the largest field of the day isn't on track, but after we finish racing today, and we've got 2 more races after SSM, we've got Spec Racer Ford and Big Bore. You don't want to miss that. We are going to have dinner, of course, for racers, for family, for friends, for crew, you name it. Come on by. We have dinner once again for you, and then we are going to have 2 very special events. First off, our candidates on this year's slate for the DC Region's Board of Directors will state their cases to you, the adoring public, and maybe not so adoring public. Come on by, listen to what they have to say, and maybe it'll influence your vote, maybe it won't. But after they are done, we are going to have our annual open competition meeting with the road racing board here for the DC region. This is where you're going to have your say, your chance to talk about the direction of the Washington, DC region's road racing program, whether it be the MARRS series, whether it be the major series as well. So come on by, grab some grub, and help influence what the DC region does going forward. All right, so gentlemen, here the pace car now bringing the field through turn 5. What do we have to look forward to?
Can Arif Kazim hit 114 miles an hour?
So tell me this, Deacon. Of course, we had a number of our drivers on the dyno last night. Arif Kazim, how did his car do?
I'm actually not sure. The only one that I heard of was Morgan from yesterday, but I'll have to get some news from my sources on that. But I think, being that they're out there in position and Arif's still qualifying really well in 14th, I'm pretty sure he's legal. So I think we're all good.
All right, real quick, as we're getting ready to get underway here in SSM, the pace car is now on the pit lane. If you like what you see, if you like what we do here, remember, give us a big thumbs up. Subscribe to the DC Region SCCA and their YouTube channel. Click on that notification bell. You can find out when we go live. Pace car again on the pit road. We've got the two white machines, Roman and Evans on the front row, and the wave off it is. We are going to have another lap under full course caution. We've got some of our drivers trying to realize that we've got two drivers off, drivers left. And I think they went right by our camera.
Some very good 007 driving there from the red.
Yes.
I can't get the number. I was at something.
Yeah, here. Let's see if we'll see if we can get the numbers. Actually, our start stand will probably be able to give us the numbers here. Or did you see, Dom?
Yep, so I can identify the driver of the 44 yellow car is going to be Mike Monahan.
Mike Monahan in the 44.
It was the red with the white top with some very good maneuvers there. Just only kissed the wall with the front. Did a J-turn in there.
2.5 is the other machine that went off, and both those drivers have continued, and they are going to fall in at the very tail end of the field. So the 25 car, that is Gary Schenk, and so Gary is going to move towards the tail end of the field, as well as the 44 car of Mike Monahan. We had a call yesterday for the first race where the starter felt that the pole sitter started accelerating early. I'm not saying that that's what the cause of this wave off was. We'll probably hear from the starter stand what their reasoning was. But when you have almost a 50-car field and it's very difficult to see the starter stand, all you can hear are the engines around you. It makes for a very difficult position. Most of the racers handled it, I think, pretty well here when that start got waved off. That I saw some hands up in the air, and but it's got to be difficult for even 5 rows or 6 rows back, all the way back, to row 20 plus, to realize when that wave off happens. So our pole sitter, Jonathan Evans, he is bringing the field now back up towards turn number 10. He's got Rich Roman to his left. And the first 10 rows or so look pretty darn well formed coming out of turn 10. I think the rear rows here, they're starting to tighten things up as well. And, not giving the opportunity to wave this off, Beth Burkhardt gives a very early green flag as our racers now start to make the move down towards turn number 1. And for a moment there, Rich Roman from the outside lane had a bit of an advantage over John Evans, but Evans was able to pull up right alongside as they now under brake and go side by side, 2 by 2, almost all the way back through the entire field, gentlemen, into turn 1.
Yep, and here they come out of turn 1 on all the way up to 3, and it's going to be neck and neck with Roman, who goes 2 drivers left, Evans 2 drivers right. They have Maloney and O'Rourke with, I believe that's the 14th Andy O'Brien, who has hold on 5th place, and then everyone's just right now trying to find their footing on this now second lap, because that first lap, even though it was waved off, does count for our 10 laps total.
Absolutely. So we now have 9 laps remaining. And so what we saw there, Roman and Evans were still side by side as everybody else was starting to get in line directly behind. Real quick, gentlemen, let's make a quick call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 7, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please start heading to the grid. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 drivers, your race is next.
And we did actually see Ryan Maloney help John Evans get the better run out of 3 there, and Rich Roman should now be sitting in 3rd. So Ryan Maloney definitely going out of his way not to help Rich Roman, who is his championship contender here. He lost it to Rich Roman last year, but Ryan is definitely looking like he's seen that John Evans has taken the pole here and is able to retain the pole, given that, how hot the other temperatures have been. So really no other times have been able to be set over those qualifying times from Saturday. So Ryan is really going to push John Evans to get a gap away from Rich, or possibly block Rich for John, and then possibly try and work his way up to the lead himself.
And we've got a car that's gone around at turn 1, and some other drivers taking evasive action through the island there. We'll get the number on that car in just a moment. In the meantime, the 2 drivers that were involved in the little melee on the start have now head back to the paddock. That was the 44 car and the 25 car, Monahan and Shank. And that is the 24 car, Steve Wolfson, former Spec Racer Ford, former Spec RX-7 driver that went around at turn 1, and again, a lot of drivers taking evasive action there.
Yeah, I think I actually just met him for the first time in the paddock. Yeah, Gary Shank in the paddock with that the puzzle piece livery there on that Miata, looking very cool. So looks like he had a good save there, but unfortunate that he's all the way there at the back.
All right, and coming out of turn 10 now, your leaders, and it is still John Evans with Ryan Maloney running in second, and then, as you mentioned, battling for the championship, it is Rich Roman, who now gave a little bit of a push to Maloney and then quickly moved back over drivers left. And I think it's when he realized either A, that Maloney wasn't going to get up alongside of Evans, or perhaps it was give that little tap to let Maloney think that he was going to be in good shape and then go around him. And they're now side by side going into 3, Roman to drivers right, Maloney to drivers left. And as they come out of turn number 3, Roman going around the outside, and he takes over second position.
That rivalry has definitely costed them, because now John Evans is a good 4 car lengths away from them coming into the chute. So if they want to catch back up to the lead, they're going to have to put their differences aside, or one of them is just going to have to run away from.
Yeah, and what that has also done now is that has brought Neil O'Rourke in that green 06 car back into the battle. He was about two and a half car lengths back off. He did catch back up, and he's right there on the back bumper right now of Maloney. Now back behind them, it's a little bit of a gap back to Murchison, but Murchison is dragging Andy O'Brien, David Biegert, Ben Jones, Scott O'Rourke, John Hotz, Ryan Franklin all along. So big battle right now. Although as they come out of turn 10, they've split up just a little bit. That it is now 4 cars. With John Evans in the, with Jack Murchison, Andy O'Brien, Dave Riegert, and Scott O'Rourke in that second pack.
Yeah, and here comes our B pack and C pack. Really, we've got leading in the pack. Let's see, who is that? I know I saw Morgan Burkhardt at the end of it, and Jordan Fuhrman right there. Yeah, Adam Volatile and Victor Bruni leading that little 4-car train there. It looks like Morgan Burkhardt is going to give Jordy there the bump, try to get around those so they can run away.
And that is the battle right now for, maybe not so much the battle for 16th, 17th, and 18th. A little bit further back in the field there, as you mentioned, really just the mid pack of SSM, as we had a driver drop a wheel into that dirt on the entrance to turn number 5, and now is turn 3, and is now run wide.
And Greg, in the last in the Spec Miata race, we saw 2 drivers have end up looping it on the exit. So definitely turn 1's grip is compromised as we get further in the day, and it gets more slick down there.
All right, so we have in these battles in that second pack, right back behind our leaders, right back behind Evans, Roman, and Maloney. We did lose a car. That was the number 63 machine of John Hotz. He is now parked on over by turn 1, between turns 1 and 2. He's going to need a flat toe. Sounds like something broke in that machine, and he had to retire early.
Looks like Rich Roman is gone for the lead to get around John Evans. I don't know if John Evans had an accident or some mistake, but that 4 or 5 car gap has now diminished. Ryan Maloney is back in the lead fight. Neil O'Rourke is ready to pounce on all 3 of them as they're fighting up there coming into 3.
All right, as they make the run down to 3, and we're about halfway through this 10-lap race, let's make another call to the grid for our next grid. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 7. That's Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please start heading to the grid. And looks like for the second race in a row, gentlemen, Davey Ahern, driver of the number 7 Mazda Miata, is retiring early, taking his car back to the paddock.
I didn't get a chance to talk to Davey about what the issue was this time. I know. Well, I know he did say he lost power there, but I wasn't sure what the exact issue there was. But really, really sad to see that he's not out there in that beautifully. I believe he inspired it off of an Aston Martin classic '60s race car. But yeah, beautiful job done by. I'm forgetting the name. I'll get the name of the company that did it for him. But definitely want to shout them out because they did a beautiful job on that car.
All right, our leaders now coming across the start-finish line. 4 laps remaining. Rich Roman just turning the fastest lap of the race. He is your leader. John Evans now running in second. So Roman having gotten around John Evans. Ryan Maloney still sitting in third position. Neil O'Rourke O'Rourke is falling back, though, off the lead pack.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action.
Let's turn that off. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. See, I told you I messed that up sometimes, Spencer. As Neil O'Rourke that last time by was about a half second off of the pace of our top 3 cars. And another car retiring, Morgan Burkhardt in the number 49 machine, takes his Mazda Miata back to the paddock. So his day is now done.
I did notice a little bit of a slow run out of 3, a slow run out of 3, despite looking like he had the edge up on some of the other cars in that pack he was fighting with. So hopefully he can get that fixed for our 20-lap race tomorrow.
Hey, Rick, quick note, we did have the 113 car. That's John Moyer. Drop wheels, I believe, on driver's right. Was able to keep it going, a little dust up. Keep us on track.
Yep, and that was the call that we just got from race control or from the flaggers at turn 1. So Moyer, who is running 19th overall, we'll see if he gives up a position or 2 to he had Victor Bruni and Brooks Hunt directly behind. So now coming across the start-finish line with perhaps the largest lead of the race, Rich Roman now with about a 2-car length advantage over Ryan Maloney and John Evans as they come down into 1, but Evans had gotten back around Ryan Maloney, and I think that we're still having some transponder issues with John Evans. It is Roman, then Evans, then Maloney as they are coming down now into turn number 3.
And Ryan Maloney is doing everything he can with a big run up turn 3 to get John Evans up there to fight Rich Roman, possibly either to just work with him or get Rich to get behind him himself, because it looked like that move going into 1 was more of Ryan blocking Rich rather than Ryan going for the lead.
All right, the 73 machine just goes for the wild ride coming out of turn number 10. That is,
you know who that is?
Brian Donati, as he went for a ride through the gravel trap, comes across. He does rejoin. Did you get that on camera? No? Spencer. Oh, gosh, Spencer, what are you? You're fired, man. Oh. All right. Oh, my gosh. All right, so Brian Donati, he's going to lose a number of positions. He crosses the stripe in 34th, and Brian's already set the goal, not necessarily where he finishes on track, but, wants to get faster. That wasn't the fast way. All right, as our leaders now come across the start-finish line, and it is, again, Rich Roman, Ryan Maloney on the penultimate lap. One more lap to go.
Don't forget Evans.
Yes, and I already spelled it correctly before. So we've got now a little bit less than 2 laps to go. Next time they pass the start-finish line, it'll be one more lap. They continue to drop the number 06 machine of Neil O'Rourke, who is now about 2.5 seconds out. So it is a 3-car battle for the win here. 2 laps remaining. Let's keep our eyes on this one, Spencer, here, and we will follow them through as they now head down into the chute.
We've got a couple cars dipping wheels. It looked like David Beegert and Andy O'Brien taking the Herbert line up 3.
And as they come through, and once again, it looks like Roman does carry a little bit more speed through turn 5 there than the other 2 machines. I mean, the big challenge here is, Evans has to keep looking to see what Maloney is going to do directly behind. We do have a great little battle much further back in the pack, 3 wide coming into turn number 3, including... Deacon.
Yeah, we actually had Jordy Fairman get a little loose there going up 3 and had a 4 off through 3, but luckily was able to recover that pretty well. So I bet that'll show up in the meme review later.
All right, let's take a look now. Coming across the line to start the final lap, it is Rich Roman in the white number 11. Then Ryan Maloney, then John Evans, then Ryan Maloney. That is your top 3 as they come under braking now down into turn number 1. And whatever gap Roman had built up on the previous 2 laps, it is now gone. You could literally hang some paper right between those 3 machines as they make the run now down in towards turn number 3.
It's close.
And we had another car go wide through the gravel trap and into the tire wall. That is going to bring out a local caution over at turn number 10 here on the last lap. And that is, I believe...
That's going to be Vic Bruni.
That's Vic Bruni. So here as our leaders are going to be now, let's jump back to that battle for the lead. Here's Spencer as our leaders coming through the carousel and in through turn number 6. Bruni has gotten that car out of the gravel trap, so the local caution should be down. And here we go. Coming into turn number 8, it is still Rich Roman, John Evans, Ryan Maloney, your top 3. And now it looks like Rich Roman has opened up about a 2-car length advantage over Evans. Evans has to move to the center of the track to defend against Ryan Maloney, and that's given a little bit of clearance now to our leader, Rich Roman. As they come down the line, Roman moves all the way to driver's right to defend, and he will take the win. Rich Roman, your winner in SSM. John Evans will finish 2nd. Ryan Maloney will come home in 3rd. Neil O'Rourke will finish in 4th. Now, coming across the line, Jack Murchison, Scott O'Rourke, David Beegert, Andy O'Brien, Ryan Franklin, Frank Taberzi, Ben Jones, and that will round out, well, actually, I think that rounds out your top 11.
Beegert just beating out Andy O'Brien there on the line. That was almost too close to call there over the stripe.
Oh, and coming now, a late move over to driver's right. Isaac Crandall, the number 29 machine. He comes out of 10, and I think he was trying to break the draft of Isaac Jordan and Brooks Hunt. Pulled driver's right, and it looked like he almost put the car into the wall. He just cranked the car over, lost a lot of speed, but somehow manages to hold off the other Isaac Jordan and Brooks Hunt. Who finished back in 17th and 18th. Jordan Fuhrman finishes 19th, and Jay Bindrum finishing in 20th place. Woo! Wow.
It's always a big one.
It is, and a great fight there once again from Roman and Evans. They've been going at it all weekend long, and Ryan Maloney, a great fight there as well. And, if we go and take a look at the race earlier today where Ryan Maloney took the win, he got some points back in that battle for the championship with Rich Roman. He lost a couple this time by. But, I think at the moment, and we'll have to go back and take a look and see where we are. And you can see this if you go to MARRSpoints.com, see where we are. Because if I remember correctly, Roman did not race this morning. And in the shorter 7-lap race, would not have picked up any points for that particular battle.
I did ask him while we were in the RP tent. I think he wanted to switch off, or maybe he just wanted to do the longer race. But he didn't run the B-Spec race just now before on the afternoon race, and then didn't run the SSM. But now he swapped, didn't run the B-Spec, the ITB technically, and then is now run the SSM race and.
All right. So Rich Roman now starting out on his victory lap here. And with that, I think they're also going to have to send out a vehicle to go pick up John Hotz, who's been patiently watching his race from turn number 1. Well, let's do this, gentlemen. Let's take a quick break. And we're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors much. And one of those partners and sponsors we want to thank, it is the Autoverse.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
And welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway in the 2023 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Deacon Greenfield, Dominic Mandiel, and Spencer Gaynor here in the booth. And Brian Donati's probably still cleaning his driver's suit after his off at turn 10, so we may not see him for the rest of the day. But we're getting ready. We've got 2 races remaining here today. Next up is going to be Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. We had 22 drivers set times, and actually it's Spec Racer Ford Gen 2 and Gen 3. We have 1 Gen 2 driver. He's going to be starting 22nd in the field in the number 23 machine from Washington, D.C. It's Robert Skinner. Brad Gould is starting 21st. He's in the number 97 machine. He's coming all the way from Greensboro, North Carolina, and represents the North Carolina region of the SCCA. Kevin Silbert will start 20th in the number 14 machine. He's from Columbia, Maryland, while Dryden, New York's Steve Spano from the Glen region will start 19th, driving the number 06 machine. Nikki Rubin Skinner will start 18th today. She's in the number 2 machine. She's from Washington, D.C., with Phil Ackley from Vienna, Virginia, starting 17th, driving the number 41 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. John Ryan will start 16th. He's out of Delmont, Pennsylvania, driving the 87 car, with John Hall starting in 15th. He's out of Vienna, Virginia, driving the 71. The number 3 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 is driven by Littlestown, Pennsylvania's J. Mark Wendling. He starts 14th, while Bruce Kreminga will start 13th on the field today. He's from Millersville, Maryland, driving the number 31 car. Steve Minkin has got the number 99 car. He starts 12th, with Aaron Meisner starting 11th today. He's from Baltimore, Maryland, driving the 25. From Frederick, Maryland is Eric Prepsius. He's starting 10th today in the 51 car, with Theo Pepes in the number 38 machine from Clifton, New Jersey. He's scheduled to start 9th. He has retired early I think, the last 2 races that we've seen him today. So we'll see if he makes the grid. Keith Frazier is scheduled to start 8th today. He's from Annapolis, Maryland, in the number 7 machine, with Joe Blanks from Chesapeake, Virginia, also representing the North Carolina region, starting 7th today in the 74 car. Jisoo Kim driving the yellow number 11 machine. He is from Staunton, Virginia. He starts 6th, with Stephen Shue starting 5th today. He's from Gibson Island, Maryland, and he drives the number 81 car. Starting on the outside of row number 2, driving the number 21 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s from Gainesville, Virginia, Brian Cates, with Jason Pintar starting to his right on the inside of row number 2. The number 56 car piloted, well, we just said it, Jason Pintar. He's from Flemington, New Jersey, in your front row today. Driving the number 30 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 from Washington, D.C. It's Mac Harrison, and your pole sitter and winner this morning in Spec Racer Ford from Boyd's, Maryland, driving the 55 car with a qualifying time of 1:20.143. It's Sam Schechter. All right, we're getting ready for the pace car to roll off, and I always worry is the McLeod's beautiful MGA there at the top of the pit lane. It's got the little, it's got the flashing lights on the trunk, and that always worries me. Start, and you guys probably don't know about Lucas Electronics or Lucas Electrics from British cars, but anytime you add a higher electrical load to a little British car, I get concerned. So we'll see this car start to roll off in just a moment. I think we've got Joelle Pence sitting at the top of the pit lane as our splitter today. Is that right, Joelle? Well, she's not waving to me. Joelle would always wave to me. Oh, nope, there she is. It's Joelle. All right, as splitter is there, our starter for today's Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 race appears to be Dave Sterling, and our pace lap now, gentlemen, is underway. And already heading down the front straight, we don't have this on camera, but Sam Schechter almost going right into the back of the pace car, heading down into turn number 1. He drives right up to the back bumper. I guess, maybe he's been watching a little bit too much Max Verstappen behind the safety cars in Formula One this season, trying to will the pace car a little bit faster. I'll tell you, I was out for some of the charity laps yesterday, and actually, Tom McLeod was pushing that MGA pretty darn hard. However, there was a Chevy Bel Air out there.
Alex Cummings Bel Air. That thing is awesome.
It is a beautiful car.
Auction,
is that where really?
Yeah, you got that from a Barrett Jackson auction.
Well, he was obviously trying to keep up the resale value on it, because that thing didn't break about 25 miles an hour around the track here. Tom McLeod passed it like with like a 25 mile per hour speed differential. It's great, but.
Oh no!
Yeah, but we'll see here as the pace car now. Again, Tom McLeod, our driver, bringing that field now down into the carousel, down the hill through turn 5, and we'll get this race underway. Again, 2 more races here today, Spec Racer Ford, and then we're going to wrap things up with our big bore race this afternoon, and then of course. Dinner's on us. Dinner's on me. Dinner's on Deacon. He's paying.
Oh, man.
Don't tell your dad. But we're going to have dinner for all of our drivers and crew members and friends and participants that are here for the Labor Day Spectacular. And then immediately afterwards, we will have a number of our candidates for the 2024 slate of the board of directors come and give you their pitch, and then we'll have our open competition meeting where you can have your say about how the DC region road racing program is done. Heck, maybe you can even tell them you don't like the job that Brian and I are doing. I don't know, but
for sure,
I didn't say that at all. I like the gig. I don't know about Brian, but pace car now is on the pit lane. turning the field over to two-time winner this weekend, Sam Schechter. He has the field. Again, Dave Sterling is our starter. He's looking the field over as they look very well formed coming down the front straight. And there we go. Green flag is in the air just as our pole sitter hits or goes past the pit wall here. And we are underway here at Summit Point Raceway. Schechter now moving to the center of the track and dropping a wheel into the dirt is the number 81 is Stephen Shu. He tries to make a run all the way down the inside to come in underneath Jason Pintar. I don't think he got that done, gentlemen. But let's see. How do they look coming out of turn 2?
Yeah, Sam Schechter definitely is already separated about a 2.5 car length. So Mac's going to have to, his best choice here is just going to have to really just gate rush Sam Schechter and get in there, because Sam has just run away with it all weekend. And Mac has had the times, but just never had the position.
All right, and so somebody who did make a very good move and made up a position, Brian Cates, in that red, white, and blue number 21 machine. He got around Jason Pintar coming out of 2, going into turn number 3. Jisoo Kim and Stephen Shu were not able to get past those 2 machines. They're still sitting 5th and 6th now as they're making their way through the carousel. And already here, Dom, it looks like Sam Schechter in that light blue 55 car, he's already showing his dominance here, starting to walk away from Mac Harrison and the rest of the field.
And Greg, speaking of Brian Cates, run a little bit more sparingly in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series this season, but did participate in the U.S. Majors Tour earlier this year. I believe for Saturday's race had some problems with Sunday's race. Started harder within the top 10, ended up taking that feature race win. So Brian Cates definitely with plenty of pace as our field makes their way down to turn 10. A little bit of lockup from, it looks like, the aforementioned Brian Cates in the 21 car, locking them up down there into 1 Deacon.
All right.
Yeah, that was a pretty bad. Didn't look like a double, but definitely looked like the front right was drug for quite a while, for maybe about the 2.5.
All right, and gentlemen, real quick, we do have a car off over at turn 10, and we'll get the car number now.
We do.
It is the 91 machine. That is off. At least the call was the 91. It might be the 97 of Gould, and I believe it is. It is just. You can kind of see it behind the ticker there.
Oh, yeah.
Just before you actually turn in, it's driver's left. So we've got a local caution there over at turn number 10, and we'll see if that car looks like it may have already started to move. A little bit. It might have just moved closer to the wall. We'll take a look. But again, I think that might have been. Actually been the 97 of Gould as our leaders now coming out of turn number 10, and Sam Schechter, your leader with Mac Harrison second. Pintar almost 20 car lengths back from our 2 leaders already, about 2.1 seconds back. Then Cates, then Shu and Kim, then Blanks, then Keith Frazier, Theo Pepes, who did make the grid today for our afternoon race, and then Aaron Meisner.
Pretty good battle back here, going 3 wide into 1. It looks like that middle car backed out pretty hard. Looks like we got a waving yellow. That car may have spun around there in turn 1. Yeah, it looks like it looped it just outside of our camera view. Still got a waving yellow. Oh, it's a standing yellow now, so it looks like that car may not have refired. But we'll get numbers on that in a second, unless there was possibly some contact. The yellow is still out down there, so it looks like we...
Okay, and that yellow car would likely be Jisoo Kim in the number 11 machine.
I can't tell. I couldn't tell what the color was. I just know that there's...
Okay.
The flag is now down. Yeah.
Okay,
the flag is now down, so... Whatever that car was may have gotten refired.
All right, well, I got the call coming in from turn 1 now. We'll get that here in just a moment.
Still up. Yeah, we still have a yellow flag, a standing yellow flag in turn 1. I can't exactly see how bad it is if we're going to go to a double yellow or not. However, it looks like that car is still down there.
All right, and so I've got some word on what's going on down at turn 1 as our leaders now start to make their run down towards turn 1 where that local caution is still out. We had contact between the number 3 machine, J. Mark Wendling, and the 25 of Aaron Meisner. Meisner's car spun and was then impacted by, the word I got was from the number 41 machine. and that's Phil Ackley. And so all three of those drivers now dropping down through the field. And I am getting word now and checking that I believe the driver that went off at turn 10, he is out of the car, and they're going to keep the car where it is through the end of the race. Eric Prepsius, driver of the number 51 machine.
Yeah, that's definitely even with open wheel, which with surfs are kind of a weird in between. Even though they have fenders, they are technically kind of considered open wheel cars. 3 wide through turn 1 is just not enough unless you are really, really careful and going really, really slow and sacrificing a lot of lap time. So that was definitely a tricky maneuver there from that battle.
All right, let's track now as our leaders have come out of turn number 10 and coming across the start-finish line now, starting lap number 4. It is Sam Schechter, still your leader, although Mac Harrison just sets his fastest lap of the race, runs about 0.3 of a second faster than Schechter, and starts to close things up. But real quick, gentlemen, let's make a call to the grid for our last race group of the day. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 8. Big Bore, please start heading to the grid. Big Bore, race group number 8. Your race is next. Please head to the grid. And as we were making that call, we just had the number 6 machine go through the gravel trap at turn 10. He has now continued, and so that 06 machine, that is Steve Spano, and he continues on his way as they now continue to see that local caution down at turn 1.
Yeah, we do also have a debris flag has now been added onto that caution flag, Greg, but whether it's thanks to the flag or not, Mac Harrison is the closest he's ever been to Sam Schechter, despite the fact that we're not at a double yellow currently. So, that incident down there in turn 1 may just be clear enough that they can still race everywhere else. But Mac Harrison is right on the bumper coming across the line with 5 laps to go in this race.
All right, here as they come down now across the start-finish line and make their way down towards turn number 1. Harrison moves to the inside on Sam Schechter and does not make his way around. Schechter goes very deep under braking, is able to hold off the number 30 machine. In that second pack, though, directly behind, we just had Pintar, Cates, and Steve Shue. Shue trying to make a move on Brian Cates at 21 machine, not able to get that done either.
Yeah, the problem for Mac here is that he's right there. He's right there on Sam Schechter. However, the big place that he's getting the biggest draft, the biggest opportunity, he's not able to pass down there in turn 1 after the draft.
And something that I noticed down into the turn 1 braking zone, Steve Shue went to driver's right, was in the Brian Cates draft, tried to get a two for the price of 1 down there. Didn't have quite enough momentum on the outside, and both Cates and Pintar were able to keep ahead. So Steve Shue remains in that 5th position.
All right, and so Deacon, the local caution there had been withdrawn at turn number 1, as all of our racers had seen those cars off track on driver's right for 2 laps, and again that was pulled down. So again, able to pass down there. As we saw Harrison move to the inside, just not able to get it done as they are once again heading down into turn number 1. And we can see Schechter giving a couple taps of the brakes to making sure they're there, getting those pistons aligned back on the brake pads, getting rid of that brake knockback. And he comes down into turn 1 now with a half-second advantage over the 30 of Mac Harrison. Our second pack coming through now, it is Pintar and Cates and Stephen Shue. Cates took a look to the inside on Pintar, could not get by, was not quite close enough. Stephen Shue just kind of sitting back there and waiting in the 81.
And this was the second consecutive lap where Brian Cates did make that move to the inside, tried to outbrake Jason Pintar. Pintar, however, using the driver's left, got a better drive out of the corner, and then had the preferred line coming out of 2 and up to 3.
If that is, in fact, Cates making that run, hopefully, that must be pretty difficult with that flat spot if that was the car that we saw earlier with that big lockup getting to 1. So making those moves with all that vibration, especially in an open top car when you've got, the stick on the right and everything, that's going to be pretty difficult.
All right, coming out of turn 10 now and going for a ride through the gravel. It is Sam Schechter, Mac Harrison in the number 30 machine, and he does recover, but he's going to lose a lot of ground to our leader. So let's jump back to that battle now for third place. Jason Pintar, Brian Cates, and Stephen Shu, as they are all nose to tail, and now Brian Cates moves to the inside. Shu goes and follows along as they're going to come underneath Jason Pintar going into turn number 1. And as they come around, Pintar getting trapped to the outside in that light blue number 56 machine. Deacon, what's it look like coming up towards turn 3?
Coming up turn 3, we've got that light blue car up with the, what's the number on that? That green and yellow car getting a good run, although that green-yellow car dipping into 3. I'm not getting the name
It's
currently.
Stephen Shu in the number 81 machine,
yeah,
exactly. So Cates and Shu getting around Jason Pintar. So drop Pintar now back into 5th position. And luckily, they've got still about 10 car lengths clear of Joe Blanks and Theo Pepes, who are currently running 6th and 7th. They were able to get that move done, Dominic, without the next group able to close things up.
And for the last couple laps, Brian Cates has come out of 10 with a big head of steam. He's been able to draft right up to the back of Jason Pintar, and that's what's giving him the run to try to make the move into turn 1. As we have our leaders coming across, and they'll be working the penultimate lap.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 8. Big Bore, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Big Bore racers, your race, the last race of the day, is next.
Yeah, unfortunately for Mac Harrison, that big wild ride through 10, with only 2 laps to go now, was basically a death sentence for him in any first place chances, unless, who knows, unless something. But Sam Schechter's been pretty solid and consistent all weekend, so I doubt Mac will be able to catch up now.
All right, so we'll see here if he can, as we only have a lap and a half left to go. A little bit further back in the field, we just had Kevin Silbert get around Nicky Ruben Skinner, moves up into 15th position, just off our timing screen there, and so we will continue to track these racers. Brad Gould coming across the stripe. Gould currently running 18th position. He's gotten around, of course, Robert Skinner, who I believe is still circulating. Of course, Meisner and Ackley retired early as our leader. Now, Sam Schechter in that light blue number 55 machine. He comes out of turn 10. He gets the 1 to go board here, and he is looking for win number 3 today in Spec Racer Ford. Let's look at that battle for third, though, coming out of turn number 10. And now it is Brian Cates opening up almost an 8-car length advantage over Jason Pintar, who's gotten back around Stephen Shu, running 4th and 5th. And so Cates, with that last lap where he ran almost 0.2 of a second faster than Pintar and Shu, that may have just wrapped up third position for him, as we've got a car that's just gone around over
like
turn 1. And I believe that's the 11 car of Jisoo Kim, and that is the second time today that he has spun down at turn number 1.
Yeah, that didn't look like there was any contact around. It just gone in too deep maybe, or, possibly touched the curb a bit and just unsettled the car and went around. So luckily he's got going safely, and, no flags, no one was hurt, but, unfortunate mistake for his race.
All right, and so our leader, Sam Schechter, now coming out of turn number 10, and it is the very last lap. He's got almost 20 car lengths on Mac Harrison, and taking the win once again here today in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, Sam Schechter out of Boyd's, Maryland. And we've got a driver, that's Pintar, going wide out of turn number 10. Mac Harrison will finish second, Brian Cates. Pintar, though, gives up 4th position to Stephen Shu, and Pintar had more than a wild ride out of turn 10 as he got into the gravel, kept his foot in it, came right across the nose of Joe Blanks and Theo Pepes, came across the nose of Stephen Shu as well. Shu was able to avoid. Dominic.
Yeah, and that was great awareness by Blanks had to get in the binders quite significantly there, but was able to not compound that the off-course excursion there by Pintar, who took all 4 wheels definitely off in China Beach there.
I think that was possibly the 74 that he came out came back onto the track, was right next to.
Yes,
But I
Joe
mean,
Weiss.
he was front nose straight towards. So that was a very, very good save from that light blue car. But man, that was tough.
All right, so there you go. It's Schechter, Harrison, and Cates, your top three here in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Let's make a final call to the grid for our last race group of the day. Attention in the paddock, tension in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 8. That is Big Bore. Please head to the grid. Race group number 8. Big Bore drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, and so let's do this, gentlemen. Let's take a quick little break. We've got a little bit of cleanup that has to be done here. This last group, we've got the 3 cars over at turn 1. We've got the 1 car that's over at turn 10. It's going to take a little bit of time. I'm going to anticipate right now, probably around 4:30 when we will return with our last race of the day. Don't hold me to it. We'll update you on the screen as time comes down and runs down. But let's do this. Let's thank our partner here, our title sponsor this weekend, Radial Tire.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740. Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io, and if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway and the 2023 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company. We've got one more race here today, and that is our big bore race, our ground pounders. Let's run down the starting order, shall we, gentlemen? Starting 16th, driving the number 23, SPO Volvo P1800, and we didn't see him out this morning, and I don't see the bright yellow Volvo on the grid, but if he was here, Carl Ricker would start 16th. Starting 15th today, driving the number 55, Touring 3 BMW M3, it's Joe Tierney. Scott Luttrell driving the number 121 STU Mini Cooper, scheduled to start 14th. He wasn't out this morning either. John Hansen in the number 92 Touring 1 Ford Mustang he starts 13th today. Clark Ostrom driving the Touring 3, number 44 BMW Spec E46, starting in 12th position, starting in 11th today. The ITE number 69 Chevy Corvette of Andre Belanc. Robert Hayshak will start 10th today. He's driving the number 9 SPO Factory 5 Racing Cobra, starting 9th. Driving the number 34 GT2 Porsche 911, it's Case Musmar with Robbie Hines starting in 8th position today. He is our sole Touring 3, probably not our sole, but one of 2 Touring 3 drivers. He's our pole sitter in Touring 3, driving the number 4 Nissan 350Z. Starting 7th, driving the number 98 GT3 Nissan 240SX from Columbus, New Jersey. It's Tim Proctor with Brian Goodman, our Touring 1 pole sitter. He's in the number 28 BMW M3. He starts 6th. Starting 5th, driving the number 14 ITE BMW M3. He started on the front row this morning. We'll have to see, is he on the front row here this afternoon as well? Must be on the front row, Marshall Lytle. In his BMW M3. And then we've got the GT2 contingent, Nicholas Karanglin from Hobie, Florida, in his Porsche 911 Cup car. It's a GT2 machine. Starting 3rd, Gerson Rosenberg from Lebanon, Pennsylvania, his Porsche 911, another GT2 car. He starts 3rd. Andrew Mistak in his TA2 Chevy Camaro from Belmont, Ohio, scheduled to start on the outside of row number 1, and your pole sitter today. He didn't come out this morning, and I didn't hear that 5.6 liters of Fury. David Glassman scheduled to drive a Ligier JSP 320.
He went out there.
Is
yes,
the Ligier out there?
Ligier went out there. However, Mistak is going to start from the pit lane for whatever reason.
Yeah, there he is. So Mistak going to make a run from the back of the pack. He's had some mechanical issues with that car. Actually, the car ran very well for 7 laps. Had issues yesterday afternoon. We'll see how things turn out as the pace car bring in the field now down through turn underneath the bridge and now into turn 10. Our pace car on the pit lane. And turning the field over, you said it, to Glassman in the Ligier. To his left is the Porsche 911 then. I believe that's the 76 of Karanglin, who does not get a good start. Marshall Lytle from the inside of row number 2, though. He jumps on it. He gets around Karanglin in the 76 car, who drops back to 3rd. Tim Proctor in the GT3 Nissan drops back into 4th position as they go side by side with Case Musmar's Porsche there through turns 1 coming out of turn number 2.
Going to be really interesting to see how Mistak fights up through the grip to get her back around Nicholas Karanglin, as we saw how quick he was in that last race this morning. Actually, the fastest car on track without the Ligier out there. But, Mistak is in that GT2 class and has been leading GT2 all weekend. So now Karanglin is out there and Mistak is coming in fast.
All right, as the field there makes their way down through turn number 1 and probably turn 5, and it's Glassman and Lytle, GTX and ITE, and then it's that battle in GT2 with Karanglin. Case Musmar, though, he's got Tim Proctor's GT3 Nissan directly between them. And Andre Belanc in his Chevy Corvette, the number 69 machine, he started from the pit lane this morning, and he's had some issues. Sounds like a good portion of his exhaust is sitting down over by turn at number 1. So not only does it sound like a problem, it literally sounds like a problem. As Mistak now, I couldn't really tell how loud Belanc's car was because Mistak now started from the pit lane himself, drives right by the 69 machine on the front straight, already up to 7th position.
Oh, it was the Corvette that lost the exhaust.
Yes. Actually, let me, and what we're seeing here also, although it was Andre Belanc who lost the exhaust, David Glassman in the Ligier just turned 105 decibels. So very, very loud and far beyond because when we check decibels, it's a logarithmic scale, and so there's a huge difference between 103 and 105 decibels. They're going to give him a furled black flag the next time he comes around.
Really? Is it 103? I thought it was 107.
103.
Ouch. That sucks. We all want to hear that engine. Don't muffle it. Come on.
And I think he knows what the problem is, because as soon as he got past start finish, he got out of the throttle. So we'll see how that plays out for him.
Oh, and there's our GT2 battle. Mistak goes around Karanglin already.
Already, yes. And Karanglin, the number 76 blue Porsche, as if he was standing still. And I think Karanglin's got a problem, though, because Karanglin now drops back. He's down in 7th position. Case Musmar in the 34 Porsche had also managed to get around Karanglin.
Now, Mistak did out-qualify the field, other than, obviously, the Ligier, but did out-qualify the GT2 field in Saturday qualifying already. So we do know that car is the quicker of the GT2 field.
Sure.
However, in our morning session, it appeared that Karanglin had the better pace under a hotter temperature, which it is now. Although we seem to be under some comfortable shade across most of the track, so that may be making it that much of a difference. Although we have the prototype round in the corner and has not pulled in, so are they going to give him another flag?
Well, again, they gave him a furled black flag, which is more of a warning. You're not a rookie anymore. Come on there, Deacon. Come on.
I've never had to deal with sound yet.
Well, that's not a sound thing.
That's why I got to turn down. Finally.
No, well, a furled black flag, that is not a meatball flag. That is, and you should have learned that in driver's school. That's your driver getting admonished that they should be worried about getting a black flag and being asked to come in the next time by. All right. Let's take a look now here as Mistak has gotten around Case Musmar and has put a pretty big gap to him. Robbie Hines, next person in line. Robbie Hines running 3rd overall, our leader in Touring 3 in his Nissan 350Z. And as they come down towards turn number 3, Mistak now getting around Robbie Hines.
And this last time through, Nick Karanglin rekindling some pace is now on the back bumper of Case Musmar as they make their way up to turn number 3. And similar to this morning, we saw Nick Karanglin, for whatever reason, not getting a great start, having to work his way back, is doing so little by little. And Carl Ricker in that Volvo P1800 two-frame car did make the field today. So good to see that car out there. He's also running double duty, running in Spec RX-7.
I was going to say, we saw him in the Spec RX-7 earlier today. So, and that I was looking at that Volvo yesterday at lunchtime, and it is a very neat machine, really top. And Spencer given the thumbs up, and definitely a top-notch machine. So glad to see he got it back out after retiring early in yesterday's race. Did not make it out earlier today. As our leader, Glassman, he's already got a 20-second advantage over Marshall Lytle. We didn't think the ITE BMW would be much competition for that Ligier. Mistak that last time by, running on pretty much an even pace with Marshall Lytle, although about 8 seconds back. And we saw yesterday when the Ligier did not come out, or was it actually it was this morning when the Ligier did not come out for the fight, and a great battle between Marshall Lytle and his BMW M3 and Mistak in the GT2 car. And I think Mistak was maybe a little surprised that that street car was able to keep up the pace with the GT2 car.
A little quicker in a straight line is Mistak's Camaro, but Mistak is now on the hunt, so it'll be interesting to see if Lytle actually chooses to defend that TA2 Camaro, or will he just let him go and drive behind. They are in different classes after all, so he doesn't have to, but why not?
All right, and so we are now halfway through this race. As our leader, David Glassman, in the GTX Ligier just crosses the stripe. He has just started his, he just set his fastest lap of the day at a 1:13.63.
It's already in the chute.
Yeah, and let's take a look and see where that stands, and if I want to see where the track record currently is in GTX. We were looking earlier because he set the track record here at the Majors race this spring at a 112.695, and so he's about a full second off of that track record. But it is now at about 93 degrees out. It is quite a bit hotter than he found it in early April.
And David Glassman, we've also seen him around here in a Formula Atlantic spec car, the JSF3, was of course used for the Formula Regional Americas Championship
That's
Series.
right.
And so both those cars are Ligier chassis. And I don't believe David Glassman's been out here this year in the Atlantic. Debuted, as you alluded to, Greg, this Ligier prototype car at the U.S. Majors Tour event this year, and has been exponentially getting quicker, more comfortable behind the wheel of that car.
And we can hear that Ligier now powering through turn number 3 and making its way down the hill just now as Marshall Lytle is crossing the stripe. And as Lytle now crosses the start-finish line, Andrew Mistak now starting to close things up just a little bit. Let's take a look and see what that last lap looked like. Marshall Lytle being very consistent at a 120.45, actually about 0.4 of a second off of his fastest lap, but as Mistak went through turn number 1, that last time by was 1.1 seconds faster than the BMW driver. So the gap now is 6.3 seconds, but only 4 laps remaining. And actually make that 3 laps remaining as Glassman crosses the start-finish line for Mistak to close things up on the BMW driver, Marshall Lytle.
Yeah, either Lytle may be just running the car, cool, being that how hot it is this afternoon, but we're seeing consistent 120s across the board, while this morning we did see consistent 19s.
Right.
So, it could be just a matter of keeping it cool. There's no one he really has around to race him, so just make it to the end of the race, get the points, and finish, and, come home in one piece, really.
All right, as we look down at turn 5 and coming through turn 5 and heading into the carousel with the headlights on. Oh, I think there are only 2 cars with headlights running right now. One of them is the Ligier, which I think makes sense considering the top speed on that car. And then Robbie Hines in the Nissan, who's got the daytime running lights, which is a requirement in it's not a requirement that you run daytime running lights, but you're not allowed to disable the daytime running lights in Touring 3.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. I did not know that. Okay. Very interesting class T3 is. I wonder if that 350Z that Robbie Hines has there is actually a factory Nismo, or if that was or an aftermarket kit put on there that the Nismo factory offers for that Nissan.
Yeah, I'm not positive. I need to talk to Robbie about that. I mean, he's been running that car for I think probably close to 8 years or 9 years at this point, and it may very well be a factory car. He had a very long-standing relationship with Nissan, so quite possible there.
Greg, this past year at the SCCA rounds, Rob did bring out the Touring Car America spec, as we have Andrew Mistak going into the tire walls, mixed light contact, but is definitely in a place where they're going to be displaying that logo yellow.
Yeah, and it looked like he just went straight through. It looked like the car just pushed it, understeered right off the track, and he got onto the brakes as our leader now is coming up the hill and underneath the bridge.
I was just about to point out how much larger that gap between Lytle and Mistak had gotten, but yeah, it looks like some recurring suspension issue has just quickly turned into couldn't make the turn.
All right, as our leader, David Glassman, gets the 1-to-go signal here at Summit Point for our last race of the day here, day number 2 of 3 of the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. Marshall Lytle running in second as he is now starting, I think, to make his way. I think he's now working his way up the hill the second of the two orange cars. Coming down the pit lane, looks like retiring early. That is going to be the GT3 Nissan of Tim Proctor. Looks like his day is done as Marshall Lytle is now coming down the front straight. But here he comes as our leader, Glassman, working his way through the carousel. Looks like one of our corner workers now responding, a couple of our corner workers responding to misstack over at turn 10. Just saw the head in front of our camera here. As Glassman now making his way up the hill for the very last time. And it's a good thing because that camera looks awfully dark over there. Good thing he has the headlights on as he is coming now down through around turn 10 for the very last time. He's going to get to the finish line but ahead of MARRS number 34 machine, taking the win here. Our overall winner, our soldier racer in GTX, David Glassman. All following drivers will get the checkered flag. And so coming out of turn 10 now, maybe a little bit off the pace, is the Volvo P1800 of Ricker. Or probably that is not the 1800. That was the Factory 5 Cobra of Hayshak. Jonathan Hansen in his Ford Mustang follows close behind. Hansen will take the win in Touring 1. Hayshak, our sole driver in SPO. Here comes Mr. Ricker in that Volvo P1800. And Carl Ricker will take second place in SPO with Clark Ostrom in his E40 Spec E46 coming out of turn 10 now. Ostrom in the number 44 car will be your will finish second in T3 behind Robbie Hines, who is going to follow the 76 car of Karanglin across the line. Karanglin works his way back around Kees Moosmar and takes the win in GT2 after Andrew Mistack put the car off into the tire wall at turn 10. Moosmar now crossing the line. Moosmar will finish second in GT2. And Andre Belanc had already crossed the line, finished second in ITE behind Marshall Lytle. So let's go take a look. I think all of our drivers now have taken the checkered flag. And so, again, in GTX, Glassman, your winner. In GT2, Nick Karanglin is the winner with Kees Moosmar second, Mistack third, having completed 7 laps. In Touring 3, Rob Hines takes the win over Clark Ostrom in his BMW Spec E46. And then Joseph Tierney will finish in third. Tim Proctor, your sole racer in GT3, he retires early after only 7 laps. In Touring 1, Jonathan Hansen will come home the winner, and our sole driver in Touring 1, as Brian Goodman did not take the green flag. In ITE, again, Marshall Lytle, your winner over Andre Belanc, and then finally in SPO, Robert Hayshak over Carl Ricker. All right, so that is going to wrap things up for on-track action here from Summit Point for day 2 of the MARRS Labor Day Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company. Let's take a look at what we've got coming up tomorrow for the third day of action here. We're going to start the stream at 8:40 a.m. Eastern Time. We anticipate our first race of the day will start at about 8:50 a.m., where we are going to have a 10-lap race for our bracket racers, Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. They will be your first group on track, and then we're going to have 3 MARRS races for our small bore, for our wings, and then for Spec Miata. And I believe that we'll likely be going to lunch after Spec Miata, and then bracket racers for their fourth and final race, actually I guess fifth and final race of the weekend, and then we will have our MARRS feature races for IT and B-Spec, for SSM, for Spec Racer Ford, and for Big Bore to wrap up the day. So for Brian Donati, for Deacon Greenfield, for Dominic Mandiel, and of course, we could not do it without him. Not Kip Gaynor, Mom. Spencer Gaynor, pushing all the buttons. He is our director here this weekend and doing a spectacular job. I'm Greg Ginsburg. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 8:40 a.m., here for the final day of action from Summit Point and the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular presented by Radial Tire Company. Have a great evening, everybody.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and cars. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740. Belmont Classic Cars is a family-owned classic and collector car dealership located in Eastern Ohio, specializing in 1960s and 70s American muscle cars and other unique automobiles. Belmont takes pride in taking you back to a simpler time with iconic classic rides and never selling anything that they wouldn't want in their own collection. To see Belmont's extensive inventory of classic cars, visit their website at belmontclassiccars.com or find them on Facebook and Instagram at Belmont Classic.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. And if you're here at Summit Point this weekend, stop by their display in the paddock, say hi, and ask them about their upcoming events. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.